Good morning. Today is 12th of April 2025 and we are going to be racing today. Today we are going to be racing at Randwick. We've got a few prestigious races coming up here today. There are 10 races. The ground reading is good and the last finishing mile is about 410 meters. This is one of the places to be for horse racing around the world. It comes on the top, maybe 3-4 tracks. This is the place, and we are going to be racing here. There are 10 races today, and we'll see what we can do. But before we jump into that, I just want to say that I might not be able to do races tomorrow. There is an outage that might take place in my area for the electricity. So there's a scheduled maintenance, as I have heard. It is not confirmed yet, but if that happens, I will make sure that I post it in the community tab so that people are aware that we are not racing tomorrow. It's not confirmed yet, but there's a possibility that we will not be able to race because of the power outage that is scheduled maintenance tomorrow. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are better horses or circumstantial changes, we do make changes with our picks and then place our bets, or we often step out. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us. So I've got 3 tabs open in front of me, and this is where we get to see the races. This is RaceNet, where we get to see the odds and the number of scratchings. And then we have this new site which is called Bettor. It used to be Top Sport, now it has become Bettor. This actually shows us the winning numbers when we get them, the official numbers. So without any further ado, we'll get on with the first race today, which is here at Randwick, and see the number of scratching. No scratchings. Odds 4, 1, 5, and 7.
Newcastle to complement day 2 of the championships in Sydney, and they have
Frank, welcome back, Frank.
26 degrees. It is magnificent out there. Initially we had 7 races. Unfortunately we lost 6 races from Gloucester the other day. One of those has been transferred here, so we're back to 8 races. Melinda Turner has come down from up the line. What a magnificent day it is out there.
Yeah, good morning, Gab. Good morning, everyone. Looking forward to this meeting here today. Like you said, 8 races on the program here today. Good for. I copped plenty of rain on the way down, but thankfully, beautiful blue skies here today. As you can see with our track shots, our track looks in fantastic order. Rail in the true should play beautifully. And nice to see not a lot of scratchings today. We quite often get a lot of scratchings here on our Saturday meetings, but thankfully today, with a few washed out meetings over the past few weeks, everyone's keen to get horses to the races, and we've got good fields right the way throughout the day.
We must say thank you to Dwayne Gale and the Newcastle Jockey Club. They've given the media room a freshen up on their new chairs. We feel like we're about to sign an executive order. It's all very fancy. Fridge, a liquor paint, and some new carpet. It looks great.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. And of course, the jockeys room looks great as well.
They've redone, they've put brand new bathrooms in, a sitting area, spa. They spent a few bucks. It's been worth every cent. All right, let's hop into this. Smell. First race was the one from Gosford. That was to be run on Thursday. Class 1 maiden played 2,200 metres to start the day at Hampton. 225 favourite here. Bluebird Bay 420. Other pair in single figures. And the last start winner always right. And also, that's Outstanding, who is third up into the prep. 225 though. Hampton for John O'Shea, Tom Charlton, Keegan Lathan. Keegan will be short in the Jockey Challenge today. What did you like in the third?
Yeah, I'm sticking with him, Hampton. He's on the drift though. I think it's about $1.95 last night when I last checked. So He's drifted in the market, but he's an imported galloper. I've seen a lot of him this preparation. In fact, I've seen him 2 out of his 3 runs, and he's just been improving each time he steps out. You could argue he probably should have won here last start. He was back towards the inside. He just wasn't able to get momentum when he really needed to. And by the time he did, the winner was just off and gone. Love the way he tapped the line. I think stepping up here to the 2,200 metres looks ideal, and he's ready to win. Bluebird Bay, he's been really good in both runs this campaign. He hasn't had the best of luck. He was caught wide throughout first up. I was keen on him here last start, and he took an eternity just to really hit top gear. He was good through the line, so I think stepping up to 2,200 metres third up into the preparation, we can certainly see him at his peak today. The 4 Always Right actually beat Hampton home last start. She was able to just blend into the race when she wanted to. She settled one off the fence. She was off and gone when Hampton was cluttered up back between runners. And the 7 Cheval Gris, look, she's had a stack of chances to break a maiden, but she's been around the mark all preparation, and she gets a claim today for Anaroba. 6-3, 4 and 7.
Mick Wallace would say she's been there and there about preparation. Onto the,
Look, we're not picking on Mick again.
oh no, it gets very sensitive. Don't tease it. On to the second event we go. Boys lining up here in a maiden plate. This is over the 1,200 metres. No scratching, field of 8. Damien comes here first up, and is at 210. What's odds on when markets first went up? Chris Lee's, Ben Osmond. We've got Kundabung there at 480. Zangier at $5. The other one is single figure share of Star 550 under 10 for a deal. It's a steal. First start of the Hawks only $11. Pastelaqua best of the others. Damien, though, the local favourite, race 2.
Yeah, I'm sticking with Damien. He is the 2-year-old taking on the older horses, but I thought both of his trials have been very encouraging, particularly his latest here at Newcastle. Now, he finished third. He was beaten 4 lengths. He was given a squeeze, but the horses that finished in front of him was Hidden Motive, who's been beaten 1.5 lengths in a Breeders' Plate, and of course Gobi Desert, who won the Max Lead.
Yep.
So I think the trial form is really good. I love the fact that they've taken 1.5 kilos off, or 2 kilos, I should say, off his back with Ben Osmond's plane. He's drawn nicely, and he looks a real tractable gelding on colt, I should say, off the replays. Kundabung is the horse I want to have a look at in the yard. He's had 3 trials. He's been improving each time he steps out. I thought his latest...
All right, so let's talk about the first one. We've got 4, 1, 5, and 7 through the odds. 4, 1, 5, and 7. 4 is the favorite. All right. Now, if we look at how things are here, so it's a 1,600 meter, and it's a colt and filly race. So what other possibilities? So 5 is the linear, which is well within the rails. Okay, so 5 is the linear, which is well within the rails, but there are these horses which are which has advantage through the rails. 4 is the favorite, but the problem with 4 is it lacks this side of the rail. So it doesn't have this side of the rail. That's the favorite. Plus it has 3 races, and in last 3 races it did not do anything. Today it has a lot of advantage. I mean, out of these horses, that's a lot of advantage which has been given to this horse. But at the same time, to carry this horse, you need a jockey that is going to be able to do this. So the problem is it has one of the best jockeys, right? But the jockey doesn't have advantage to take this thing through. It'll get there, but winning is, I don't know. I don't want to, I mean, it has advantage, but if we look through the other advantages, then 7 is a neutral. All right. 7 is a neutral. 5 is the linear. 5 is getting in. 5 is getting in, whether it is the second position or the third position. 5 is getting in. the 4 has advantage, at the same time it has disadvantage. It's an EW. And 7 looks good, very strong with the jockey. The jockey has been given a lot of advantage with this horse. 7 looks good, and 5 definitely is in with some way or the other. The other possibilities that are there is so there are neutral horses. Now, when neutral horses they are there, then it's a problem. So 2 is also in. 2 is a neutral. It is not within the rails, but generally this is where we look for an outer drift. The largest outer drift is 6. The largest outer drift is 6, and but at the same time, the jockey is a problem. Whether the jockey will deliver or not, I don't know. But here, honestly speaking, the 4 is the favorite, but I don't know if that is going to happen. 1 probably is in the best hands. 1 probably is in the best hands. Got 4 league races, out of which it actually got 1, and so that's also is there, and you know, but then again, this jockey is neutral. So I think 7 is good with the jockey. 4 is a little tricky. 5 should be in. That's the linear. That's my. I mean, that's the clarity that I am getting here. Rest 2 is a possibility. 2 definitely. I think 2 we have within the odds. No. So 2 is a possibility. That also tails 6. I mean 7. So 2 is a possibility because. If you look at the advantage, that has lower advantage. This one is lower. This is definitely a better horse, but this horse has been performing. It's one of the torques. So this is definitely, this one has been given a lot of advantage, but to carry this thing out, you also need certain physics which lacks. I don't know whether it will work. If it is within the odds, it might get a place, but winning, not sure. 7 on the other hand is a neutral. I mean, winning is slim for that also, and 5 is the linear. So 5, 7, queen. Maybe I'm going to go with a 5 and 7 queen probably, if they look good, and we'll see how it works. There's a problem with this thing also. The 5, they've been defaulters. This is also not looking great, but not the worst. Let's just accept that. Lee, welcome back. Frank, 5 win Randwick. 5 is the linear. 5 is in, but All right.
She's had one trial at Rhodes Hill. Now she's set up outside the leader. She wasn't asked to do a lot. She worked to the line strongly under her own steam. I just like the fact that she broke a maiden, winning a super maiden by 4 lengths at the end of last preparation. We've had a stack of winners come out of the race. She was tipped out. I will concede that 1,200 metres is probably as short as she wants, and she's drawn awkwardly, but just thought she might have the class here. Corrupted, I thought, was probably going around over the odds. Didn't have the best of luck last start, and prior to that was narrowly beaten at Bendigo. Top weight Iconic Treasure was very good last start in a metro race at Wyoming. If he could reproduce that, he'd be riding a race like this. And Apache Breeze is coming back in grade today. 14, 8, 1 and 3. Now I've left Remember Jackie out, but he's definitely a chance as well in an open race.
Okay, so the last we go due at 5 to 5. Most open betting race of the day by far and away. Benchmark 68. This is over the mile. What are we looking at? About $5 to field here. In fact, we are under siege. Narrow favourite at that quote. 55 Chevy at 5.50. Hinch Jive, who likes this track at 7. Dream Deal at 8. And Helsich at $9. Next best. As I say though, market tells the story here.
Yeah, they generally are, these staying races. I'm taking the gamble with Under Siege, with the fact that he just might have a little bit of class. He's a former import. He's been gelded. He's had 2 trials, and I really liked his latest trial. He was able to win that at Randwick. He was given a squeeze. That was over 1,200 metres, but responded well. So I thought he could only run well here for fresh first up at a mile. I will say he was beaten a little way in his first trial, but he was only out to stretch his legs. 55 Chevy, no knocks. He was really good to win last out of Canberra. Just finds a stronger race here today. Hinch and Jive is the improver. Went around that midway I was just speaking about. Was dominated by the on-speed runners. And Dream Deal, if he gets his own way up in front, he could take running down. 4-12, 7 and 2.
Yeah, Hinch Jive, 7 starts here, 2 wins, 4 miles. Loves this big track. Okay, on a Saturday, best bet.
Best bet race 3, number 4, Blue Willow. Quaddie today, I am 4, 1 and 8. Second leg 5, 3, 2. Third leg 14, 8, 1 and 3. And 4, 12, 7, 2 in the last leg.
Okay, now the Jockey Challenge market up and running through Tab. Keegan Latham $1.65. Jeff Penn's at $6.50. $7.50 for Bucko. And Adam Rowe for $10, $11. Aaron Blue and Ben Osmond. In for a good day. First of 8 races at 20 to 1. Lovely conditions. Hopefully we can find a few wins.
Let's hope so.
All right, see you back here when runners are in the yard prior to race 1.
Daos, welcome back. Man, Bucephalus is late today. I don't know how that happened. Bucephalus was sleeping. Two for 5 Rand try box. Lewis, welcome back.
Shani, day 2 of the championship. Beautiful conditions once again. You're all suited up, ready to get back on the pony, but it's a clash for the ages here in the Queen Elizabeth, isn't it? We've got form lines throughout the world.
We've got the Japanese Raiders, 2 Japanese Raiders. We've got, of course, Spy Honor over from England. And, of course, then taking on the former European here, the Sistina, and our very own Chayawalk, the Aussie Penny, who worked for us today.
Well, Joe's not confident, isn't he? Everyone seems to have jumped off. He's got him trained to the minute from all reports. What else are you looking forward to today? Have you been enjoying the pony?
Yeah, Pony's been fantastic. Max has been great. We've got Treasure of the Moment, short price favourite. Unfortunately, we've lost Autumn Globe, but we should see her in the coming weeks. So very short.
Azar, welcome back.
It's shaping up to be one incredible day. We've got to ask for better conditions here this afternoon.
And you'll have all the latest. I'll try and get down to the stores and we'll bring you all the behind-the-scenes action for a big day, day 2 of the chance.
3 short price favourites, and it looks as though the Star Mares will claim all 4 legs of the Quaddie, in my opinion. We'll get onto that later. In the first, the Fernhill for the 2-year-olds. I like the fillies up the top. Polish Playgirl, I think with clear running would have gone very close at Flemington. She'll definitely run out the mile, and I think Tupacara is crying out for the mile as well. And the same could be said for Michelangelo. So I think they'll finish in the order of 2, 1, 4 in the opener.
Good luck, Darren. And Michelangelo now outright favourite tip.
Yeah, favourite $3.20 tab.com.au, and further money for Spicy Lou. It's into $6 after I put up $26 on Wednesday. Big go.
Hong Kong Jockey Club Whirlpool Fernhill Mile to start the day, and the Whirlpool starts now. This mounting yard brought to you by Harvey Norman, for you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Having a look at them, starting with Tupacara, Jason Collett, Phoenician and Archibald.
Yeah, surprisingly very soft the last half hour and to get out to 360, 70. So I think she's a nice filly who comes out of the right form line. She only has to run the mile out. She maps well to prove very hard to beat.
Yeah, she's a nice, neat type of horse, Ronnie. She never has ever carried any extra condition. She's quite light and fine. She's been quite busy since she's been in the yard. She's pretty keen and eager to get on with things.
Number 2, Polish Playgirl, Tyler Schiller riding for Team Hawks.
Yeah, I think she's got a future, this filly. The wingers are off today. She's improving. Probably would have won with Clearer running early. Seen one pace there at Flemington. Mile should be fine for her. Another one, I'm shocked she's hasn't had any support at all. But I think she's going to be a really, really nice 3-year-old, and she's quite capable here in saying that as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Ronnie. She's a lovely filly. She's handled this parade really, really well. She's quite relaxed and sedate. I was expecting her to be a little bit sort of busier when I've seen her first up, but she's quite relaxed and well.
Here's a colt by Frank or Garrix. Zach Lloyd is on board for Chris Waller.
It looks a likely middle distance type. This is the type of race Chris had run one of these horses that he thinks has got a future later on. So still learning and very one-paced at the moment.
He's a nice colt. First time I've ever seen him, but he's well put together. He has been slightly busy. He's a little bit nervous energy running through him, but looks-wise, he looks well.
Right, the stablemate is Michelangelo, number 4, Tommy Berry on for Chris Waller.
Yeah, he obviously fancy. He looks in really good shape. He looks focused, and obviously the market says I like him. Probably as a horse for the future as well, but he does have nice form lines behind nepotism last start, and he's ready to eat up a mile on a big track. Very dangerous late here.
Yeah, it looks really, really well in the yard, Ronnie. He's been slightly up on the toe. Another one, a little bit of nervous energy running through him, but yeah, really like him.
Here is number 5, Spicy Lou. Another of the fillies in the race. I've got 4 fillies lining up here, 3 of the boys. Spicy Lou is Rachel King and Nick Olive.
Very interesting. $26 Wednesday. Hard to knock off 2 strong country wins. All I wrote down was yard and market respect. So she's definitely had the market respect. And being by Tagaloa, you would think a mile would be any problem for her whatsoever.
Yeah, well, she's doing it on all ability at the moment, Ronnie, because she's nowhere near the finished product to look at. She's still quite young and immature, and she's got a fair bit of growing to do. But
BC, welcome back.
I think what she's done so far is just been on ability.
2.
Kieran Marr, this is number
2 is a
6,
very strong one.
Okay, last start, he's had a lovely grounding with 2 1,400-metre runs under his belt now, and I can't say no. Kieran Mark's a pretty well grand final for him this prep.
He's a gross type of colt. He's carrying good condition. Seems nice and alert and bright. Yeah, I couldn't knock him so far.
And Lady Pankhurst, number 7, Blake Shin on for John Sargent.
Yeah, interesting. Okay in 2 runs, went back to 1,000 metres a while. You would have to question that, but not from this stable with the pedigree that she has. If she relaxes in front, I think we can expect she'd run well.
Yeah, she's paraded really well so far. She hasn't really turned a hair since being in the yard. She's another one. She's still got a bit of furnishing to do, but nice enough horse.
They are about to go out of the theatre of the horse and head to the course proper. Nick Olive's here with Spicy Lou. It's an unlikely scenario coming out of these 2 country races to run in a Fernhill.
Yeah, it is, for sure. Look, she's won both the races really well. I've been really impressed with her and looking for the mile, and she's thrived since the last run, and I just thought she deserved a chance at this race. you know, it's different form lines coming together, whereas, and you know, we've got the country form lines, but they're betting against older horses, and you know, the horse she beat last start was no slouch either.
But you think the mile's going to bring her on again?
I really do, Greg. Yeah, I do. Yep.
Good luck.
Thank you.
There's Nick Olive with Spicy Lou having a crack today at the Fernhill Mile. All right, 7 to choose from here, Corey. Who do you like in the opener?
I really like number 4, Michelangelo. I think he's drawn a great barrier there for Tommy Berry. There doesn't look to be a lot of speed on paper, but I think Tommy's got that option to settle directly behind the speed. Lovely horse, handle the parade really well. Should get an absolute dream run directly behind the speed.
1, 2, 4 and 7. Interesting race. You know, most have got some support here. So I am with Chupacabra. A little bit wary of the how soft she is late here, but I couldn't see anything wrong with her. I think the map looks kind to her. If she runs the mile, she's right there. Polish Playgirl. Nice improving filly. I think she can be very strong at the end of the mile here, looking at her. And best of the rest is a very well fancied Michelangelo. Corey, I think Corey's right there. He paraded as well. I think look at him behind the barrier there. He's just a laid-back customer who looks to have a future. And I'll throw in Lady Pankhurst. If they forget about her up front, she might give a good kick. And Spicy Glue is the interesting one. The world tote loves Spicy Glue. I don't know where that come from, but 1, 2, 4 and 7. Tim?
Yeah, Michelangelo took over favouritism around about half an hour or so ago and remains your favourite with tap.com.au. 320, a little bit bigger than the NOP, 310. So we're just happy to get a little bit out of Michelangelo at this stage. However, he is the most popular runner, 35% of the total hold with tap.com.au, and a firm from 370 into $3.20 today. Chupacabra was the horse that we liked. A horse that beat Michelangelo last time out. We put her up favourite, but she's been a big drifter. $2.80 Wednesday, $3 this morning, now out to her highest price of $3.70. And she's pretty tough to lay, Chupacabra. Now actually going out even further, $3.90 about Chupacabra. So she is a noted drifter, but the horse we liked in the race, Spicy Lou, we didn't see this coming. $26, I bet about it on Wednesday when markets first went up. She was a big firm all week. $7.50 after scratchings this morning. I thought she'd have to get back out, but she's firm again. $7.50 into $5.50 today. And as Rod said, quite short on the Whirlpool. She's actually equal favourite on the Whirlpool, currently $4. Lady Pankhurst, a $6 chance. She's out $5.50 out to $6 today. Well, they took $8 early in the week. And Polish Playgirl, absolutely friendless, went up equal second pick with Michelangelo, $3.60 out to $6.50. She's been very hard to lay. The 2 rank outside is seriously hot in Garrix. I can't give a push for them. They're both significant drifters. So Michelangelo has firmed just a little bit further, $3.10 now. Your favourite in the first with Chupacabra getting out even further, $3.90. Tough to lay, mate.
Lee kind of got probably 100% of places yesterday.
Mile. Race 1.
To everyone. I can tell you this afternoon, the conditions are a lot more.
Lee was only on place, but
2 or so weeks. So I'm feeling that a lot of horses might start to sweat up, and that's the case here for the runners here in race number 1. So just a couple of them a little bit warm. Now we do have Tyler Schiller out of the saddle on Polish Playgirl, and I didn't see her second up. I saw her first up, but she's just a really nice, physically put together type of filly, and she's come on beautifully with that trip down to Melbourne, so she looks great. Michelangelo is at his absolute peak now. He's made that improvement from last start there at Rosehill. The extra ground will certainly suit him. Chupacabra is looking fabulous as usual. She's always been one of those really nice presented fillies. No strings attached is another one that has arrived here looking fantastic. Real strong body horse.
Thank you, Chantel. Final check of the market, Tim, as they move in.
Yeah, no change to what we updated before, 320 and 390. But I will just tell punters, races 1 and 5 today, 7 runners under the Whirlpool rules will pay place 1, 2, 3 on the Parimitchell Whirlpool. They'll play places 1 and 2 fixed on. So a bit of a change to what we normally see. But Michelangelo, best back in the first, $3.20 chance. Spicy Lou, the lot rods play all week, 26 into 6.
There'll be some effort for Spicy Lou to get up and win a listed Fernhill, and coming out of Cowra and Albury. And it's only 2 starts, but both wins. So we're waiting on one more, and that's Garrix, a colt by Frankel. Last one to move in. Day 2 of the championships to get underway. Here's Darren Flinders, folks.
and the Queen of the Turf. And the mares are set to dominate here today in Sydney. We're ready to go. The light is on. Ready to run. Racing down the Fernhill, and Lady Pankhurst and Tupacara jump well, but Spicy Lou drawn the fence, is pushing through on the inside to hold the pair out. They're followed by Seriously Hot going to a clear fourth. Then came Polish Playgirl, Michelangelo, and Garrick's Parks on the outside. So Spicy Lou, this unbeaten filly, leads by 2 lengths. Lady Pankhurst is pulling away to second, and Tupacara switches off in third, pretty relaxed. 2 lengths further back then to Seriously Hot. In advance of Polish Playgirl, then came Michelangelo, and Garrick's is now a length off them last of all. Spicy Lou with the uncontested lead here for Rachel King. Out by 2 lengths on Lady Pankhurst, is really pulling in second spot. 2 off to Tupacara. Similar margin to Seriously Hot. Polish Playgirls 1 or 2 off the fence, with Garrick's improving along the rails and picking up several lengths at that point. Garrick's, this has put Michelangelo all the way back to last, about 7 off the front runner. Spicy Lou travelling by 2 on Lady Pankhurst, then Tupacara. Garrick's now fourth the rails from Seriously Hot, and the last 2, Polish Playgirl on the outside of Michelangelo, will have to ride for inside runs, but Spicy Lou still going well coming around the turn. Spicy Lou by 2 on Lady Pankhurst and Tupacara. Garrick's is pinching ground on the inside. Michelangelo being guided into the clear, and still well back is Polish Playgirl. Lady Pankhurst giving chase now to Spicy Lou. Spicy Lou a length and a half to Lady Pankhurst. Tupacara, then came Garrick's. All the other favourites are out of play. Spicy Lou keeps on going. And 3 and a 3. Spicy Lou.
517.
Lady Pankhurst.
Boom! Right.
Playgirl hasn't been able to get past one runner in the straight.
Well, Nick Olive's gamble.
285. 1 and 7. Neutrals are neutrals. These buggers will never win. Five, 1, 7 and 3. This one. Because of the advantage. We go to the next. Today they're going to show the Doomben and the Randwick at the same window, so we don't have an issue. One has been scratched. Odds are 5, 11, 4 and 9.
Now, and she's won twice. A lot of these have only run the one.
Classic Tyler.
I think she can bounce back and run a lot better today. This track's a lot better, allowing the fact it's a 7 than what it was last start in the Paddock shade to Wampa. So I think she'll go a lot better today.
Here is your favourite, Get Ready Last, Chris Anderson and Ron Stewart.
I thought really good in the debut back in January, right on the heels of Mosu, the winner. And her first up win was terrific at the coast over the 1,000. She drew 10, bounced quickly, straight to the lead, put a big margin on them.
5, 11, 4 and 9.
Do something similar today.
Strenuous is the 3, Marcus Wilson, Jacob Winchester.
2-year-old by All Too Hard, first starter. So these first starters are not well in at the weights. I thought he trialled okay though recently.
Talaka Muska is the 4, Natalie McCall and Nikita Barrowman.
Another first starter. This one's by Spirit of Burn. Recent trial, finishing 5th at the Sunshine Coast, was okay. Settled 4th the rails, light urgings, but this looks a bit too tough.
Dragon Rouge is number 6 from the Sean Dwyer stable, Damien Thornton.
Only start one impressively over the 1,000 of the Sunny Coast, went tucked in behind them, a little bit wide with cover, over racing. She overcame that and scored a good win.
Then we get to Milestone, the 8, James Healy, Tiff Brooker.
Just get back to the 7.
Oh, sorry, Guides, Maxie, sorry. Guides, Tony Matty Sears. Angela Jones.
This filly by Better Than Ready was good in Toowoomba in the Paddock. Very heavy track, but she held the ground quite well. I think she hasn't won yet, but she'll be winning soon.
There is a little bit of money for her as well, Maxie. She's $5.50 to $4.80. Now for Milestone, James Healy to Brooker.
She's speedy, so she'll be up there with the favourite somewhere. She was joint leader last start on the Polly at the Sunny Coast and pulled away late.
And the flashiest one, Violacious, Stewie Hendrick and Cody Collis.
Probably benefit from that one start. Was well beaten, though, when third behind Get Ready Lass.
Rightio, Get Ready Lass, now your $1.80 favourite as money comes for Geitz, $5.50 to $4, and Dragon Rouge, $7.50 to $5, Max.
Yeah, clearly with the support for them, they're pushing Get Ready Lass out a little bit, probably to a more likeable price, like the $1.55 or sure, wasn't it? I could have something on her at that price. I think she'll spear straight to the lead here, Get Ready Lass. I can see why there's a market move for the 6 and the 7, definitely. They've had race experience and showing ability. I've got Dragon, Geitz in for second, coming off a good run into Toowoomba, then Dragon Rouge, and Cuddles for Kimmy's the forgotten one here at $16. Yeah. She's won twice, and she just didn't handle that track last start. Concerned about the weight though, Bernie. She's got a big job to do with 59.
Yeah, 59 is a tough task, isn't it? I'm sticking with Dragon Rouge here, the 6 from the Sean Dwyer stable. So I thought a nice parade. It's the first time I've actually laid eyes on her. She's a wiry sort of little lady. None of these girls are overly big, but yeah, look really bright, loose in her action. And I do expect her to be somewhat closer than what we did at the Sunshine Coast. So I think she's got to sort of stay within striking distance of this favourite. If you like the favourite, fantastic parade by her. She was faultless actually. She didn't turn her hair in the yard, really well behaved and looking good. But number 6 for me. All right, let's head south and invite Tim Ryan in to do a market update, Tim.
Yeah, Get Ready Lass, the subject of great support, was the best backed runner on the program this morning, 210 into 150. We've had another go at laying it. We pushed it out to $1.90 and sitting there currently at that 190 quote. She's around about 55% of the investment with tab.com.au. Geitz has been a big firmer all week, $12 Wednesday, 7 taken this morning, now a $4 chance. So she is the firm today. Dragon Rouge, the horse we liked, $4.40 Wednesday, as much as $7 bet today. It's back into that $4.40 opening quote. And Cuddles for Kimmy on the next line, a little bit easy, out to a $16 chance. But keen to lay the favourite late here. Get Ready Lass, 190.
Out here. Racing and Get Ready Lass away fairly. Milestone pinged away. Get Ready Lass up to second, third. The inside there is Strenuous, and going through Cuddles for Kimmy. Trapped out there is Violacious, and further back to Dragon Rouge. Second last the inside, Taylor Masker. Geitz the outside. So Milestone's in front, second, Get Ready Lass, and 3 lengths away, third, Violacious. Fourth, the inside, Cuddles for Kimmy. 2.5 to Dragon Rouge. Strenuous, Geitz is second last over on the outside. Last of all, Taylor Masker. So Milestone in front, joined here by Get Ready Lass, the outside. 2 lengths away, third, Violacious, and further back the inside, Cuddles for Kimmy. 1.5 to Dragon Rouge at the 350. Milestone narrowly, the outside, Get Ready Lass. And they're clear at the moment. Cuddles for Kimmy, the inside, and further back to Violacious. Milestone's in front. The outside, Get Ready Lass is trying hard. Running home well, Dragon Rouge down the outside. Knuckling down, Get Ready Lass. Dragon Rouge on the outside, finishing strongly. Dragon Rouge grabbing the lead, and Dragon Rouge has won by a neck to Get Ready Lass and third to Milestone. Then Violacious and Geitz further back to Cuddles for Kimmy. Taylor Masker and Strenuous to drop right out to finish at the rear.
So Dragon Rouge number 6 has got up on the outside to beat the hot favourite there, Get Ready Lass. Milestone, who led from Get Ready Lass, is held down third spot. And then Violacious, who raced a lot closer today, is back in fourth placing. And then Cuddles for Kimmy, who struggled a bit again today. Dragon Rouge has only had the 2 starts for 2 wins. And has been able to get the money. Damien Thornton picked up the ride. Michael Rod not riding today, so Damien Thornton, the beneficiary there, and he rode it beautifully, nice and patiently, and you can see the favourite is in trouble at this point, Get Ready Lass. She didn't begin that well. I'm not sure whether that was an optical illusion at the start, the way the camera is, but she seemed to be back a bit early and then had to work a little bit to get outside the leader. She had a chance thereafter. Milestone took her well into the home straight. Get ready, lass. She reached the lead, but as soon as she did, you could see Dragon Rouge coming home strongly on the outside and gets up and scores. Very professional filly. You can see she's going in a straight line here. She put the writing on the wall, didn't she, Bernie, at her debut at the Sunshine Coast when she was in a spot of bother. She overcame that. She was tight for room in the straight, got up and scored. So she's improving all of the time.
Yes, Maxie, it was a very talented win at the Sunshine Coast, even though the margin wasn't that big, as you've already pointed out. The trouble she struck, she's not a just jump and run style of filly. As we saw again today, she only came out sort of fairly and got crunched between runners, but she's learning a lot in these 2 runs today because she's been asked to come back and switch off, and I thought Damien did a great job of that today after what looked like a pretty rough start. She's a really lovely little filly. We're going to have a chat now with her trainer, Sean Dwyer, and super job. Well done.
Yeah, oh yeah.
All right, this is the second one. If we look through the odds, 5, 11, 4 and 9. 5 is the favorite, and 5 is in very good hands. It's got one of the best jockeys, and that's what the thing is. 11 is the linear, but the problem with this linear is this has got only 1 race, and that's a lot of pressure that it is carrying. A lot of pressure. So I don't know about 11. 11 is dicey. Is it a good horse? It's a very good horse, but it's just got 1 race, and with the kind of pressure that it has is absolutely disastrous. If we look through the rails, all right, so that 4 comes up. It's one of the BBs. It's got certain stuff which is going on, and the actual one which is within the rails is 9, and 9 is good, but there are better horses. This thing is 1112 by it's a good horse. It's a very heavyweight horse, probably. It's got advantage everywhere, so 9 is a possibility, but it is coming from gate number 1 with the weight that it is carrying. That's a problem. So that's why the pressure is huge on that horse. It's one of the highest pressures. So that's something that I don't know will work. If we actually try and understand what's going on, then that 7 is there. But 7 is among one of the worst horses. This thing is among one of the lightest horses, probably, and it's got 4 league race, 1 Group 1 race, and it has one of the best jockeys. The pressure is okay, and it's got one of the best jockeys. So that's that. 5 has the best. Then it is this guy with 7. The pressure is less. The jockey is good. 48. Then here it is 47, but this is huge. So I don't know, that's a possibility, but 7 is with Group 1 races, so that's that. Now we come to the best hands. So 6 and 3 are the best hands, wherein 3 is the largest outer drift, but the largest outer drift is not the biggest drift. The biggest drift is 10. So the biggest drift is 10, which is also in a good hand. These are outer drifts. This is inner drift. It's a 1400 meters, so that's the inner drift. And is it a good horse? No, it is not, but that's physics. And it's one of the heaviest, there's no doubt about that. So 10 is a check. If we look at the gate numbers, that's 6, 7, 8. So the pressure is on these gates. That's gate number 8, 6, and 10 is 7. This is there. So the question is, 11 is the linear. It's a good horse, but if we look at the continuancy, then probably it's the 4th position because it's a good horse. But there are problems. It's just got one race. It's a lot of pressure, wherein 10 has 9 races, and when that pressure translates, it's less. That brings us to 3, which is the largest. It has lesser pressure and probably a better horse. Seven races. So this is a gamble. This is a gamble. So it's either, because that's gate number 8, this is gate number 9. It's the largest outer drift. This one is the largest inner drift, the 10. This is 41, this is 19, and it is a better horse. So 5 wins, that's there, but rest everything is a gamble. The 11 is the linear, but huge pressure. 10 is the largest inner drift, but when we look at the advantage, that's probably with this one. 3, which is the largest. Both of them are physics. Both of them are physics. That's the largest outer drift, that's the largest inner drift. This if we look at the numbers, this has got 9 races. The numbers are okay, but this is better numbers on this horse. The gate speed is higher on this, but it's a 1400 meter. So this got a lot of league races.
Front, and she could just dictate. And we said if you dictate and get going for the 600, if they've left you alone, she'll be hard to run down.
They did that. They left you alone. You were in isolation. It was awesome. Must be one of your great training thrills, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it is. Obviously single gate was great, but this filly's sort of got a little bit of her about her. She's just keeps stepping up to the mark and getting the job done, and she's 3 from 3 now. It's a stakes winner, and yeah, it's good stuff.
I won't ask what you're doing with her. What does Simon suggest you do with her next?
Yeah, well, you know what he suggests, but we'll let things play out, mate. That's a different gravy, and we'll see what happens in the next week.
You're not going to be here next week, are you?
Oh, we'll see, mate. We'll see. Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, Rach. Still very new, but nice.
She's new, yeah. She still wasn't quite sure what to do in front, and even at about the 1,000 to the 800, she pricked her ears, and I think she was looking at the car actually driving around on the inside. She's not quite used to that at the country tracks, but she just kept improving, and that big stride just kept getting longer and longer, and She's done it in second gear. Like, I actually couldn't get after her properly because she was running sideways up the straight. Thank you. Righto, Jack, just reacquainting myself with my old mate, Alabama State. He is the horse who's really put you on the map in your relatively young training career.
Yeah, absolutely. He was the first horse I ever bought, so you couldn't expect to buy one as good as him straight off the bat. So no, he's certainly been a big help in getting other horses and owners in the stable, and hopefully he's going to continue on that trend today.
Well, he worked his way through the grades last preparation, and then this prep he's come back. He's won run behind Autumn Blow, of course, second up today, and he gets in well at the weights.
He does, yeah. We were sort of running away at midfield quietly after going back from a slightly sticky gate, and he had the one trial, so we just went back. They strung out, but he was just running on nicely through the line. He wouldn't have blown a candle out. 1400 is probably the perfect trip, and it didn't affect his handicap mark, and I think he's still well handicapped, and he gets to carry the minimum, but also true weight on the minimum today, so he's well placed.
And what's he like at home? You said you grabbed him out of the paddock this morning, and he looks so well. His coat hasn't turned. We're getting to that time of the year.
Yeah, I took him for a little trot this morning. He had a roll and he had a wash, and then he went in the paddock for a few hours, and then just went straight from paddock to trot to come here because he's just really cool. He's fondly known as Thomas because he's a tank, and he's by Alabama Express, so he's Thomas the Tank Engine. But no, he's just an absolute gentleman. I'm very proud of who he is as a person as much as anything else. He's like a family member to me. So any time he can keep excelling my career is a bit of a bonus for me. But I really fancy his chances today. I think he's over the odds, to be honest.
Well, that's a great push, and we're proud of you. It's great to see you kicking goals and doing so well, training in your own right now.
Thank you very much.
I think John Sargent's filly is very exciting here, Meridiana. She was trialling so well leading up to her debut win on the Kensington, where she just smashed them there. And with this very light weight, I think she'll be really hard to beat here in race 2. Canara will be hitting the line and no strings attached as well. But Meridiana's my best bet of the day. I'll have a break after this. Luke Marlow will be back for the Provincial Championship. And I know he's already called the window cleaner in preparation for it.
Well, that's great. Someone's got to do it, Darren. make the young ones work. Here's the Bisley Workwear South Pacific Classic over 1,400 metres, and Tim Ryan, no strings attached, very firm.
Yeah, very firm. We saw a big trim up this morning, 420 taken into 350, sits at that price still with tap.com.au, and very short on the Whirlpool, currently $2.15, so very easy to lay.
$2.15 on the tape. The Whirlpool operating on all races here today through the Hong Kong Jockey Club. Now, this is the mounting yard for Harvey Norman, all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Number 2 is Fearless. Tom Marquand on for Peter Snow.
Yeah, 3 weeks of the trial win since finding trouble there first up. I think he's a horse going better than what his form suggests. Look for improvement today.
He looks spot on in the yard today. I remember his first go there at Rose Hill. He looked a tad soft, but he looks like he's really trained on well and tightened up. But like I said, he looks bang on as far as looks-wise goes.
Yoshinobu, number 3, Jason Colladon for Meacham and Archibald. I've expected much more from him in his 2 runs back from a spell, so
Although he's hard to approach off that, he's going to be ridden more aggressively forward in the run today, and he has the ability to improve.
He's a casual, cruisy, relaxed customer, hasn't turned a hair since being in the yard. Looks fine as far as looks-wise goes. He's nice and healthy in the coat. Attitude's good. Walks out well.
Sergeant Major, number 4, Ethan Brown on for Kieran Martin.
I think he presents well at decent odds here. He toughed it out well in a fast race there, second up. That's that Autumn Glow 4. I think he's primed with a good grounding, 1400, third up now, right in the mix from a good draw.
He's been pretty wound up since he's walked into the yard, Ronnie. He's up on the toe and having a bit of a look around and obviously feeling very well and fresh. Nice and bright. Yeah, I couldn't fold him. He was good.
Same colours with a white cap, no strings attached. Number 5, Blake Shin on for Trent Busserton and Natalie Young.
Yeah, interesting, same colours, and the better back of the two is no strings attached. So it reads like he's had a setback. He was scratched in Sydney not long ago, so he's had 44 days and a jump out where he did beat another Will in that jump out, running fast in front. So he hasn't put a foot wrong, winning all 3 runs back. He's well-bred, being by extreme choice. He has upside. There's been multiple winners come out of all 3 races that he's won, and he's obviously very, very well fancied today.
Yeah, he looks a real cold as well. Paraded past me there before. He's got a really big, thick, strong shoulder, big hind quarter on him. He's got a terrific attitude. I couldn't fold him as far as looks-wise goes. He looks really well.
We've got Pleasure Artist, number 6. Tom Berry on for Richard and Will Friedman.
Look, she was just fair first up, but she's better than that. I gets a set of blinkers today. Still rather assess her after today.
She's a nice horse. She's obviously nowhere near the finished product as far as she goes, as filling out and stuff like that. But I couldn't really put a negative towards her. She's got a good attitude again here today, so yeah, she's a go.
Canara, number 7. Zach Lloyd, Chris Waller.
Yeah, beaten but not disgraced, running second in both runs back. She presents well here and is in the mix.
She's another neat type of horse. She's paraded really relaxed and casual attitude, but no knock from on.
Alabama State, number 8 is the next one. Kieran McAvoy for Jack Pilkington.
He's built up and put on weight this prep this horse. I thought he did enough first up, indicating 1400 should suit. They're going to try and ride him more forward today, and if he has luck slotting in with 53 kilos, he'll run a good race.
Only small little negative towards him. He's just not quite there yet in the coat, I don't feel.
Marjut, number 9, Jay Ford for Team Hawks.
Look, he was a beaten odds-on favourite on the wet there at Warwick Farm. The previous win was good. He maps nicely from barrier 1, and he fits in nicely.
Yeah, another super relaxed, casual type of horse. Haven't really been bothered by anything. Looks walking in the yard. Big, strong type of horse. Looks well.
Interjection, number 10, O'Shea and Charlton.
The visors off, blinkers back on. It was an improved run second up, and he might have more to offer, but there's a chance he might be just looking for a mile now.
Couldn't knock him as far as appearance-wise goes. He looks really, really well. He has obviously been sweating down the stalls there. He's drying off now, but you can see that he's been sweating up around the neck region, but yeah, no knock for mine.
Here's Mary Diana, number 11, Molly Burke on for John Sargent.
Very stylish to do win when well fancied. Deep end here, but looks to have a nice future and a good turn of speed about her as well. So, yeah, it's the marketplace likes her a lot here. It's a little bit of a story. I think they paid $3,000 for her.
She's been slightly busy and a little bit agitated since walking in the yard, but no real knock as far as appearance-wise goes.
And finally, number 12, Duck Egg Blue, Tyler Schiller for Richard and Will Friedman.
Yep, stiffest test to date, but no knock on the way she's going. She's a well-bred filly, and they took the 50 to 1 earlier in the week, so you'd have to say place chance.
She's a really, really nice horse. She's got a really good, healthy coat on it. She seems to be walking.
Big bad 7.
John Sargent has Mary Diana. What did you pay for it?
3,000 online. The Kiwi guys from Christchurch paid for it.
Why so cheap?
No one wanted her, and they saw her there, liked the breeding, and she was young, probably pretty immature at the time.
Just looking at her walk around, she's got a bit of quality in looks.
Yeah, she's lovely now. She's really furnished.
I kind of like that horse, PC. I like that horse, but I mean,
debut win. Fortunate.
Here is how it is. I like it, but here is the thing. So, the 5 is the favorite, okay? The 5 is the favorite, and it's got, I mean, it's got the best jockey. It's a 1400 meter. This is the best jockey that is riding this horse with a fabulous management. I like this horse. The 7 is with league races. It's got one of the best jockeys too. And they are tailing gates. Seven, Canara was a massive run last round. Okay.
Favourite, no strings attached. Went up equal favourite on Wednesday at a $4.60 chance. It was still $4.20 this morning, but some great support for it. $4.20 into $3.40 today. It is very, very easy to lay, over 40% of the total tab hold, and very short on the Whirlpool, $2.45 currently. So that $3.40 fixed odds looks very appealing to a lot of punters and is very, very easy to lay. Best back running in the race, no strings attached. Meridiana is your second pick, $5.50 after going up $6 on Wednesday. Morjude, $6. He's been unchanged since Wednesday. Sergeant Major went up equal favourite with no strings attached. It's been soft, $4.60 out to $6.50. Did run well in the Autumn Glow race, but I guess...
Adamans, welcome back, Adaman. 7-11, 5Q.
Canara has been a firm on week 15 into 10. It did get into as short as $9 this morning, Canara, but a firm for Canara. Pleasure Artist, pretty solid today, as a $15 chance, and we did bet $17 at one stage, so it is firm. Pleasure Artist. And at longer odds, we've seen some support for Duck Egg Blue. 51 taken on Wednesday, 21 taken this morning into $19. And at longer odds, Yoshinobu, I thought was getting over the odds, put up $15. It got to $26. It's back into $21. I thought it could run a race. It looks over the odds at $21, but it's all about the favourite here. No strings attached, a big loser in race 2.
Ronnie, a slow time in the first, 1:37.09, but they let Rachel King walk in front. They were running sections between the 12 and the 600 of 12.4, 12.8, 12.4. They've sprinted home in 33.92, and that filly, the winner, Spicy Lou, she ran 10.99 between the 400 and the 200.
Yeah, well, that's where she put them away, wasn't it? She was doing it on one rein, looking around. So she obviously she got a lot of favours today, but she's obviously very, very talented, not being fully focused today and putting a field away like that. So you have to be impressed with her, although she did capitalise on a situation there where, you know, they really slowed up and 1, 2, 3, 4 round the turn, run the first 4 placings.
Let's go behind the gates ahead of the South Pacific to Chantel Buckley.
Thanks, Fred. They're just starting the loading process now, but all of them arrived here in nice enough order. Yoshinobu is a horse that we've seen get quite hot every time we see him, so that's certainly nothing unusual there for him. But I did want to point out, I did say no strings attached was one that I said in the previous race. He, of course, is in this race, but nothing wrong with any of these horses.
Moving in well, only about 4 out. Final check of the market, Tim.
Regis continues to see great support for no strings attached. A $3.50 chance. We did put it out one roll back out to $3.50, but it's just so easy to lay.
And $2.50 on the tote in the World Pool. $2.50, no strings attached. Now $2.45.
5-7, Quinn.
Punters loving that $3.50.
BC. 5-7, Quinn. I like the 7. There's no doubt I like the 7, but I'm also worried about the 5. It's got the best jockey. And somehow on Cup days, I don't know, they kind of go nuts.
Being sent forward, and Sergeant Major is right on the scene as well. Fearless presses on now from Sergeant Major. Yoshinobu now, no strings attached, is slicing through the pack. Canara slicing through into a prominent role as well. Then came Pleasure Artist, Borjute on the fence. Alabama State was their early doors, but taken back. On the outside of Duck Egg Blue, 2 off to Meridiana. And Interjection on the fence last of all. Fearless is still working on the outsides, trying to cross Sergeant Major. And no strings attached for half away.
Dow's got 12 place.
Just took a hold. Followed by Yoshinobu going forward. Canara wider out. Then came Borjute from...
Canara got there. Canara got there.
Blue Interjection. Meridiana's last...
Canara got there. I just hope it doesn't go wide.
From Sergeant Major being covered the inside.
Canara got there.
3 wide and no strings attached in the middle of the ruck. Followed then by Canara.
Right now, run, baby.
Fearless and Sergeant Major Yoshinobu. She'll be getting itchy fingers now. No strings attached.
Run, baby.
Here comes the filly Meridiana letting loose with a big one on the outside. As Sergeant Major went up.
Yes, go.
Sergeant Major with no strings attached. Meridiana the outside. Sergeant Major still in.
Man.
No strings attached. Interjection late with the Huts Majors. Home side.
4, 5, 10.
No strings attached and Interjection the outside.
4, 5, 10.
Run on from Meridiana. Then came Borjute from Alabama State. Canara Fearless did plenty of work. And Yoshinobu was one of the last in.
Sergeant Major, Ethan Brown and Kieran Maher have won the South Pacific Classic. Waiting for the minors, no strings attached. Or Interjection, no strings attached. Same colours as the winner with the white cap, Lake Shannon. Interjection will come late with the red colours and the red blinkers. And when they hit the line, there won't be much between them.
Yeah, but they slaughtered that horse, man. They couldn't get out of that traffic. They couldn't get out of that traffic. They slaughtered that horse.
Third, fourth home, another.
Yeah, 5 was also stuck in the traffic.
Might be Meridiana. It is. Meridiana's run fourth.
Yeah, really good win. You know, I don't like them when they're half length on the outside and they're going to keep kicking up on the inside. You think they're going to be vulnerable late, but he wasn't because he had the big, strong, fast lead up this horse. And that was the difference between first and second with a 44-day break and maybe a little step back. The other horse was just Johnny on the...
We spoke about this 10. We spoke about this 10.
And pays big odds.
4 was the neutral. That monkey was the neutral, but when it comes to the rating that goes with the League One races, it's the top. It's the top. That's the top. I had nothing else on this horse. But this one was a neutral, and it is the top one when it comes to league races.
Equal favourites. The 4 and the 5, they run the Quinilla, and Ron Dudley put them in order. Found the exacta 4 to beat 5. Those dividends, the full dividends, coming up in just a moment. The early Quaddie starts next with the Polytrack Provincial Midway Championship final.
10 was the outer inner drift, the larger inner drift.
On the card, this is our staying event of the day. A benchmark
4, 5, 10, man.
100 metres. Let's have a look who is fave. So you are. It is your $5 favourite, along with now Scarlet Prince, both at $5.50. So let's start with Double Cherry, Maxie, Annabelle Nation, Rob Archibald, and Talia Finn.
Yeah, last preparation on a very heavy track, ran third at the Gosford Cup. It's only won 3.19.
He's a donkey, PC. He's a donkey, man. It's a 1400 meter. What was biting his rear that he couldn't get that horse at the front and get it lead? Simple as that. Why do they have to do their tantrums is what I don't understand. It's a pretty much difficult day. There's none of the horses are less than each other. So why are they taking risks? Why are they doing that? I mean, you have the horse, you know the power between your legs, just put it in the front. Stay out of the traffic. How difficult is that job? I mean, my wife drives better than that.
Christina stable. Oh, well,
She probably can't ride a horse, but she can drive. She drives better than that.
Farm, second at Sunday.
How difficult is that? You have traffic, stay out of traffic. Now it started raining. How brilliant. Oh, and this is Doomben. God, man.
what about Scarlet Prince, number 7? John Snowden Boris Norton.
Marcus is happy with him. He hasn't raced for a month.
They don't even have, this is
Quite six, but this looks a perfect race for him.
useless. They don't even have the winning numbers with Barrett today. We'll have to take a look at
He hasn't raced for a month either.
here.
Race at the Cove where it wasn't the same old Shasames. She's better than that.
Aiden is the 9 from the Tony George stable. Bailey winner.
Drifting in the markets, not sure why. I like these horses.
5173 together. 5173.
Drawn well with the on pace.
This is race 2. It's still supposed to come out. We'll take a look at the odds on the 3.
This is all his first preparation. A 3-year-old by Sadie. I think he's covered a lot of territory in those 5 starts.
12, 17, 18 scratched.
Canter, and he almost got up late. So interested in him.
Yeah, he's lovely.
2, 1, 4 and 11.
James Ponsonby and Renona Constant.
Yeah, he usually settles back in the field and runs on. He'd be a hope as well.
All right, that's how the stage looked. First one is loaded. So he is in. He is my pick, although I'm pretty worried about this 3-year-old. He's been a good firm in the market, so you are.
He has. He's $5.50 down to $4.20. Shorter than that on tab at $4. I'm with the 9, Aiden. He's a little bit easy in the market, but I just thought he'd get all the favours here. He's just got to be good enough at benchmark 80 level. 5, Jack Duggan, which is one of the outsides at around about $19. 4, Arizona Dreaming, and number 11, So You Are. But look, any runner here could win without a surprise.
All right, that's Tim Wright.
Thanks, Bernie. Best lead I can give you is for the favourite, So You Are. $5 this morning. You could have got asked about this horse after scratch. He's now a $4 chance. Scarlet Prince has been also a firm 16 to 5 behind it. Can't give you much of a push for much else. So You Are, best bet.
And the light turned on. Race number 2. So You Are with 11 above his head in the barrier. They're racing, and So You Are was away okay. Just about jumped as one, but Phillipsburg is now drifting back. Aiden began well. Double Cherry handed the inside Scarlet Prince, and the ghostly grey Jack Duggan's rolling up there. Out in no man's land there is Arizona Dreaming. Wapiti's even wider. There's about 4 or 5 across the track. So You Are's gone back to third last. So Arizona Dreaming just for the narrow lead. Wapiti the outside second. Aiden's handy on the inside of Jack Duggan. A length and a half to Double Cherry. Scarlet Princess Senior. So You Are the next one, and further back to Phillipsburg. The favourite's 3 wide in fact here, because Phillipsburg is poked up in the middle. Next the inside of Genty Merge and Roller Coaster. A length and a half away. So it's Arizona Dreaming here by 3 parts. Second, Wapiti. Third is Aiden. Fourth, the outside, Jack Duggan. A length and a half to Scarlet Prince and Double Cherry. 2.5 to Yeti Moves and Shasenya. A length and a half to Phillipsburg. Roller Coaster and So You Are. The favourite's gone back to last of all at spots and speed, about 8 or 9. So it's Arizona Dreaming by a half length. Second, Wapiti. Aiden third, fourth, the outside, Jack Duggan. A length and a half to Double Cherry, Scarlet Prince, and 2 lengths away to Shasenya. Yeti Moves, a length and a half to Phillipsburg, Roller Coaster, and still last of all is the race favourite, So You Are. So
11,
Arizona Dreaming
Doomben.
by a half length. Wapiti the outside second. Aiden third, Jack Duggan fourth at the 800. 2 lengths away to Scarlet Prince on the inside as they wend their way down the side. Double Cherry the next one. Yeti Moves going forward. Phillipsburg out 3 wide as they swing down the side. So Senior. So You Are's making ground over on the outside, and back to last of all is now Roller Coaster. So Arizona Dreaming, Wapiti on the same 3 wide, Jack Duggan. Aiden, Double Cherry, Phillipsburg out wider. Yeti Moves on the inside, and So You Are looping towards the outside. Grabbing the lead now, Jack Duggan at the 300. Right down the outside, the race favourite, So You Are. Aiden, Wapiti, Phillipsburg, Yeti Merton further back to Double Cherry, but out wide the favourite here just with a narrow lead. So you are for 50, flashing late Phillipsburg, likewise Aiden. They go to the line. Oh, it's a photo. Either So You Are or Phillipsburg, and third to Aiden, followed by Double Cherry, Jack Duggan, Wapiti, Sasenya, Yeti Merton, Scarlet Prince, Roller Coaster, and Arizona Dreaming.
All right, we've got a close one here. Aiden's got third, but photos other than third. And So You Are in Phillipsburg, the visitors on the extreme outside Phillipsburg. We can't quite see So You Are there, so that was a little bit misleading. Now, they're so wide out, these two on the outside. So You Are's come from last, and Ponsonby, Phillipsburg was back there. And they're just paired off inside the last 50 metres. You see...
11.
We just can't tell on that. You can see Phillipsburg holds his head a little bit higher than So You Are. As we look at them in the home straight, Jack Duggan had taken the lead at this point. Aiden was left a little bit flat-footed again, and he's had to pick up, and he's rallied towards the inside. But Phillipsburg on the outside, I believe, has got up here. So right down the outside, Phillipsburg just ducked in. That would have been right on the line where they bumped there from So You Are. So 12 beats 11.
No, 12.
Number 9, Aiden back in third. 12, 11 and 9. So Winona Costin, I think Winona might have had a winner yesterday.
12, 11, 9.
Country.
Okay, this is the third one. Now that 2 is the favorite. If you look through the odds, that's 2, 1, 4 and 11. Okay, when we look through the rails, we get the 2 and 1 here, wherein 2 so it's again going to be a 1400 meter, and the last time was a 1400 meter. So if you look at how it played, basically the 4 came in. Here one is that guy. Here 1 is that guy, which is like that, but it's not necessarily it is going to play like that. The problem in this race is 14. All that is fair, it is okay. 2 has the best jockey, all that is there. The 2 has the best jockey. It's a 1400 meter. It's among one of the BBs. The pressure is almost nothing on that horse. So ideally, and it is also within the rails. All that is done and said and done. 2 should be. 2 is the favorite also. People think 2 is going to win. It's got a fantastic jockey. But there is a problem, and that problem is that 14. This 14 is in very good hands, and this thing has come from Hawkesbury. It's a 6-year-old mare. I don't know whether it'll deliver today. But the structure of this race is like this: that 8 is the linear, which is not even there within the odds, and that's a little strange thing. When the linear is not there within the odds, it's a little strange the way things are. That means there's something else which is playing. And I mean, here the 5 was there, okay, the 11 was there within the odds. It's the linear 245. Here it's a 267 linear, which is not there within the odds. That's the first problem. Why it is not there within the odd is I don't know. 2 is the favorite because of the jockey. Probably that will work. Probably that will not work. The other problem is this 14. This thing comes from Hawkesbury. This is a 410. This horse came from Hawkesbury, which is a 380 straight, and it has been winning consistently. Plus, it's one of the linears. It doesn't have rails, but it is it is in one of the best hands. These people have been making money. On top of that, this one has a dedicated jockey. If we look at the pressure on this horse is, after 8, this one is the second one. 8 has the highest pressure. This is the second highest pressure. It doesn't, the jockey is definitely not showing the best jockey, but that's a dedicated jockey on that horse. The best jockey is on 2. So this thing, that's the best jockey, but is it the best horse? No, it is not. That's not the best horse. It's got 11 races. There's hardly anything that we are looking at as in terms of performance. This one has got 10 races. It's fabulous. The 5 is good with 12 races. That is also good. So the odds seems to be like a little tricky here. Bendigo.
Little to be a winning chance, but she's another galloper that's nice and fit now, deep into the preparation. The claim's only a bonus.
Finally, at $6.50 down the bottom, that's outstanding for Gary Portelli and Louis Bosley.
I thought he was great first up at Kembla, where he was beaten a length and a half. He went to Hawkesbury last start and he just did nothing. He was beaten 10.5 lengths. He settled in a midfield position. Hard to find a reason for his disappointing run, but his first up run was encouraging. If we bounce back to that, he'd be a place chance here.
So Hampton back into odds on, so got out to 230, now back into odds on, now even money. Of course, this race was transferred from Gosford on Thursday. Second elect at 480 is Bluebird Bay. Always right, pretty solid at 550, and that's outstanding. Down the bottom goes $6 out a point and a half to $7.50. So riders up. And we're just over 2 minutes out from the opening event, Mel, on the program. What do you like in race 1?
6, 3, 4 and 7. I'm happy to be with Hampton. Made him a horse to follow out of the meeting here last start. He's been the runner-up. He's passed 2 and arguably should have won here last start. He just wasn't able to get momentum at a vital stage when he needed it. But he was very strong through the line, and I think step up for 2,200 metres today is only more to his liking. Bluebird Bay. He's been consistent without winning this preparation. He just took forever to hit top gear here last start, so the extra distance is only a bonus, and he probably presented a little better than what I saw him here last start. He's at the peak of his condition now, third up. Always right. She's a last start winner, not an overly big mare. She's not a lot to look at, but she can stay and she can take confidence off a last start win here. And the 7, Cheval Gris, she's been around the mark all preparation, and she'll appreciate the weight drop with the claim for Anna Roper here today. 6, 3, 4 and 7.
Okay, now in terms of the speed, what do you envisage going forward here? I know that they want to go further forward with Legend of Kings today.
Okay, I thought Sun Beauty could probably lead this with the claim for Zach Quaddie. She's been very prominent her last few. Cheval Gris is another one that can show speed. I know she got back here last start, but her runs prior, she settled closer. So I would think that they'll roll forward with her, Cheval Gris, and of course Legend of Kings. They're going to try and settle closer. He's been getting back in both runs. His preparation hasn't really shown a lot, but he's coming back a lot in grade here today. So you'd think third up into the preparation, we could see him improve. I think they'll be good enough tempo, and even Hamden, he can hold some type of position, at least midfield. I would think he set up midfield here last start, Hamden way back in on the fence.
Okay, that's the favourite in the OTI colours there, Hampton. So he's back into odds on as they get around to the start. In fact, they'll load up as soon as they pretty well get around there, I would imagine, as we close in on start time. We'll go to Tim Ryan from TAB firstly and say good afternoon. So you're prepared to let them on with Hampton, but now back into odds on this favourite.
Yeah, good afternoon, Gav and Mel. Yeah, well, look, this race is pretty easy to assess. It was going to be run on Thursday at Gosford. They called the meeting off just prior to this race being run. And at that stage, Hampton was a $1.80 chance, so putting back up $1.80 Thursday evening. Yeah, the team had a go at laying him. They got him all the way out to $2.30. There's been a great rally of support from that $2.30 high around about 2 or so hours ago into his current quote of $1.80. He's around 60% of the investment on the race, so he's a loser. He's the only loser in our book, and he's pretty popular still at that $1.80 quote. Always right. Was a firm on Thursday, 8 into 7, and a further firm today, $7 into $5.50. So it is best back to beat the favourite, always right, to beat Hampton. Bluebird Bay has been a drifter, 460 out to 6, as has That's Outstanding, 6 out to 9. Double figures, I can't give you much of a push for much else. So the punters settling on the two at the top, Hampton and Always Right. They're the two firmers. Hampton best backed in the first.
Okay, so favourite for the Jockey Challenge, Keegan Lakeland around that 165, Globe Jet Pence to 650, Grant Buckley at $7.50. So they're loading away for the first. Hampton is going to start favourite ahead of Always Right. I like that. You've got one of them at home. Upstairs we go. Here is race number 1 with Phil Rock.
Now into 180. Hampton about to come in. Bluebird Bay has gone up into its position. Always Right coming up. Sun Beauty coming in. That will lead to Tommy, Coastal Groove and Cheval Gris to complete the line. 2,200 metres, the distance of the first. Cheval Gris comes in. Coastal Groove comes up to the outside gate. Backs away at the first attempt. Ben Looker riding for Nathan Doyle from Coastal Groove. They try once again with Coastal Groove. Clark, of course, in alongside to lend a hand. Coastal Groove goes up. Red lights on. Set to go race 1, Newcastle. Hampton favourite, drawn the centre of the line. Away. And Hampton was away nicely in the centre. And it's going to take up a forward position early on by the looks of things. Solar Energy Gate 1 was away nicely. Legend of Kings. And That's Outstanding, not that far away early on. And Sun Beauty's working over. And Coastal Groove from the outside gate is going forward as well. Just behind those is Bluebird Bay. So it's now getting back in the second half of the field with Cheval Gris. And Always Right is back at the tail. 1,700 metres left to go. As they head out of the home straight, and Coastal Groove eventually worked its way to the front. Led over Sun Beauty in second spot. Bluebird Bay working up out deep is going to the spot outside the leader, and Hampton's been able to angle in to a lovely spot, fourth and 1 off. Legend of Kings 2 lengths away in fifth, followed by Solar Energy. 2 lengths to Cheval Gris, followed by That's Outstanding, and Always Right is last, and a good 10 lengths at least off the leader as they run down the back straight, and it is Bluebird Bay in control. Bluebird Bay sets up a little margin now, led by 2.5. Coastal Groove in second. Hampton a length and a half away now, goes to a clear third. Followed by Sun Beauty back on the inside fourth, then Legend of Kings, still fairly well strung out. Solar Energy in the blue colours was next on the inside of Cheval Gris, and then Always Right, and That's Outstanding back at the tail. So the leader comes back to them somewhat as they're about to leave the back and head to the 900 metres. Bluebird Bay on top, led by a neat length. Hampton now worked its way up into the second, and that relegates Coastal Groove back to third the inside. It's still fourth and 1 off around Sun Beauty, Cheval Gris, Solar Energy, Always Right, and That's Outstanding. The field does start to pack up somewhat as they run to the 600 metres. It's Bluebird Bay the leader. Hampton gets with a long necked on the outside now. Coastal Groove under pressure. Legend of Kings working to the centre of the track. Cheval Gris tracking into it nicely. And then came Solar Energy. Sun Beauty staying near the inside. And then Always Right. That's Outstanding. 250 metres left to go. Hampton is the leader. And led by more than a length over Legend of Kings. Cheval Gris battling away down the outside. Then Coastal Groove and Bluebird Bay. But it's Hampton in front inside the last 100. Cheval Gris goes to second. Legends of Kings battles away. But Hampton favourite too good. Hampton wins over Cheval Gris, Legend of Kings. Next in was Bluebird Bay, Coastal Groove, and then Always Right, That's Outstanding, Sun Beauty, and Solar Energy along last.
Obviously, 6, 7, 2 and 3. First favourite home. Here's Randwick.
Well, we've got a couple of nice chances in the final here this afternoon. This girl, Art for Line, she's been great this prep.
Yeah, she has. She rarely puts in a bad performance. I think they're both nice chances, but I think it's an incredibly even race. All horses are in form, which you don't always get in any race. So she's drawn a little bit sticky. It's going to be a bit harder for her. She's going to need a fair bit of luck, but Magnetier's drawn well, so we're pleased about that. But they're both here in good nick. They'll both parade well, and they'll both race well.
Magneteer, it'd be such an emotional win if he can get up today, won't it?
Yeah, absolutely. He came to us in very ordinary circumstances. We miss Sam greatly, and I would much prefer him running in Sam's name today, but life goes on, and the owners have been incredibly supportive. They've put no pressure on us, and yeah, it would be a sentimental win, but a good win for the connections who are always loyal to Sam as well.
We're cheering him on. Best of luck.
Cheers.
Looking forward to the Provincial Midway Championships final. Chris Lee's looking to win it for a 6th time. I'm very keen on Lord of Biscay. I think he'll map in the right position and be very hard to beat. He's my tip in this year's final. I just want to make a special mention to Magneteer and his connections, of course. The late Sam Kavanagh, former trainer of this horse. His dream was to have this horse in the final. He's here. Hopefully he can run well for his connections.
Great race coming up, Luke, the Polytrack Provincial Midway. It's $1 million final over 1,400 metres, and this mounting out brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture betting, electrical and technology. And we start with Matchalate, the horse that Tim Ryan thinks should be favourite. It's second favourite at the moment. Ash Morgan on for Sarah Ryan.
I don't think it'll be happening. He's set up nicely, beautifully, third up at the set weights with the highest rating here. He finds a great spots from the draw, and you'd expect he'd get every opportunity. He has to be in the finish.
Yeah, he looks terrific in the yard as well, Ronnie. His first lap, he was quite sedate, relaxed and casual. As the more runners come in, he got quite up on his toe. He looks nice and bright and well.
Money keeps coming for this, the favourite. Lord of Biscay into $2.90 now. James McDonald on for Chris Lees.
Yeah, early shot $4.60, so they'd be rubbing their hands together at this stage. She's had a freshened 43 days, a lovely trial to keep nice and fresh for the 1400. A horse I think Chris has always had a wrap on, and I think he's got him peaking on the right day.
He looks well. He's one of those horses, he never carries any extra condition. He's quite a lightly framed type of horse, but he looks well and his attitude's terrific.
Now we go to number 3, Magneteer. Tommy Mark on for Richard and Will Freeman.
Yeah, I can understand the punters are snapping at the overs with him. He's going well for the new Stobel, only just nudged out by French Ruler last start. 1400 suits better. He can use that barrier 1 to take up a lovely position in his own right. And he just looks, outside the favourites, he has to be one of the next, 3 or 4.
Deep into the preparation, had a good few runs this time around, but still looks really, really well in appearance. And still quite bright and fresh. I couldn't knock him.
French Ruler number 4, Blake Shin on for John Sargent.
Yeah, very fit off a recent win. He's raced well in harder races than this in the past. At the end of last prep, he got beat a length in the Sandown Guineas. That has to be good form for this. And with Blake Shin on, another one amongst a host of these double-figure close to double-figure chances.
He's nice, cruisy, relaxed and casual. I love this horse. He always parades really, really well. Always looks terrific. Holds good condition. Looks great.
Now Mogul Monarch, number 5. Tom Berry on for Kim Waugh.
Well, one thing he did do was tick off the 1400 box on the Kenzo track last start. So that was a box he hadn't ticked in the past. He's genuine, he's honest, just not sold on the draw.
He's another one that looks really nice and bright and fresh. He's been up on the toes slightly since getting in the yard, but not getting warm at all. Looks well.
Well timed, the number 6,
Big
Nash
bird.
Ruella, riding for Kerry Park.
Well, he's much maligned off a slow track failure last start.
1. PC or 11.
Last preparation, so he was one of the favourites early on, and because of that failure, you're getting massive odds to find out. We know what a horseman Kerry Parker is. If you forgive the last start, his form reads okay.
Couldn't knock him, Bonnie. He's always got that sort of low little action when he walks in behind. He's all tucked up, but attitude's good. Looks great.
Money team going for 5 on the trot for Brad Widder. Craig Williams.
Just has to overcome a heartbreaking draw. He's a 4-year-old, well-bred, 4 wins, and a nice time last time he ran at Gosford. So he's been kept to the mark with a recent trial, and before the draw he was quite likeable, but work to do now.
He's a beautiful type. First time I've ever laid eyes on him, but he is a magnificent looking horse, absolutely glowing. Yeah, no, not for mine. Big tip.
Broadway Bouncer number 9, Kieran McAvoy for Christian Buchanan.
Get the line well from a long way back last start. He's been around the mark or preparation, and they did snap at the 50-1 earlier in the week, so he does have some love.
Big strong horse, holds good condition. Yeah, couldn't find a negative for him.
Vintage choice, Tyler Schiller on for Joe Eibel.
Has speed to take up a position and going well. I think the timing's right for a peak performance if he's good enough.
Getting slightly warm, that'll be the only negative for mine.
Staying very solid as Wrapped, Tim Clark for Jason Dean.
Well, why wouldn't she? She's flying. She is flying this prep, and obviously there's an art to keeping her fresh enough for 1400, but if they overdo it, I can just see this mare charging down the middle here and being stronger than most late.
She's nice and bright. She's been pretty keen and eager to get on with things in her parade. She's really stepping out well. Yeah, no knock.
Second runner for Richard and Will Freeman is Art Vallant, Zach Lloyd.
Yeah, very fit, honest, form around the better chances, form around Wrapped, form around Machelate, just needs a few breaks from that.
Yeah, she looks okay. I couldn't really find a negative for her.
Mahogany Girl number 14, Darryl Kell is the trainer. And Chad Lever will ride.
She'll be part of the speed battle again. She's going to be further forward today. She was in great form prior to failing badly on the heavy track. Can she bounce back from that? I'm not sure.
She's out on the track there.
Yeah, I did get her in the parade ring. I actually checked.
Tuna, welcome back.
She was sweating up quite noticeably, but they said that is standard for her. That's a normal.
Right,
One of the
welcome.
gates. Imposant number 15, Jason Collett and Chris Lee.
He proved nicely winning at Kembla, but this is a much tougher race than that race.
Big, strong type, looks really well.
And Kind Words gets into the race. Another one for Chris and Jamie Mellon will ride.
Always had a big rap on her. And look, she's going to stay fresh at 1400, but she will another one stuck into this field, and I thought, the 50-1 was probably overs, but might want a mile.
Looks well. I could not.
Congratulations, Lewis.
That's the field game at the gates here for the Provincial Midway $1 million final for Polytrack. Corey, who do you like?
It's a really nice horse. We're ended up settling with number 8, Money Team. He's an outstanding looking horse. First time I've ever laid eyes on him. He's going to have to get an absolute 10 out of 10 from Craig Williams on board. If he gets the luck, I think he'll run super.
I am 2, 1, 11 and 8, and with the two favourites here, the bookies be looking for a split outside them, I'd suggest, but Lord of Biscay, heavily back. The McDonald factor, McDonald's first ride of the championships, here we go. Here comes the tax, $2.90 or whatever he is, but I just think he presents beautifully. I think he's definitely the one to beat here, getting to 440 now for a horse with his form. Machelate is quite attractive. Wrapped will be charging home. Money Team needs luck, but I quite like the horse, and he's got the big odds because of that barrier as well. Magneteer is the other one you could lock in, getting a lovely run here. 2, 1, 11 and 8.
It's been a big go in the Provincial Midway final. Lord of Biscay, $4.60 taken Wednesday, $3.80 taken this morning. Now a $2.80 chance. So Firms again, Rod. He's over 50% of the total tab hold at $2.65 there on the Whirlpool, even shorter on the Parimutuel. We like Machelate. We thought he should be favourite, put him up favourite on Wednesday. He's been a drifter ever since, now up to his best price of $4.40. French Ruler is firm as a third pick, $8.50 into 8 today, $11 bet earlier in the week. Then we're out to Magneteer and Wrapped, both on the $13 line. They're holding solid enough. At longer odds, the only one I can give a real push for, Kind Words, 51 taken on Wednesday and remained rock solid as a $23 chance today, but it's almost one-way traffic here. James McDonald, Chris Lees, Lord of Biscay.
Okay, let's go behind the gates. They're getting there to the 1,400 metres. Chantel Buckley is with them.
Very exciting times for Connections, Greg, because this is their grand final, and I must say, just looking at a field real quickly as they arrive at the gates, they're spot on, all of them. There's not faulting any one of these horses. Machelate, just in pristine condition. I've always been a fan of this horse, and he just looks $1 million. Lord of Biscay, our favourite. He looks great. Money Team is another one that I've actually seen a bit of him at Hawkesbury, and he's just a beautiful looking individual. And shame he's got a tricky draw to overcome. Art Vallant, she's a lovely big strong mare. And She's just holding conditions so beautifully this campaign. They have started voting for her test. Magneteer, it'd be such an emotional win if this horse could salute for his connections, and the late Sam Cavanassa will certainly be cheering him on. Mahogany Girl, that's just her. She gets herself a little bit hot and bothered pre-race, and that's exactly what she's doing here today, but I'd love to see her run well for her trainer, Darryl Kell. But nothing wrong with any of these. I honestly, it's really hard to pinpoint one that looks better than the other because they're all in, as I said, pristine condition.
So, Tim, it's all about Lord of Biscay.
Yeah, further support now into $2.70 and Smashed on the Whirlpool now in $2.20 chance. We're not going to give away Machelade, $4.20 there. French Ruler gets back out to $8.50. Magneteer solid at 13. A late bet of $2,000 on him to win the provincial midway final.
Roddy, has it been green lamped?
It's been green lamped, it's official. A couple of brown lamps there, but this one's been green.
3 out. This is the provincial midway final for Polytrack. $1 million race for horses qualifying over the last 5 or 6 weeks at our provincial tracks to race here at Royal Randwick. Here's Luke Marler.
Field ready. Provincial Midway Championship final. Gates crash back and they're off and racing, and Broadway Bouncer missed the start. Vintage Choice was the first into stride. Where's Lord of Biscay? He got away pretty well. He's pushing up into about 6th, just looking for a spot, but Vintage Choice will lead Mogul Monarch. Magneteer straight to 3rd, Machelade 4th, enjoying a nice run early. Then Lord of Biscay, the outside of Impresenter. Wide out was well timed as they settled down. Kind Words is in that bunch. Well timed, covering a lot of ground and drifting back. Going past him, French Ruler, he's 3 wide himself. Then Broadway Bouncer, Bojangles, Mahogany Girl, Wrapped Money Team, and Art Ballon is last of all. Even Speed coming to the turn, set by Vintage Choice, 3/4, Mogul Monarch. Magneteer racing 3rd, Machelade had a gun trail at the 550s, poised in 4th, and Lord of Biscay's got his back. Favourites have each other in their sights as they come to the turn, then Impotent pushing off the inside from French Ruler. Vintage Choice in the straight from Mogul Monarch. Lord of Biscay and Machelade are coming together, and Magneteer's gone back to the inside. It's Machelade hitting the front in the final. Lord of Biscay's trying to come and get him, but Machelade responding. 100 metres to go. Lord of Biscay tries to lift. It's Machelade.
1 to 15. 1 to 15, and boom, boom, boom.
And he's got the big final. Wins from Lord of Biscay. 3rd, there's a few there. Magneteer. Vintage Choice, Kind Words, Impotent, French
1 to
Ruler,
15.
behind the Broadway Bouncer, Mahogany Girl. Then came Bojangles, Art Ballon, Well Timed, Money Team, and Mogul Monarch.
What a month it's been for Ash Morgan. He rode his first Group 1 winner on Private Harry on Golden Slipper Day in the Galaxy, and now he picks up another $1 million race. This time with Machelade for Sarah Ryan, who's got a Provincial Championships to go alongside her big dance.
Incredible, beautiful ride by Ash. He's really come of age and riding with such confidence. McDonald just said, okay, I won't go to the fence. I know what I'm following
Boom.
here. And he had every possible to run him down, but class has prevailed there, and you've got a very good dividend to find out, and he gets the job done. So every hope, it was run to script really. The 2 favourites singled out there.
So the one with the league race and the advantage through the rail, then came 2. PC, that was brilliant. That was brilliant, PC. PC, you won. You brilliant, PC. 4, 5, 10, 11.
Verb just got up to score. Probably a bit of improvement in him as well for second up today.
Vivenzo is the 8, Michael Morrison and Charlie of Finland.
We need to see a little bit more. Was a little bit better last start. However, it was on the Gold Coast Poly.
Kai Hoppo is the 9 from the Colton Process stable with CJ Graham.
No real lead in the market. I'm just having troubles with that form. Did win a Canterbury Highway 2 ago, and then was never really in it. One of those wildcard races for the championships. Barrier 2, CJ Graham, could be an each-way play.
Maya Beach is the 10, Jason Demon, Damien Thornton.
Another visitor from New South Wales, and this fellow had no clear running at all. In a midway at Rose Hill, was only beaten 1.8, possibly runs in the top 3 with clear running.
Well, Hello Tide is the 11 at $12, Matty Dunn, Andrew Bellion.
Yeah, was okay first up, not so much second up, was well beaten over the mile. I guess the fact that he's now had that mile run, he might go a little bit better for that run under the belt.
Paccio is 12, and our favourite, Barry, Martin Harvey.
Yeah, he's probably going to settle around about midfield and run. I think he proved last start. Bit of an unlucky second here over this distance that he can run the trip.
Spill the secret. All right, loading quickly here. Carpaccio is the favourite at $3.90. He did hit $3.60 at one point, Maxi.
Yes, it's a tricky race. I'm going to go with the favourite Carpaccio now that he's had the run over this distance. 12 over 10, Jumeirah Beach. 5, Noble Conqueror. And number 1, the right way.
And with the ring bearer, it's an outstanding parade by him. Seconds. Here's Josh.
Track remaining a soft 7. Looks very bleak out towards the airport and the sea. They're very dark in the skies, but the light turned on. Racing at the mile, and Carpaccio was away well. The inside Kaihoko hopped away best of all, rolling forward the right way. Carpaccio's up into third and fourth, the inside ring bearer. Handy also is All Hello Tide, and further back to She's Got Verve. Spilled a secret 3 wide over Noble Conqueror. A length and a half, Jumeirah Beach, and last of all is Vivenzo. So the right way's in front. Carpaccio's up second, the outside. 2 lengths away, third Kaihoko. Fourth, the outside is further back is All Hello Tide, and wide round Spilled the secret creeping forward. She's Got Verb on the inside of Ring Bearer. A length and a half to Noble Conqueror. Further back to Jumeirah Beach, and last of all still Vivenzo. So Carpaccio is in front now over on the outside. Back to second the right way. They're clear at the moment. Third Kaihoko. Fourth the outside is All Hello Tide. A length and 3/4 Spilled the secret. She's Got Verb. Further back to Ring Bearer, not travelling well. Creeping. Conqueror. Next the inside, Jumeirah Beach trying to sneak through, but not too much room as Vivenzo looks forward and makes ground, but can't patch up the moments in front by 2. Felt for second the right way. The inside Kaihoko, wide round is All Hello Tide, and further back to Jumeirah Beach, but Carpaccio went by the 300 metres markers, got a good lead at the moment, 2 lengths in front. Rolling home well is Jumeirah Beach, closing off strongly. The outside Kaihoko further back to the right way, but driving through Jumeirah Beach has grabbed the lead. Carpaccio's gone. The outside Kaihoko trying to lift, but Jumeirah Beach in front, and Jumeirah Beach has won by a length and a half. Second to Kaihoko. Third will be the right way, just ahead of Noble Conqueror. Then coming Ring Bearer. Carpaccio got very tired. Spilled the secret. She's Got Verb. Back behind those with All Hello Tide, and Vivenzo had pulled up at the rear.
Well, New South Wales are here nice and early. The carnival has
Jock
started
is
for
a
another
moron.
3 weeks, and they're just taking out money. Fighting it out again. Jumeirah Beach getting up on the rails for Damien Thornton. This guy had no luck at all last start in the midway at Rose Hill. But ridden beautifully today by
Lewis at 10
by Jason Deemer. Kaihoko getting second, and third, I think the right way was there. Noble Conqueror was running on. We'll just wait for third and fourth. But number 10 is the winner. Myra Beach, which remained pretty solid in the market on the QOP with 9.
No, Frank, you're right. Things are different, and the reason probably is because of the season. So every season there is a change in the way they handicap things, considering the weather factor and the time of the season, autumn, winter. So there is a change, and that's been affecting. You're right, Frank. That's a very, very well noted point.
What a performance.
I'm so proud.
It's been playing differently. It's been playing differently. I'm trying to get the key. I still haven't got the key, and it's been happening for the last 1 week. I still haven't got the key. What's going on?
It's honestly him, you know, if he wasn't such an obliging animal. And
8 is the linear. 2 is the same thing as this one. The 1 went through with this. The 4 went through with this. The 7 did not go through this, but I went through. I was feeling that this will go through, but it did not go through. Here it was a different thing. The first one, 5173. So the 5 definitely went through. It was a linear. And 4 again, we have this. 2 is the favorite. The L1 support says it's the best. It's got one of the best jockeys, there's no doubt about that. So that's that. 8 is the linear, and the second best jockey is probably on 8, and it's in good hands as well. This is like that. So 2, 8 is the linear. It's well within the rails, and they're tailing gates as well. The other things that are possible is a huge list, but I definitely like the 1. The 1 is good. It's in good hands. It's good. 1. But the 3 is again within the rails. So that's gate number 8. Gate number 9 is this one. Will not happen. 7 is a neutral. So those are all possibilities. That 3, that 11. But 1 is good. 1 is good. But if we look for a support on 1, we need to look for the gate number 5, which is 12. A lot of advantage, neutral. So there's a lot of advantage with this one. So 1 and 12. 10, I am not sure. 10, I'm not sure. But 12 is definitely on. The 3 is within the rails, so there's a huge possibility that the 3 is going to go through. But here, the 1200 meter, beating a linear is difficult, but these are league races that are happening. These are like group 1, group 2 races. So 2 is probably the right favorite, and but the 8 is the linear. So that is how things are. Two Bendigo, 12 Bendigo.
He's actually developed since I saw him last preparation. He's put on good condition and he's shot in the market, but he should run well.
So Damien now into odds on, 210 into 190. And very clear-cut favourites. Angie, the first starter at $5, $6 then for Kundabung, who comes here first up for Chris Waller. And Mel is about to hear more about this fella having his second start out there now with her. Here's Claire Houston.
Claire, this fellow is back at the races, resumes a gelding today, and he's just improved with each trial that he's had this campaign.
Yeah, he's been a slow maturer since his first up run at Warwick Farm. So he had a few heavy hitters in that race with Private Life, so and he's running around today. So yeah, Chris is just taking his time with him. He can get a bit keen, so we've put the nose roll on him, and hopefully he'll just settle and relax and run a good race.
So is the instructions to Jeff to just let him find his feet where he's comfortable today?
Yeah, we've got an awful barrier, so we're just going to jump and see where he can settle. If he can settle sort of just in behind midfield, that'd be good, and just travelling and just get him to relax and hopefully, you know, sort of get his feet going down the straight.
Race 4, Tempranillo. She's had one run. She was very good on the Kensington, and she's had a little tick over trial in between.
Yeah, she was very good at Kensington. I think she just got a little bit tired late. It was sort of she was close up in the finish. She's done very well since then. She has had a bit of a trial. She's been nominated and scratched a couple of times because of the barriers. But today, on a good track at Newcastle here, it should suit her.
Good luck.
Thank you.
There's Claire Houston to Chris Waller, Kundabung there, favourite in further. Now Damien first up into $1.70. Kundabung comes back at gelding, as Claire mentioned, the nose roll for the first time there today with that fellow. All right, to Mel, late mail time as they get the start. You'd have a 90 seconds off a jump.
Yeah, I've just had a little shuffle with the numbers, 8, 3, 7 and 6, leaving Damien on top. He's really furnished his preparation. He's trialled up well. He gets the claim, and I think if he can reproduce what he's done at the trials or even his first career start, he's going to take a lot of beating here. Kundabung, he's a big, lightly framed galloper, but he's trialled up really well, particularly his latest. Perhaps he's just taken a little while for the penny to drop. They've tinkered with the gear, resumes a gelding here today. I've elevated the 7, Zangier. I was most impressed with the way he was turned out. Having his first day at the races, he draws a beautiful barrier for a first starter, and then the 6, which is Sheriff Star. He's had a few chances now, but he gets the addition of blinkers and things didn't go right for him at Musselbrook last start. He probably should have won where he was sent out favourite. 8, 3, 7 and 6.
Yeah, just on Damien, colt by Hellbent out of the Handy Mare and Marple Miss. That debut run at Wyong, he just kept finding the line, didn't he? I know he was beaten. It wasn't a great margin, but he just kept, trying all the way to the line.
Yeah, he did, and you would think this beautiful long run in here from the soft barrier, he's going to put himself in the first few and take a lot of beatings. Like I said, he's come back a much more furnished horse this preparation.
Okay, let's go to Tim Ryan, and the colt that we were just speaking of, Tim, he's the one that they have come for in Damien.
Yeah, odds on Panos cashed up after the first with Hampton getting the cash there. Damien was a 190 chance on Thursday, evened out to 215. That was taken around about 15 minutes or so ago. 215 now into a $1.55 chance. A big go ever since he paraded Damien. So he's obviously come back in better order this preparation. A big go, evens into $1.55 today. Zanchi is holding his place in the market, $5 unchanged today for the Godolphin first starter, so positive signs for it, and everything else is getting out. Kundabung, there was money for it earlier in the week, 8 into as short as $5, it's back to 8. Sheriff Star, no to move to 460 out to 11. The other first starter in the race, Adil's into Steel for the Hawks stable. There had been some good money for this morning, 23 into as short as 11. It's just now getting back to a $15 chance. So that money's dried up, but a little bit of money around for Deals and Steel. And then it's out to Pasalaquah, who's an $18 chance and $61 more longer about the others. The favourite just gets back out to 160, but it's been a really good go. Ever since this horse paraded, the money has been for the favourite.
Yeah, it's a lovely colt. We'll see if he can break through his second start. That is Damien as they link in. Late mail numbers here, 8, 3, 7 and 6 on the second. As we head upstairs, here's Phil.
Underbun comes up, and the deal, it's a steal. It's inspected double figure odds. Goes into the outside gate. 1,200 metres here, and they're away. And Damien near the inside away nicely. Zangiers holding it off the rails at the moment. Paslak were its in third spot. Predicting into fourth spot. They've found their positions fairly comfortably here. Babyface Assassin next on the inside, followed by Sheriff Star, who's back third last, Cunderbuck second last, and back at the tail is a deal, it's a steal. Down the side of the track now, 800 metres out, and Zangier held that inside running and held out Damien. Coming down the side, Pasalakma in third, just racing a little bit ungenerously there. On the inside of Predicting, they're 2 lengths in front of Sheriff Star on the outside of Babyface Assassin, and 2 lengths away is Cunderbung. It's on the outside of the deal, it's a steal. Zangier, the first starter, comes up to the home bend, 420 metres out. Led by a long neck. Damien looks to be travelling on the outside in second. Then Pasalakwa Predicting, Babyface Assassin. Working home is Sheriff Star down the centre, then Cunderbung, and at the deal it's a steal, but Damien goes to the lead. 200 metres out. Damien got a length in front of Zangier, who's trying to go with this favourite, and then Pasalakwa, a wall chasing for third, but it is Damien resuming today. Damien comes away, wins over Cunderbung, who got second in a photo over Babyface Assassin, then either Predicting or Sheriff Star. Next then was Zangier, who knocked up. Well back was a deal, it's a steal, and Pasalakwa, if I hadn't already called it, back with it.
Yeah, the money was right. He might be used to it all still, and he might still be green, but what he has got is talent. That's Damien. He just wanted to hang in a little bit with inexperience, but today, too good. He's come away to win it and win it well. He's on his way now at his second start. Second will go the way of Cunderbung, who, like the winner, was green, is probably looking for further. 2 will wind up in third spot, and that was Baby-Faced Assassin, and we'll get fourth favourite. Heavily back, too good.
Yeah, he's right up to his short price here, Damien. He was set up right up outside the leader. He gave a good kick at the top of the straight, albeit he's got a bit to learn. He's only having his second day at the races, but I think he's a horse with a bright future. I'm happy to follow Cunderbung out of the race. He's another inexperienced galloper. He's got a bit to learn. You're right, Gav. He just wants further. So I think the first 2 across the line we can follow with confidence.
Numbers here, 8, 3 and 2. Still no fourth number up. Judge having a look at that. In the meantime, a break before we head back to Randwick.
Well, Gerald Wright and Sterling Alexia have a strong hand in the Percy. Well, Gerald Wright and Sterling Alexia have a strong hand in the Percy Sykes. This is Sequester. We've only seen her one time, and that was the English nursery, and she's absolutely fantastic. She did a little tricky, but she was great. They tipped her out. They opted to end that preparation, and she's come back with 2 really nice, strong trials. Let's go on now and have a look at Pleasure Queen. Now, this filly was fantastic winning on the Kenzo track on debut. Circumstances probably didn't help her chances last time out. She drew wide. She didn't have the best luck in run, but she looks like she's come on really nicely in her 2 runs. And then I have to say, without having favourites, Dreamside has been one that has been really standing out. She's been fantastic in both of her runs. Her debut run on at Canterbury was enormous. She got back, she ran on strong, and then she went around last start in the Magic Night, and she was beaten behind Nemo. She lines up against again this afternoon, but she just looks like she's got a lot of upside. She's probably not the strongest, biggest filly in training, but she's still looking well enough. She's still holding really nice conditions. So whilst they're not favourable runners in the race, I think they've got a strong hand with 3 at each way odds.
I'm a little concerned with the favourite Tempter getting back in the field and potentially wide. Recently, Sequester trialled the house down at Rosehill. She's only been to the races once and got back, but the plan is to go forward today as she did in that trial, and I think she's a great each way better for $13. Inca Ruda has tried up brilliantly as well. Within the law, went through the fence and the golden slipper, but she could easily bounce back and then tempted best of the rest. But each way, Sequester.
Okay, well, boys, Inkaruna has been solidly supported here, Tim, in the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, now into a $3.70 chance with tab, so that's $4 into $3.70 just in the last 12 minutes. The favourite, though, is Rock Solid Tempted, a $2.80 chance. Another favourite that's very, very short on the Whirlpool, currently a $2.10 chance.
Okay, let's go into the yard here for race number 4, and this is the Star Percy Sykes Stakes. Trainers using this as a grand final for these fillies. It's a fillies only race, 1,200 metres Group 2 in this mark. Mounting out for Harvey Norman, all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Within the Law, she went through the fence in the Golden Slipper. She's recovered, she's trialled. Jason Collett is back aboard today. Bjorn Baker is the trainer.
Yeah, obviously she's taken no ill effect after that incident in the slipper. She's had a lovely little tick over trial. The thing in her favour is she is a real trial who chases the line down every time. I thought she'd be a touch easy in the market here, but she is rock solid.
Yeah, she looks okay again today. Ronnie in the enclosure here. She's always got that sort of a little bit of a rough coat about her. Not as bad as a stablemate Stepping Magnetica, but yeah, she looks well enough.
Tempted, number 2, James McDonald and James Cummings coming through the Golden Slipper placing.
Yeah, look, she's a beauty. She's arguably should have just about won the slipper after being badly held up in the straight, and she looks to get enough speed up front here. Probably has to take a little bit of medicine early, but we know she can really finish off if things fall into place.
She's an absolute gem. She's got this dainty little style on her. She's not great to look at, but she's just a little trier, and yeah, I really like her.
Memo, number 3, Karen McAvoy for Peter Snowden. Now, Peter is really treating this as a grand final here today.
Yeah, he has, and he's just pretty tongue-tied after winning the Magic Night, a month in a trial since that race. She's been held back. She is very honest, and if she's good enough, she's being presented perfectly.
Yeah, no, she looks really well in the yard as well, Ronnie. She's still glowing as far as cowboys goes. She's got a beautiful smooth action as she parades, so yeah, no, not for long.
Like Tempted, Military Tycoon comes through the Golden Slipper where she ran 9th. Thomas Scuffdale.
Just raced in the slipper, and as Tim pointed out this morning, she was the worst part of the track there, so it was a tip for her. Maxwell here, and just, if anything, has to prove herself at 1,200 metres.
She's still really nice and bright, fresh. She's been quite agitated up in the bridle since entering the yard, and she's not getting warm. She's quite edgy.
In Karuna, number 5, Mark Zara for Anthony and Sam Friedman. Second favourite, but well tried.
Yeah, she has been set for this as well. You can just read between the lines here. She's got that Mahuna tempted form from the Riesling. She's had 5 weeks of a lovely trial since that race. She's got the speed, hopefully, to use that barrier to her advantage. She's a racy, explosive type. Just has to run the 1,200 right out.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more on him. When Mark's in the saddle there on the back, she was wanting to have a good play, and I thought she was going to leap into the air, but she's still really, really bright. She's quite wound up in the yard, not getting hot, but yeah, looks well.
Okay, Recuperato, they paid the late entry fee to get into this race after the win at Flemington 2 weeks ago. Recuperato, it's Ben Mellon and Peter Gilligotis.
Well, they've had good success over these championships in the past, the stable, and they've decided to pay up with different form here. She created a good impression when ridden quiet at the last start. And
Sonny, there's your memo today. Sony is back with memo. Welcome back, my friend.
I can't believe she's got a firmer here. She's massive odds for a talented filly, great in the Riesling, and then a sitting shot beaten by a nice horse at 1,400 in the Bellevue last time. I'm convinced she's the value runner.
Yeah, she's another gem. She's got a terrific attitude, really smooth action as she parades. Looks terrific.
Okay, so price is Sammy Halley around 20 to 1 as Dream Side. Number 8, Zach Lloyd for Ryan and Alexia.
A month fresh since the Magic Night. She was beaten by the slipper winner at her debut. So just needs a lot of luck from that draw. Yeah, another one. Ronnie, I couldn't find a negative for you. She's in good condition. It's good. If you want to, I'm going to show Rachel King and Baker. Just 3 runs back, but don't need a race with much more depth. Neat top horse, doesn't give any extra condition.
Well, Sequester number 10, Tyler Shillerong for Ryan Alexia. Like it a lot, looks great. 2 trials, very good. Debut in the nursery, behind within the law. Really good in the trial meeting with within the law and memo. I think she's ready to go.
Yeah, she looked up with super. Yeah.
Usual Woodwell, last number 11, Jamie Millen for John Sargent. Yeah, did it nicely, winning on the Kenzo last start. Tougher race now, but might be able to improve.
I did see her in the yard. She looked okay.
Okay, and Pleasure Queen and the third runner for Gerald Ryan and Sterling Alexio, also going out with the pony. And there is Pleasure Queen. Yeah, might sort of considered at 1200 made ground behind Woodwell last start, but obviously tougher now.
I missed her, sorry.
Okay, we're going to the barrier shortly. A definite delay at Doomben, lightning in the area, so Brisbane in a holding pattern. It's lightning and rain falling there. It's just don't look good at the moment. I'll get an update from Bernie and Maxie very soon. But Decory in the yard, who do you like for the Star Percy Sykes?
First time I've seen her, but I really love number 10, Sequester. She really stood out for mine. She's a big, strong, robust type of filly. She should get total control of this race out in front. I think she's a terrific chance on books.
Yeah, it's got a chance too. 5, 7, 2 and 10. I'm going with the well-tried in Karuna here. Just like the setup from the good stable, good jockey. And yeah, just has to finish it off at 1200 and hard to beat. I think Savvy Halling's great odds around the 20 to 1 mark. Kempton has to go in. Although she's got a bit of work to do. Things have to unfold for her. And I agree, I'm really taken. She's a lovely filly, this Krista. And if she can run, you know, she was only a short push trial, but the way she went about it work there was pretty explosive. 5, 7, 2 and 10.
2 favourites at the top of Paddock getting closer and closer together. Tempted relate to 320 this morning. She got into $2.80. We're just back on the push again now, back to $3. She is, however, very, very into late short on the Whirlpool, 225 currently at over 40% of the tap hole, but we're keen to push against her. We're just not sure about the run she'll get. We thought she was maybe a bit flattered in the Gold Slipper. In Karuna is the horse we like. We're covering her just a little bit. She's been $3.90 into $3.60. Nowhere near as popular as Tempted, but she continues to firm within the law. Rock solid at $5. Has not moved all day. Sequester, the horse and Ronnie, gave a good push forward. Corey likes 12 solid. 12 and solid at that price. Hasn't moved all day as well. We'll give that as much as $26 about her early in the week. So she's a good trim up since Tuesday. We're out to Military Tycoon, who is a horse that I thought was getting over the odds after we put up $11. She actually got to $19 around about 20 minutes or so ago. And good trim up back into $15 comes through the Golden Slipper, where she was in the wrong part of the track. And I don't think her run was that much worse than Tempted. Then we're out to Memo, who's been soft. Dream Side, a little bit soft. Savvy Harley just holding her price as a $21 chance unchanged for $3 and now $3.40. Another firm for in Karuna. So these faves getting very, very close together, and I doubt there'll be much between them when we jump.
Okay, let's go over to Chantel Buckley at the start as they get there again. This time for the 1200 metres.
And all of the fillies are looking superb. I wanted to touch on Tempted because she got herself a little bit worked up pre-Golden Slipper, whereas today she walked around like an absolute jet, so she certainly handled the conditions a lot better today. Tycoon, Military Tycoon was another one that she got herself a bit worked up as well. She had 2 handlers on her and she wanted to get on with things, but nowhere near as worked up as she was in the Golden Slipper as well. Memo's just an absolute darling. Nothing ever seems to faze her. She just walks around, minds her own business. I'm with Corey. I think Sequester looks fantastic. I was down there having a good look at her in the tie-ups, but she just saddled up even better. So she's come back in terrific order. Dreamside's another one that has come on. Within the law, we didn't expect to see her here, but she has come through that mishap in the Golden Slipper quite well, and she seems right within herself, and she's looking well enough. So that's always a positive sign. So we've got Alabama Child, who is looking really well, even better. One of them is just a little bit restless in the gates, but I really can't fault them. Savvy Halley is still continuing to turn up, looking as good as she has been all preparation.
The 2-year-old fillies race of the championships, the Star Percy Sykes. Another $1 million race. Hosting the World Tour here today at Royal Randwick. And they're loading quickly. Check on the favourite here, Tim Ryan.
Yeah, despite being very short on the World Pool 230, we've got again on tempted delay a late now and 310 chance in Garuna, best back 340.
And there she is tempted, third in the Golden Slipper. Darren Flindell with the call.
So tempted is the last to move in. So Joe McAvoy from barrier 12. And we're ready to run now. Tim the Percy side. Stand by for a break. Ready to go. And they're racing. No speed at all by Wooten Lass and Sequester jumps sharply with Military Tycoon tempted handy out wide. Savvy Tycoon driving right along the rails and Inkaruna gets into a terrific spot behind with Inkaruna going forward. So the favourite tempted scored 3 wide. McDonald just easing back a bit. She's dead set midfield now. Wooden Lass is pulling hard on the fence. Then came Memo, Pleasure Queen, Dream Side. Go back Alabama Charmer. And Recuperato is the last one. Sequester leads by about 3/4. Savvy Halley driving hard on the fence from Military Tycoon. Tempted out wide going forward. Moves to fourth now from Inkaruna. Within the law between runners. Then came Pleasure Queen. Over on the inside, Wooden Memo, they straighten up. Well, Sequester was pretty keen there to stay off the fence. Savvy Halley's got the inside runner. Inkaruna goes right up the rail. Then Military Tycoon and Tempted top the question on the outside. And Tempted is laying it down now to Sequester. Tempted, Sequester still fighting. Inkaruna's coming along the rails, but Tempted now ups the ante, draws away Tempted, and that's a nice win in the Percy Sykes. The minors, Savvy Halley, I think, a nose in front of Within the Law, and Sequester fourth, followed by Inkaruna, who got its chance. Further back, Pleasure Queen, then Military Tycoon. Military Tycoon
Boom.
behind them. Further back, the Memo, Alabama Charm. Side was one of the last to finish.
2-7.
Well, what a filly she is. What a filly. She's had 6 runs as a 2-year-old. Unlucky in a Blue Diamond. She bolted in the Riesling. Unlucky in the Slipper. And she had to do it tough here today, but she still beat them. Tempted has won the Star Percy Sykes. She goes out a winner. And I'm sure Ronnie she'll get a well-earned rest now.
It was a brave call keeping her going, but they got a lovely dividend doing it. There's no doubt about it. He just kept it balanced. It got a little wide, but he just got into a rhythm, and he had the mini sights from a long way up McDonald, and she was too good there. I thought Savvy Halley was fantastic. She just anchor dropped after the start there, and I don't know, because she had a 14-metre run under her belt. I thought she might have just kept striding out. Not that it would have made any difference. She's made it very close for second there Within the Law. I think she's run third. And she just keeps savaging the line. You keep following with Sequester. I thought she did a very, very good job at that level, being first up. So all others the winner. She's a good filly and deserves a big win like that.
Deserve it, Ronnie. She was tough. The simple, just one for a tough. To sit 3 wide, no cover, 4 balls then coming around the turn, still travelling the way that she did. She picked them up. I'm not going to say with ease, but she looked the winner a long way out, and that was a tough win.
Really, I know they're only going around one turn, but still, you're not getting cover. She might have had cover for a couple of 100 metres when she...
Is it 2-1-7, 2-7-1?
Rolling about a bit as well. It doesn't matter, does it? If you're going in 1 turn or 2 turns or...
I reckon if he had a choice, he wouldn't want to be there. But I'm just saying, I thought it was a very tough win, because horses, when they don't get cover and they're sitting wide on the track, and to actually come around and travel the way that she did, they would normally lose the bridle when they entered the straight. But she travelled up like she still had plenty in reserve, and again, to win like that over, being 4 wide, it was a tough win.
Okay, it's a class.
7 got second, 2-7.
1922, 1922, 33.69 the run home. 1922, 33.69, 1 3/4 length. So there's the margin, 1 3/4 in the end. And a short head between second and third. If she got favours, imagine what the margin would have been. Great performance by this filly. Number 2, Tempted, James Cummings and James McDonald by Street Boss and a Calliope. The Godolphin beating number 7, Savvy Halley by Hellbent. Brad Widdop and Jay Ford, and number 1 Within the Law by Lucky Vega. Collett riding for Baker. 4th home was 10, Alabama Charm. And here comes James Cummings. Well, what a great filly she is. She can go out a winner now. after a couple of unlucky performances in big Group 1s, but the other two have been pretty sweet, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. And look, she's an outstanding 2-year-old filly, and she's got another opportunity to prove it at the championships here this afternoon. So I was most pleased that she got the chance to show that, and look, a lot more clear air than she faced 3 weeks ago. But that's great form. Golden Silver form's great form, and she proved it despite the wide run, which we did feel on paper was inevitable. But we took our medicine as far as covering ground and facing the breeze goes, and gave Tempted the opportunity to show her class, and she did just that.
You'd have to be excited about the future.
Yeah, that's right. But look at her 2-year-old career. She's going to read very well too, and she's bred to be a good out of a very good 2-year-old. By Street was another.
No, I think 7 is third.
Example of what my stable's been able to do. You know, I'm very proud of our team, the stud farms, all the guys behind Tempted who have been able to produce a horse that's strong enough and versatile enough to be maintaining this sort of gallop right the way through the preparation.
Well, it's been a 6-star preparation.
It has, yeah. And look, I suffered more interference this afternoon going through the crowd than she did when James had her in clear air, so I was pleased to see that.
How dare we? We're getting a hurry up from McDonald's. Can you believe that?
Well, it could be a fish to fry.
Yeah, we've got a big day ahead of it. Here he is.
Super effort for having no luck with Ollie James.
Yeah, she's a good filly and ridden not the best one. She was too good.
Took the winner a long way out.
Yeah, she always found it too. She graded really well today with the earmuffs on, and credit to Jameson's team. He's kept her up, and he said it will win today.
Okay, a break and then an update on Doomben, and we'll be back here at Randwick shortly. Next up, the Arrowfield Sprint over 1,200 metres, another championship race, $1 million for the 3-year-olds.
There's an indefinite delay at Doomben, that's what they said.
Yeah, welcome back to STC. An update on Doomben as we wait for a heavy storm, Maxi, to pass. So an indefinite delay here. Pouring for maybe the last 15. Had a downgrade to a heavy 8.
Yes, and the problem is raining on the day here in particular. To get away with it at Eagle Farm, but not here at Doomben. With the water pooling on the track, in particular at the mile start, at the 1350. And you're right, it has been absolutely pouring rain. So you'd have to say this meeting is in doubt already. We've got a stack of scratchings, Synergy in Motion, Ty Curtis, Smart Legends, Doroshka, Tidal Creek, Warby. So
It's not looking good. Obviously, the track had such a long, wet summer. It hasn't really given this track much of a chance to dry out properly and bend. Hit to Damien Thornton after his last. He said it deteriorated very, very quickly from race 1 to race 3.
you could see that. Races 1 and 2, there was hardly any marking, but race 3 was significant, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah. And then they've given us a downgrade. Those pictures probably don't really show you just how hard it has been raining here.
And it often sort of overflows the drainage in the mounting yard, and we're seeing that as well. Anyway, we're just waiting, and there's been a bit of lightning as well.
Yeah, plenty of lightning and thunder, so if we do continue, we'd have to be going back the race.
Yeah, at least. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
that's just
Well,
coming.
we're getting news through that they are going back one race. So that's a start. So we'll keep you posted. But very disappointing, Bernie. But to make a little bit of light work of the situation, there is a request for you to get your Victor Pascals get out there in the mounting yard or on the track and do that horse canter dance. Yeah.
On the canter.
Canter, the horse canter.
Wet track canter. See what I can do. Maybe not today. All right, that is our update from Doomben. Indefinite delay, but we are definitely back.
271 and 10.
We'll see, perhaps in the next 20 minutes, half an hour, what happens there. All right, it's time to head south to Newcastle. Gav and Mel are getting ready to race 3 at Newcastle.
Welcome back to Sky Thoroughbred Central. Just a delayed situation happening up there at Eagle Farm. There's plenty of thunder and lightning activity as a storm passes through up there in southeast Queensland. So they're in just a bit of a delayed situation. We'll keep you posted there. Here at Newcastle, race number 3, where runners are coming into the yard. Fillies and mares lining up in this maiden plate over the 1,200 metres. Field of 10 to line up. The Mel, that horse on the screen is One Cup of Ambition, lining up at start 25. Andrew Calder, a replacement rider, he's on board for Paul Perry.
She's a beautiful furnished mare. She's had a number of chances to break a maiden. She's always promised to win one. She's been consistent without winning. She's been placed 3 from her last 4. She's nice and fit. She gets the advantage of an inside gate, and she always parades exactly the same in the mounting yard.
Number 2, that is Powerful Dolphins for John Thompson and Will Stanley.
She raced very well on pace first up at Kembla. She may improve on getting onto a firmer track, which she gets here today, but she just hasn't shown a lot in all 4 career starts. She looks a picture in the yard. The sit team couldn't have her turned out any better, but she needs to improve form-wise.
Number 3 is a $10 chance, So You Star. Matt Smith, Jeff Penzer.
She's 4 weeks between runs. She's had a tick-over trial in between at Warwick Farm, where she was beaten 2.5 lengths. So I didn't mind the trial. Perhaps she didn't handle the soft ground at Canberra first up behind Lyles. Lyles won by a margin. So I haven't got her in the mix, but it wouldn't surprise me to see her show some improvement here today.
Teach Starter is the favourite. This is the one you're keen on, Blue Willow. James Cummings kicking later.
Yeah, I like her. She's well trialled up, 5 trials to date. She's had 2 trials this preparation, and she's been placed in both of those, like the latest at Hawkesbury, where she set off the speed. She was given a squeeze, beaten half a length. She looked quite sweaty in the replay of that trial, and I could probably see why now. She's quite a hot filly in the yard. She wants to get on with things and got the double handlers on her, so she needs to remain settled, but on the trials, I think she'll be hard to beat.
My Kind of Girl is number 5, Craig Roberts, at Quaddie.
She's been unplaced in 6 career starts. She was very well placed first up at Gosford. She gets a claim today, but I'm happy to bypass her on current form.
A filly by Written Tycoon is Oakfield Universe for Kristen Buchanan and Grant Buckley.
She's had one trial that was here on the Beaumont track where she was beaten 3 lengths. She got back. She was pushed a long way, but I thought she responded nicely there. The winner of the trial since won. The second horse has been placed. So trial form looks good. She gets Matt Favours, and she's one of the standouts from the yard.
Good money for Rosa Jubaya first starter here, number 7, Mark Minavini, Luke Rolls.
She's got all the ability. You'll be holding your breath when she heads into the barriers. She's got plenty of tricks. That's why she's taken a long time to get to the races. She's had a little stint with Matt Vella to try and iron out her barrier issues. She's trialled up well. Really like the trial. It's just a matter of what she's going to do in the barriers. At the moment, she's nice and settled on the pony.
$21 chance next up, Shanana, carrying the Gore colours incidentally for Ron Quinton and Louise Day.
She's first up of 2 trials. She was placed in the latest at Randwick. She was given a squeeze, but I thought she responded quite nicely in the trial. She hasn't shown a lot race day, but nice athletic filly. Perhaps she's come back a better horse this preparation.
Super Achiever, then it's debutant, $14 chance on Sergeant Sean Guymer.
She was beaten 3 lengths in the latest trial at Rose Hill. She got back.
This is where they're showing everything here, PC. They're showing everything here. I don't have a separate feed for Bendigo. This is the only feed that I have. They're showing everything here.
This filly down the bottom on debut's also been back. Daughter of I Am Invincible in Trouts for Kieran Ma and Anna Roper.
Yeah, she's
That's the only feed that I have.
To date. She's had won this preparation where she finished second. It was a distant second. She was beaten 10.5 lengths. The winner of the trial was in a trial of its own. She's handling the outing really nicely with the double handles on her. She's a beautiful filly to look at in the yard, and she gets the claim, so I can see why there's been good market support for her.
Okay, favourite here at 260 is Blue Willow. Second elect is Rosa Dubai at 440. And the third line of betting is occupied by a first starter down the bottom in Trounce for Kieran Maher. Liam Ruddy is on track for the stable today, now with Melinda.
Thanks, Gavin. I'm making my way out towards the camera. Liam will join me in just a moment. He's on the strapping duties, but we'll make our way over and find out a little bit about this filly. She's trialled up really well. And see what he thinks. Obviously, she was a little bit warm in the yard, but that might just be her nature. Liam, this filly, she's trialled up really well. Were you happy with the way she presented in the yard today?
She presented a little bit hot, but that's probably to be expected. You know, I'm invincible fillies. They're quite well known for that, so we'll try not to take it too much into account. But she's certainly a nice filly, and she doesn't lack for quality, so hopefully we can see it today.
Middle draw today. Where would you like to see her settle?
I think it's more important today that she does everything correct, as you saw. She's presented quite warm, so there's not a huge amount of speed that I can find anyway. So if she comes out just a little bit positive, has a look, and just leave it down up, capable hands, have a look there inside and see where she gets to.
Race 6, the team's got Wagga Wagga. He's had one run back.
Yeah, he's teased a lot of ability early in his Australian career, that horse, but hopefully today we can get the right run and he can show that he's got that dash lead.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It's Liam Ruddy for Kieran Maher. Trounce into 480 after being a $5.50 chance. Favourite firms again, though. Both with fixed on, same with the NOP. That's Blue Willow. The first started by Blue Point after a strict trial. She's now ready for race day. Mel, that is the girl that you like in the upcomer.
Yeah, I'm 4, 7, 10 and 6. She did parade a little warmer than what I'd like for a horse that I'm making my best bet, but I've liked her trials and she's settled down somewhat now alongside the pony with Keegan in the saddle. I think she looks a real progressive type, and I'd say they'll go back from the barrier here. The 7, Rose of Dubai, I've been waiting for this filly to head to the races. She's been scratched on a few occasions. She just needs to do things right at the barrier. She is getting a little more worked up now that she's got behind there. She's quite an athletic filly. She doesn't hold a lot of excess condition. The 10, Trout, she was probably the best type to look at physically, but she's another one that did get a little warm in the mounting yard. She gets a claim today for Anna Roper. And the 6, Oakfield Universe, was probably the standout from the yard with the way she presented. She was nice and relaxed. She looks a real sensible filly, and she's trialled up well enough to get Matt Favours. So probably not a cut and dry race for a race that made a best bet now that I've had a look at these gallopers. 4, 7, 10 and 6.
Okay, just over a minute out. They're about to come up here. So the favourite, Tim, I'm looking at into 240 now in Blue Willow with the fixed odds.
Yeah, tricky race to assess with first starters really dominating this market. I put up 350 Blue Willow on Thursday afternoon. Punters happy to take that 350 into 270 and another firm today, 270 into $2.40, almost half the investment on the race. So it's a loser. It's our only loser. The second pick is Rose of Dubai, who had been a bit easy, 460 out to $6. The firm back in today, back to that opening quote there as a $4.40 chance. As I say that, the favourite firms again, Blue Willow, now into a 5 to 4 chance, 225. Trounce, early equal favourite with Blue Willow, very, very soft, 350 out to 5. Oakfield Universe, another of these first starters, so top 4 in betting, all first starters. This one's a firm as well as the favourite, 15 into as much as $9.50. And then everything else is getting out. So you start 8 out to 15, now 17. And $17 about Cup of Ambition out from $11. And Super Achiever, the John Sargent first starter, it's been $8 out to 17. The favourite just keeps firming, Gavin, $2.15, now $2.10. It's a good go late, Blue Willow. This will run close to odds on.
Well, they just continue to tumble into it, into this girl. Now, one of the last to come up will be Rose of Dubai, who's out there behind the line. I'm certain if they're not the Stony Bay colours, they are mighty close. It may well be, but nonetheless, the first starters hold the key according to the market. Late bar numbers 4, a good thing. And it's been the money horse into 210 over 7, 10 and 6. Here is race 3 as we go to Phil.
Rose of July just wheels around in the first attempt. A couple of nice little first starters in this. Rose of July, one of them. Rose of July goes in now. And favourite Blue Willow will be the last. $2 chance Blue Willow as they're about to jump. And there's the red light. Set to go. They're away. Blue Willow is away fairly well out wide. It isn't being bustled to go forward. Cup of Ambition, Powerful Dolphins and Trounce is pushing through. And Oakfield Universe makes a line of 4 early on. And Rose of Dubai is now scooting over from a wide gate. Shanana not that far away. Cup of Ambition allowed to find its feet. Drifts back to third, fourth. Last on its outside is, as they run off the back straight, is So You Star. Further back then came My Kind of Girl, followed by Super Achiever. And the favourite Blue Willow goes back to last. It must be 15 lengths off the leader, who is Rose of Dubai. As they head towards the 600 metres, it's out by 2.5, 3 lengths over Trounce. Powerful Dolphins the inside, then Shanana, Oakfield Universe, So You Star, Captain Ambition being pushed along, then My Kind of Girl, Super Achiever. Blue Willow comes right to the outside, around the bend, Rose of Dubai, heads about 5 off the inside. Led by a length over Oakfield Universe, giving chase. Trounce is battling away. And then came Shanana in front, Rose of Dubai. Oakfield Universe is the challenger. Oakfield Universe coming at Rose of Dubai, who's got a good kick on the inside. Rose of Dubai picks up late, and Rose of Dubai on
3 will win, PC.
Willow got home third, and then Trounce, So You Star.
3 is going to win. Wait, I'll show you.
Back with it was...
This is the 5th one. If we look at the odds, it's 1, 6, 2 and 3. That 1 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, that's 3, 2, 1. 1 is here, but it'll get there, but it is the problem with 1 is it lacks this side of the rail. So there's a lack of physics on this horse. How good it is or bad it is, that's not the question, but here it is like that. So possibilities that are there is 3. Why 3 is because firstly, it's the best in the league. Secondly, it is within the rails with beautiful management going on with this. That's why I like 3. The linear is 6, which is far from the rails. This will also get there, but in what condition and how, that is a different thing. It doesn't look like it has a lot of advantage going on. All red. So, but it's in beautiful hands. So that's something which is there. So it'll get there through the will force or something. So 3 is looking neat. 3 is looking absolutely neat. Now, the possibilities that 5 or 2, one of them is in between. It's either the 5 or the 2. If we look at the 5 and the 2, 5 is better. 5 is definitely better, but there's a problem which is there with 5. This is a colt, and that jockey is not the best. So that's it's a colt, and how it'll react with that jockey is something that is pretty much not clear. But that's a check. I mean, it's either 2 or 5 in between the 1. The 1 is there, but there is these are the 2 largest drift. This is the larger outer drift, this is the larger inner drift. one of them needs to be there. Chances are the two will get there in between, because it's been there, done that, within the rails, and they more or less have the same advantage and disadvantage. This is an outer drift, this is an inner drift. The numbers are the same. Numbers are the same. This is outer drift, 1200 meter outer drift should work, and this is probably what we are looking at. 3 to 1 should work. The last one, I kind of, I think this is what happened in the last one. That was a bad one that happened. So the last one, Randwick. I played a trifecta on 2, 7, and 8. 2 and 7 got there, but the 8 did not get there. 2 and 7 were very much there, but the 8 did not get there. Lewis 11 at Morford.
Saw a little action on him as he walks. He doesn't stride out that much, but I'm sure he'll get a good warm-up on Ironman.
Public attention's had a trip across to New Zealand and back to Sydney. Chad Schofield for Mick Price and Michael Ken Jr.
Yeah, he's had a 5.
Jesus, it's a great. Two is a great.
Track and distance. He won the Eskimo Prince beating Linebacker, so that all fits in well. And if he finds his that form, he's certainly a real force here.
Yeah, he looks super in the art here today. He's one of those horses, he's really upbeat. He steps right up into the bridle as he parades. Nice and fresh and bright. Big tick.
And Rich, number 3, Tommy Berry on for Michael Friedman.
I like him. I really like him here. I think he's going well enough. He was no match for Autumn Glow, obviously, last time. But
couldn't take a look at the one.
Earlier today, he should take up a lovely on-pace position and give you an almighty side.
He's looked super in every one of his 3 runs back. The same again here today. Still looks nice and bright and fresh and upbeat. Another one with a big tip.
Okay, Gadsby's number 4, Nash Willer and Chris Waller.
Yeah, we know he's got talent, but he's just lacking a killer punch at the moment. If they're going to try and ride him further forward, that may switch him on and Nash may suit him.
Super relaxed and casual. He's not a horse that jumps out.
That 4 has the best jockey.
As far as appearance-wise goes, he looks like
Imperial Force number 5, Josh Parr on for Björn Baker.
Yeah, very nice horse. He's going well. Thrown in the deep end here, but he's found all of a sudden a winnable race and should run boldly.
Yeah, he's a neat type of horse, Ronnie. He's another one. He walks out really freely when he parades. He looks well on the coat. Yeah, no, not for mine.
Big swinger. Now here's the horse they've back, Craig Williams and Charlotte Littlefield.
Wow, this will be a story. He's on the rise. He's looking very good in Victoria. He put a margin in him as a $1.50 chance last start. He's started odds on every time he's won, and here he is again, favourite here today. So it'll be very interesting here, but the marketplace loves him.
Looks well, nice and bright and fresh. Another one that's been walking right up into the bridle in his parade, so yeah, no, not for mine.
Yeah, the gender set a big odds. Tyler Schiller for Team Hawks.
Yeah, well, Imperial Force was too good for him last start, so hard to see him turning the tables. Just a reminder, only 7 runners here, but we're paying 1, 2, 3.
Couldn't up his appearance. He is getting slightly warm, but that would be the only small negative.
Okay, let's go to Corey Brown to find out who he likes in the Arrowfield 3-year-old sprint, which became a lot harder after the scratching of Autumn Glow.
Yeah, it's a lot more open, but I love number 3, Enriched, which obviously finished second order this time out. Thought she was very game. Drawn good, looked good, so yeah, big tick for mine.
Well, I hope you're right, because I'm with him as well. 3, 2, 6, and 5. I think there's a nice little bet here.
3 to 1 straight line.
He's fit. He's well. He comes out of what looks to be the right form line to me now. I'm happy to go with him. I think public attention, although unwanted, would only have to find that Eskimo Prince form to prove very hard to beat. And he's won a couple of times. Well, both his wins have been at 1,200 metres. Big swinger, you've got to respect the move. And even the whirlpools all over it here. And when I did say 3 dividends, that's on the parimutuel, not with the fixed odds. And best of the rest is Imperial Force, who could well be on the rise, beautifully bred horse, who's found his confidence and form now. 3, 2, 6 and 5.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Under the Whirlpool rules, we pay 3 place dividends for races with 7 runners. So for your parimutuel, we'll pay 1, 2, 3 fixed odds. We remain the traditional Australian rules, 1, 2, 4 fixed odds for big swinger. How about this go? $51. I bet about this horse on Tuesday with Autumn Glow in the race. The 54-cent deduction.
To 6 and 5.
$6 got down this horse on Tuesday. Continue to.
We're also talking about that 5, but 5 is.
She became a $6 chance. $6.
5 is the larger outer drift, inner drift, and 2 is the larger. Look at that horse.
She is our worst way. She's the best back runner.
Rank 5 win.
Into a $3.30 chance off Pakenham benchmark 64 win. Wow, I did not see this coming. But it's enhanced by the fact that you cannot lay a couple of runners.
I'm not going to go with 1. Let's go with 3 and 2 because anyways, let's give it a shot. The 1 is something that I haven't seen. It's got problems. The 1 has problems with physics. The other one which has physics is 4 with one of the best jockeys.
$6 today for Bill Baker. Gatsby's just holding his price as a double figure chance around the $10 mark. He's been most of today. The Agenda Setter at $81 chance for Big Swinger. A huge go in the Arrowfield 3-year-old sprint. I might have some explaining to do if this gets up.
Just have a look at the tote there, Tim.
$2.20. Now it's a $2.30, but that's with 520,000 in the Whirlpool. A $2.30 chance.
$2.30 chance on the tote. Okay, well, Shaddy, let's just go straight to Big Swinger. What can you tell us about this horse that I'm sure you've never seen before?
Never seen him. A lovely individual, a lovely big strong boy, and he is in beautiful. He looks to have travelled up well. He may be a horse that likes to do his own thing. I'm just watching him now, just his mannerisms, but he looks like a strong-willed type, I guess you could say, but a beautiful type to look at. Really impressed by him. He's a little bit warm around the neck area, but that's certainly nothing to be surprised about. He looks $1 million, I must say that. Public attention, he seems to have travelled back home from New Zealand quite well. And they were telling me his strapper that he's just one of the quietest colts you'll ever see. He's just got that perfect demeanour, so he's in beautiful order. He's a little bit freshen up, so he's looking great. Private Life is another one who continues to look great as well. The centre is a little bit more, probably not handling the human condition as well as the rest of them. And Enriched, he's a horse that sometimes he'll get himself hot and bothered, and other days he's not too bad. He's on the cusp of starting to sweat up, but so far so good for him. So I wouldn't want to see him get too much more hotter than he is at the present time. But as I said, so far so good for him. And of course, I haven't touched on Gatsby's. He's a little pocket rocket, Gatsby's. He's just one of those little kind geldings that just minds his own business. Nothing seems to faze him. Imperial Horse is another one that continues to look well. So they haven't started the loading process just yet. We might be a minute or two. I'm not sure of the timing at this present stage, but of course it's not loading yet.
Arman, 4 has the best jockey. That thing has the best jockey.
We've got more out of it at $3.20, and we've had to go $3.10. So another firm for Big Swinger. This will be our biggest stand so far today here at Randwick. Further support too for Enriched has gone $4.80 into $4.60. And Imperial Force $6 into $5.50. They both firm as well, just in a roll. Public attention stays a $5 chance in Private Life. The Group 1 winner in the field is now out to a $6 chance, and he's still unlabeled Private Life. So, look, I guess
PC girls and white gates don't mix.
Cannot possibly lay.
PC.
They're both going in opposite directions.
That's those are deep words, PC. Those are very deep thoughts. And very wise thoughts, PC. Girls and white gates.
Amazing.
Don't mix.
Still 220 tip.
Now to 235 on the World Book. It's holding really solid. There's still 310 fixed odds, 460 and reach 550 each into public attention and Imperial Force. Bit of late money just in the last 30 seconds now. Imperial Force goes $5.
All in. Here's Darren.
All over the market.
That's not the point, Adawan. It has the best jock. That's all. It's got the best jock here at Randwick.
The one that put a fortune on here, Big Swinger, is back second last, 2 lengths away to Gatsby's. So Imperial Force is jogging in the lead. Josh Parr really put the brakes on it, and Enriched is happy with his spot on the outside. Followed by Public Attention on the inside of Agenda Centre. 2 up to Private Life, a half the inside, Big Swinger.
Whether it gets the line or not, it's got the best jock.
From Parr. A half in front to Enrich, 2 off then to Public Attention, Agenda Centre. Private Life peeling 3 wide. Big Swinger in a tricky spot as they straighten up. Imperial Force still under double wraps from Enrich the outside. He says, go now, Imperial Force. And Enrich cruised up on the outside. 3 away to Private Life, Public Attention. Big Swinger's got it all to do. 5 off them. As Enrich laying in a little bit. Straightened up by Berry. Enrich gets a half now to Imperial Force, who's fighting back. It's Enrich to head in front and will win it.
3-5-1. I had a thought. It's either going to be 3-2-1 or 3-5-1. Man, I went with 3-2-1. 3. Man.
Big result for the bookies.
Woo.
Everything wagered on the plunge of the day.
Baby, you got it, PC. It is not beatable. It is not beatable. It had to be 3-2-1 or 3-5-1. The 5 with the inner line just got through.
And he has benefited from the missing in action sign posted by Autumn Glow.
Yeah, big result.
3-5-2 and 1.
He was very fit. We thought it was the best Sydney form, and it turned out that way. And you got, a pretty good price to find out, as it turned out. He's
Beautiful.
Imperial Force fought hard.
Too good. Too good.
And they dominated the race. Once they slowed up, really Big Swinger couldn't win after a slow start, and giving that much start in a race like that. They
Beautiful. That was.
They went for home on the top of the straight, but they were always in.
So what happened here is. That's the best in the league. That is there. I had a feeling with the 5 because that was the outer drift. The inner drift. So it is either these two. And technically 5 was bigger. It's like 3, 5 and 2. 3, 5 and 2 and then 1. 1 had technical issues. I went with 3-2-1. That did not work. But the 5 with the inner drift, that it actually got through. But congratulations, PC. That was good. 8 has been scratched. 2, 1, 5 and 4. PC, thank you so much, PC. Thank you so much for doing that. It's 2, 1, 5 and 4. 2, 1, 5 and 4. That was beautiful.
He's about to go over the scales as well, Corey. He would have been giggling to himself there. As long as he had Josh Parr covered, he was on pretty good terms.
He was, a lap full of horse, and it was just a matter of when he was going to push the button, and that he did. Congratulations, Tommy. Nice win.
Yeah, he wins the race at the start all the time. He's just so got that brilliant speed, and you can use that and ask him.
PC, the thing is,
You put the bit in his mouth.
PC, the thing is, this is what I have seen is you are spot on. You are spot on. But at times what happens is that the physics is against you. The physics of the race is against you. That's when you, I mean, it's not your fault. It's just that you're not aware of the physics, and that's where it bites you. Other than that, you're spot on physics. PC, you're spot on. There's no doubt. I mean, look at the physics of that horse. There's no problem with that horse. There's absolutely spot on position for that horse.
Ben Coleman, you know, he's a high class horse, very well bred, so who knows, maybe he's got a future in stunts on it.
Well, he sure has now. I mean, Fireball and now a Group 2 Arrowfield. I mean, an Arrowfield counts as a Group 1, really, on Championship Day.
Yeah, I'm probably being a bit biased saying it, but I think it does. You know, like it's one of those races that there's been some very good colts winning in the past at the time of start. Terrific result. There's such a great bunch of owners. You know, Terry put aboard and bred him and kept part of him when we bought him at the sales. David Wallison's been in the Congo and Wild Rule, so he's not shy of being involved in a good colt. So I'm wrapped for the ownership group. They're a great bunch of people to train for.
I hope it's not over, but it caps off a great order, doesn't it? A great couple of
It's been amazing for the stable, and I know, you know, in the heat of the moment, I sort of set up the slip of it. You know, my staff are amazing. They do such a great job. You know, for them, well, this sort of a win, as was the slip, is as much about them as anything else, because they put in the hours. They're tireless in the commitment to the job. They're not highly paid, but they do it for the love of it. And I'm very grateful for the job they do.
Pay them more. Okay, straight to Bernie and Maxie in Brisbane.
All right, thanks very much, Greg. Yes, I'm sure they put their hand up every stable and put their hand up for a little bit more, Maxie, wouldn't they?
Yeah, and it seems as though more often these days, you get trainers like Michael, most of them are, you know, making sure that the workers get mentioned.
Yes.
You know, because they're the conductors of big stables, aren't they? The trainers, they're the ones, you know.
A little bit in the pocket after a big win.
Well, yes.
Pretty nice too.
Absolutely. Yeah. Great to see.
All right.
It's been raining there, PC. It's raining. They have an infinite delay.
3, so 6 of them to go. And so we'll use the word postpone. Argue, probably look and see whether they can slot those races in somewhere. Basically Wednesday, and that last race that we had, race 3, they were really getting into it. That was before most of the rain came. So this track's got to recover for us to race here again this coming Wednesday. So whether they can find a slot for the other 6 races, there were no features, but there were some important races for the carnival. You know, with the 3-year-old Phillies, Kevin might trying to get enough points to get into the race like the Roses and the Oaks. So it's important, but maybe they may not be able to find a slot for them.
Yeah, we're starting on 6, we went to a 7, then an 8, and then a 4. Half an hour. It's not raining at the moment, however. I think there are further storms.
But it was an old-fashioned storm, wasn't it? It was lightning and also pretty loud thunder.
Yeah. So we got 3 races done. Dragon Rouge won the first. Then the staying event was won by the visitor, Phillipsburg. And then another visitor was the Maxie.
Yep. So, yeah, very disappointing, but let's hope that this is the last of the wet weather ever. The carnival comes after just 3 weeks.
I think about it.
But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see, folks, regarding the last 6 races. But at this point, it's probably a word that we can use, and we'll have word on that within the next 24 hours.
All right, so that is it from us today at Doomben, but obviously there is plenty of fabulous racing in the southern states to continue hopefully it keeps you entertained. For now, we're off to a break.
Three Bendigo. This is probably Newcastle they're showing.
Race number 4 here on Sky Thoroughbred Central from Newcastle. $60,000 Super Maiden coming up. This is over 1,500 metres in a field of 9 to line up. But we start with the favourite, Six Spirit. Is 260 into 245. The Gate Waterhouse, Adrian Bott, and Anna Roper.
Yeah, he's had 2 trials. He finished at the tail of the field in his first trial. He was beaten 2.5 lengths in that trial. He won his latest at Hawkesbury after sitting wide on top of the speed. He responded well when he was asked for an effort. He gets the claim today. He's only got 58 kilos after that claim. He'll put himself up on top of the speed. He looks set to go here in the yard.
Number 3 on the way to the mounting yard. That is Southerly Buster for Scott Singleton.
Okay, Doomben is not going to race. Just got a notification. Doomben is not going to race. 429 has been postponed.
But he will appreciate the step up to 1,500 metres. He draws to get map favours. Can't get a real good look at him in the yard as of yet, but he's nice and relaxed walking in to the yard at the moment.
Having started with him also is number 4, California Comets for Peter Snowden and Mitchell Bell.
Dows! It's working. Dows, it's good here today. Randwick is doing nice. Randwick is doing nice.
She wasn't disgraced on debut. She was beaten 3.5 lengths. She's had 1 run since then at Kembla, where I thought she
Just got back home. Get something to drink, Dows. Get something to drink.
She's nice and alert.
Relax.
I consider her a main fan.
The clear second to leg man is Tempranillo, having started number 2.
I like the first up run on the Kensington track behind Meridiana. She was beaten 2.5 lengths. She just took a little while to balance up, but she hit the line strongly. There's been good form coming out of the race. The second one, Fleeting Spirits, won again since. Meridiana looks to be have a really bright future. She's had a tick of the trial in between at Rose Hill, where she was beaten 5 lengths. She looked as though she was just out to stretch the leg. I really appreciate getting on the big track here, and I thought she was the one to beat.
5 this start, just at $101 for Darren Tracy and Casey Adams.
She's been beaten by large margins in the 4-3-3 start. She's on the 6-week Frensham with a tick over trial in between. There's nothing wrong with the way she presents, but she needs to improve form-wise.
The Heavenly Kisbury safe and betting. He number 8 for Ron Quinton and Louise Day.
Well, she's coming out of the same race as Ivy Legend. She didn't have a lot of luck. She was beaten 4 lengths, and prior to that, she was a runner-up here where she wasn't beaten far. She drops 2 kilos in the weights today, and she looks a picture. That's probably the best we've seen her parade. She's lovely and healthy in the coat. She's a main chance.
And the next pair are at big odds. Firstly, 9 Castell for Mark Minavini and Luke Rolls.
She was well beaten at Tari last start. This doesn't look any easier than what she found herself in there. I'd be happy to risk her.
And a similar price, yes, Kiss down the bottom for Wayne Sealand and Zach Quaddie.
Yeah, well, she's had 10 starts. She hasn't been placed in any of those 10. She's nice and fit. She gets a claim. And she presents okay, but her form's not good enough.
So favourite here, 240 is Sassoon. Favourite, second to leg, 370 is Tempranillo. And Ivy Legend at $445. Heavenly Kiss. That quartet have really cleared out. 4.5 minutes out, Mel. They're off to the gates for race 4, late mail time.
6, 1, 5 and 8. I'm with Tempranillo. Like the race that she's coming out of on the Kensington. She was speaking 2.5 lengths behind Meridian. I just love to see her hold a spot in a midfield position here. She's trialled up well with 4 weeks between runs. Lightly framed filly, she doesn't hold a lot of excess, so I'm not worried about the gap between runs. Top weight Sisu Spirit, he's trialled up well. He'll roll to the top, he'll take running down. He ran into French Ruler here last preparation where he was narrowly beaten, and I thought his latest trial was very encouraging. The 5, Ivy Legend, she looked a picture. She was very good in defeat last start at Kembla behind Alabama Fox, who of course has won since. And then the 8, which is Heavenly Kiss. She didn't have the best of luck in that same race as Ivy Legend last start. She's been placed here in the past. 6, 1, 5 and 8.
Southerly Buster down from Scone lines up at his second start today. For Scott Singleton, he's taken a Prince on board. Let's hear from him, Mitch Stapleford.
Mitch, you're aboard this fellow on debut. I thought he ran here quite nicely here.
Yeah, he did. I think he's obviously bred to get over a little bit further, so probably needed that first up run. But I think setting up should run well against that.
You've drawn a beautiful barrier again today. Where would you like to see yourself?
Potentially just behind the leader, obviously, Jane Adrian have one in it that looks like it will probably lead, so I'd like to probably follow it in the run unless my horse sort of comes out pinging and I'm going to have to drag him back. I think that's probably where I'll be.
I'm sure you've had a little bit to do with him at home as well. Has he come on since his first up run?
I think so. He's also probably almost downward out a little bit, and that's why Scott stepped him up. But I think he's going well, he's working well, so yeah, I think he'll run well. Thank you. Cheers.
There's Mitch Stapleford with Southerly Buster, $12 chance. Favourite at 235 on track money. Now Heavenly Kiss for Ronnie Quinton. The one that they kept pretty safe carries Neville Begg's colours. She had been kept safe at around that 550 weight. It's just been a bit of a late move for that girl.
Yeah, well, she went around in the same race as Ivy Legend. She was beaten 4 lengths. Ivy Legend was beaten just under 2. She didn't have any luck. She was back towards the inside. I guess you put a line through last start. She was only narrowly beaten here 2 runs ago. That'd be good enough to be riding a race like this. She gets Matt Favours and she drops 2 kilos in the weight. So I guess, you know, she's had a few chances now to break her maiden. However, at the beginning of the preparation, she was racing at Metro grade and she was far from disgrace there. So I can definitely see why she's been well supported in the market. I thought it was a pretty tricky race to try and dissect. There was a few different form lines to try and run.
Speaking of the market, let's find out what is happening ahead of the 4th event as we head to Tim Ryan.
Let's go, Sisu Spirit, your best back and favourite here, albeit it was a good for 280 to Assure's 240, just starting to get a little bit soft in the last 3 or 4 minutes. So back down to a $2.60 chance. I suspect it probably starts a touch longer than that. Maybe somewhere in the vicinity of 280, 290, I think is somewhere where it's heading. Tempranillo, the horse that Mel likes, he's been pretty solid in betting. Well, they're just out of roll today, $3.50 up to $3.70. Mel highlighted that the maiden that came through on the Kensington track that Meridiana won. She ran well in a group race today. We've seen a couple of winners come out of that race as well. Full How, one of them at Hawkesbury on Wednesday. So Tempranillo just a little bit easy, $3.50, gone out a little bit further now to $3.80. Move, the Gav highlighted Heavenly Kiss. And this has all come in the last 6 or so minutes. $6.50 this morning after scratch. There was still $5.50 chance 5 minutes ago. It's now into a $4.20 chance. So it's been the best back in the last few minutes here. Heavenly Kiss. Ivy Legend with that same form line had been well supported earlier in the week, 60 to 360, but getting a little bit soft today, up to a $4.40 chance. So now sits behind Heavenly Kiss in the betting. And then we're out to $12 about Southerly Buster, who's the next price runner. It's been a bit easy today, out from $8, $101 about the 4 other horses or longer in the field. Favourite, just to a $2.70 chance after hitting $2.80. So it's your favourite. It's best back, but a bit easy. Late Tempranillo, $3.80, a little bit easy. Heavenly Kiss, back to back the last one.
Gotcha.
Tempranillo, think it's in coming up. It looks like there's only 4 left to load on the 4th event, or head of the 4th event. And of course, race number 5 this afternoon to kick off the first leg of the Quaddie. Got those late mail numbers 6, 1, 5 and 8. The Border Super Maiden worth $60,000 over 1,500 metres. We head up to Bill Robbins.
Headed the Kiss, they're both at $4. As I say, that I legend out to 4. Our favourite 60 Spirit, currently a $2.70 chance, about to come up. Red lights turned on, 1,500 metres, race 4. All clear from behind and they're away. Not a bad line out. Yes Kiss out wide, first one to break the line. Sisu Spirit's going forward. As is Ivy Legend in the early part, still not that far away. Suddenly Buster likewise and Tempranillo pushing up behind that leading pack. And they get away over California Comets and Phaser Star and Heavenly Kiss back to the tail. The only contested lead here as they run to the 1,100 metres. Ivy Legend on the inside, being tackled by Yes Kiss and Sisu Spirit, the favourite, going on with about 3 wide. And by the time they hit that first bend, Sisu Spirit over the cross down and lead over Ivy Legend. Yes Kiss and neck away in third spot. 2.5 Tempranillo looks to have settled quite nicely. Suddenly Buster a length back from it, followed by Castell, and then Heavenly Kiss, Phaser Star, California Comets back at the tail. Ivy Legend looking to get a breather coming down the side. Sisu Spirit is a neck away in second spot with 600 metres left to go. Tempranillo tracking up behind these leaders, looking to work off the inside now and does so underneath Yes Kiss. Castell working out wider, followed by Suddenly Buster. Heavenly Kiss, further back California Comets and Phaser Star. In the home running, 350 metres out. Ivy Legend being tackled by Sisu Spirit. And Sisu Spirit runs to the lead. Tempranillo in second spot. Suddenly Buster makes ground the inside. And then Heavenly Kiss and Phaser Star. Sisu Spirit in front. Tempranillo trying to get it. Suddenly Buster the inside. Sisu Spirit clinging on though. Close to the line. Sisu Spirit. Tempranillo. Short half head second in front of Suddenly Buster. And then Heavenly Kiss.
That's 1. Okay, so this is what we've got for the 6th one. This is a 2,400 meter at Randwick. 6,2154. 2 is the favorite. Okay. Now, if we look through this, then out of the league horses, this is, I mean, everybody is all of them are league horses. 2 and 5, 2 and 1, they probably have the same number of league horses and wins, but this one has 2 of Group 1 races. Plus, on the distance, it is exactly like this one. This is 99, this is 96. The 3 had 99, this is 96. So that's what 2 looks like. Plus, it is the linear. So on a 2,400 meter, generally this is a difficult distance. A 2,400 meter, we needed a 5-year-old mare. Unfortunately, we don't have that. So this can play foul, and because the 3-year-old fillies, this will go on many factors. We have the size here. We think 2 is also one of the biggest horses, but that's not accurate. We are trying to get, this is like 91% we are accurate on this. So I think that's pretty much it. So 2 looks like 2. Plenty of factors. When we are looking at the horse pressure, it looks like 107, but it translates to 117, which is less than 1. The next that is line is definitely 4, which is there, but there is something that is going to be in between 2 and 4. It is not going to be 2 and 4. There's always a drift that will play, and the drifts are here. So if we do just the opposite, here are the drifts. So 10, 9, 6, 10, 9, 6. One of them is going to be in between 2 and 4. it could be the larger drift, which is the 9. It could be the larger inner drift, which could be the 6. And that's purely physics that will play plus the jockey. So if we look at this, these are all mulish jockeys. Out of all this, the best jockey is on 10, but and that's got the highest relaxation as well. That's a three-year-old filly. It has no races. It's an EW. It comes here, and the 9 is here. So out of 9 and 10, 9 definitely is a better horse. It's got 7 races, got numbers. 10 is got advantage. So it probably is to then something on those lines. We'll take a look at the horses at the paddock, but 10, 9, 6 all check. One of them is going to be between 2 and 4. If why I am not so in favor of 1 and 5 is because of the translation of this. So we're looking at 107, this is 117, this is 96, but it is 131. That's the translation of the horse, the pressure on the horse. So this is basically 131 and this is 139. So that's a lot of pressure these people are carrying. But we'll see. We'll take a look at the horses at the paddock. 11, Morph, PC 10, Morph.
She's going for 8 in a row here, and she's already won 8 from 10 in 2 seconds. She's certainly was good enough in the vinery on a wet track there. She's just had a faultless prep. She's got racing style, and she still looks bright enough, I think.
Yeah, I think she looks bright enough, Ronnie. I shot myself in the foot last time out there when she won. She in the equation just didn't look anything to me, but today she looks absolutely special. She's glowing. Her attitude's been bang on since she's walked in, so yeah, a big tick for mine.
Okay, so there's the favourite treasure at the moment. Now, here's the filly that ran second to Like a Lucy in the New Zealand Oaks. Due by Gold Rush. She ran over there as Due by Gold. Mark Zara's on for Pam Girard.
Well, she has the form around Like a Lucy, and if you just want to judge off one run, beating less than half a length, over 2,400, she's probably over the odds. So really made it work for a win there last start, and that has to count for something.
Yeah, obviously the first time I've ever seen her. She's a really nice looking horse. She's deep in the preparations, still looks really healthy and holding good condition. So yeah, no knock for mine.
Here is Verona Rose, Karen McAvoy and Gary Portelli.
Yeah, she looks your good old-fashioned Oaks type. She could, run through, just keep running all day. She was far from disgraced in the vinery. She appears suited at 2,400 and is capable of an upset.
And she's still nice and bright, Ronnie. She's been slightly up in the bridle since walking into the yard. She sports the 2 handlers, looks really well, walks out very freely.
Here is the Adrian Knox winner on the backup. Number 5, Bell the Till, Tommy Berry on for Chris Waller.
Well, she was very good with a break between runs winning last week, so a quick backup now. And the thing I'll say that's in a favour if they want to chop and canter up front here, she did show an amazing turn of speed last week, which may stand her in good stead if they go slow here.
She's another one, Ronnie, deep into the prep, but still holds a really, really good condition. She hasn't gone backwards from that win there last time out on the quick backup. Yeah, another one, tick for one.
Here is Sun and Sand, number 6, Alicia Collett for Barb Joseph and the Jones boys.
Yeah, it was a disgrace last week. She stuck on the K, but still got a bit of ground to make up.
Another nice type of horse. I'm just starting to support that sort of wintry look, but obviously coming from Canberra, a bit colder down there, but couldn't knock her as far as a horse. She looks well.
New Wang, number 7, Craig Williams riding for Chris Lees.
Yeah, looks a stayer. Solid last week with this race in mind. William Sticks, place chance.
Nice big action on her. She parades. Yeah, no knock for mine.
Well, we go to matrimonial number 9, Chad Schofield and Nigel Blackiston.
Yeah, knows how to train a staying, Nigel, so she's a Victorian filly, just out of maiden class. Nice grounding if good enough, but prefer others.
It's a beautiful big staying type of horse. Obviously, first time I've ever laid eyes on it, but I could not knock her on. She was getting slightly warm as she paraded past me last time, but again, she's a beautiful big staying type of horse.
Bella Hazel, number 10, Josh Parr and Richard Lee.
Yeah, got too far back at the vibrant, but still would have liked to see a touch more.
Horse doesn't carry the extra distance. She's a nice enough horse.
Here is Gary Portelli, who's supporting what can only be described as a Verona Rose.
Exactly what it is, mate. And you were just telling me it's 18 years since I won the Oaks, my first Group 1 winner with Rena's Lady. And I don't think I look a day older.
You don't. No, you don't. Under the cap might be a different story.
There's definitely a bit of a difference up there due to the stress of training racehorses, I'd imagine.
What about this girl? She'd be ready to eat up the 2,400?
She is. I hope she doesn't have to go 2,500 for barrier 9. But yeah, she's in good order. It's just a tricky game. You can see by the way she's blown the market today. They've been up on the face all day. It's hard to make up a little bit of ground.
They're talking about that 9, which is the larger outer drift. That's there. They're talking about the 9, which is the largest outer drift. Those I want to more. Okay.
It's a good test, and what a good idea.
Man, that 4 is getting tailed.
I'm very confident from that gate. I'm not sure how much start we're going to give these class fillies, and if it's too much to start, we'll be happy with the top 3, I'll tell you that. Well, good luck. Thank you. There's Gary Portelli. He's Corey.
On a quick backup fell to tell for mine, number 5. I thought I was going to see a horse that lightened off a little bit. She has been up for a long while. Big win last time out, got a little bit lost.
Easy, boo!
She's had that experience. I thought she looked like she trained on it, so fell to tell for mine.
Oh, Randwick.
This race.
1 looks difficult, Lee. 1 looks difficult.
I think it's all tempo related, those on pace. So
1 looks difficult. 1 probably, if the 4 is getting tailed, 1 probably is 3rd.
she just wants the speed on. Luckily,
1 looks difficult.
Could adapt with lower run rates. 2, 4, 1 and 5. Favourites really.
They are also talking about 2, 4, 1 and 5. I like the 2 and 4. Definitely 2 and 4 is something that I like. But that's not how it's going to be like. The 9... the 9 is there in the picture. Whether it is the 3rd or the 2nd, that's the question. 2 wins. The safe bet probably is 2. 1 is difficult. I think so. But 1 has the best jockey. 1 has the best jockey. If the jockey decides, if the jockey plays right, then 1 has the best jockey. There is no doubt about it.
Just a little bit too strong. She will be just a little bit too strong late for the favourite. Bell to Tell, the only other one given a hope in the betting. Just a slight drift today, 8.50 out to 9.50. Everything else is getting out. Big odds about Gary Portelli's horse, Verona Rose, all the way out.
No, there's no point, PC. Anything else? Maybe a small tote bet. There's no point. There's no point. It's either 5. No, 5 will not work, PC. 5 is a danger, you're right. But 5 is in a tricky position. That's a lot of pressure that this horse is carrying. It'll be difficult. It is going to be difficult. After this translates to 107 to 117. This is 131. So it's very difficult for 1. In this case, this 4 is in a clear light. The 4 is in a clear light, but 4 is getting tailed. And that's the outer drift, the 9. So the 4 is getting tailed. If the 4 doesn't deliver, then it's a separate thing because it is getting tailed. But that's relaxation here. These 2 are very high. Though there is a very good jockey on 1. There is a very good jockey on 1. 9 is the physics of this race. So it's either 2, 9, and 1, or it is 2 and 4, then 9.
They're going to trot it down to the start. So
that's what I think.
they will take Matrimonial to the farrier. So that gives us more time here, Ronnie. We've seen Treasure of the Moment with the Oaks in Melbourne.
Automan 7 Randwick.
With 2 races in mind, she won the binary, and now she's attempting to do the Victorian Australian Oaks double. Like a Lucy comes in as the unknown, although she's taken all before her and beaten.
2 is an amazing horse, but I mean, the 1 has the best jockey. That's there, Frank. 1 has the best jockey. The advantage with the jockey is huge on 1.
This filly's won 2 now. She can really lay it down, and there's no order blow today. So she's there to do that. That was very good horsemanship by Chad Schofield there. You know, when these horses throw a shoe.
And 1 is probably in the best hands. 1 probably is in the best hands. We'll go with 2.
It's just coming down to 140, but you definitely did touch 135 there. Treasure the Moment on the world pool. So she is a firm there. Over $1 million in that world pool currently. $1.40. That would defend the world pool at the furthest of the 155. She becomes a $1.50 chance. That's even like a Lucy just getting out of roll. $4 out to $4.20. The same price on the world pool there. $4.20 currently. And no further changes to anything else. So it's really a race for 2 at the
There's a possibility. I mean, a good jockey is a good jockey. There's no doubt about that. And that 9 is the physics of this race. If that 9 gets in between. But why are they doing that to 9 here? They found a perfect spot to do all that mechanism on the 9 at the gates. Now they want to change the shoe. They're not even scared. They're not even worried. Lewis on 5.
Knowing he's on the best feeling. That's feeling.
Without Greg, and
they're fixing a flat tire for us.
to the journey, but she still holds a really good turn of foot when Damien Lane.
2 is not looking like it is beatable. It's the linear, and up till 2000 meter linears win. That we know. It's just that the entire gamble of this race is they're all 3-year-olds. They're all 3-year-old fillies on a 2400 meter. That is not the distance for that age. I mean, one 5-year-old mare in this race would have made it a disaster. But it's all 3-year-old fillies.
She's a bit sassy. She's got good jokes about her. She's hot on the saddle pop, but she's not too bad. She's just walking her up the podium. Karen's keeping her nice and calm. Chad's just trotting up now, and we should get the okay, and just at the loading process now, so everything's good to go.
Okay, for the moment, still 155. The favourite Treasure of the Moment, $4 like a Lucy. No further change, and just no real advantage for anything else in the betting. Down to tell on a 7-day backer. It's the remainder of the market has a $9.50 chance.
All right, here's the grand final. The VRC Oaks winner up against the New Zealand Oaks winner like a Lucy and others in the Asahi Super Dry Australian Oaks. Here's Darren.
Preparing for a rainstorm of favourites. 1 filly and 4 mares to come, with Allow Cancer the Sydney Cup, Bear Sistina the Queen Elizabeth, Fangirl the Queen of the Turf, and Commemorative in the last. It's a unique situation with so many short prize favourites, and they're for late, and we're ready to run down the Australian Oaks, the 2 favourites. Sam was about the first out. Treasure the moment right like a Lucy holding a spot. Ella Hazel's going forward. Verona Rose jumped her over, being snagged back, and Dubai Gold Rush is slicing through the pack. You Wayne Defence, followed by Bell to Taylor, and a couple off to Matrimonial. Sun and Sand takes the lead clearly now, turning out of the straight. Zipped about 2 or 3 lengths in front. Ella Hazel strides to second. Treasure the moment third. Now, Ewing, they were vacating the fence there, so Ewing's gone through on the inside. They're pulling his Bell to Tell, and like a Lucy drawn barrier 1, is now 3 wide in the early stages of the Oaks, looking to slot in. They're followed then by Verona Rose down on the rails from Dubai Gold Rush, and 2 lengths away to Matrimonial last of all. So Sun and Sand's 3 in front at the mile mark from Ella Hazel. Then Treasure the Moment going to third on the outside of Ewing, and Like a Lucy McDonald got in now, and he's right on the coattails of the hot favourite Like a Lucy thing. New Zealand Oaks winner, and here's a fun fact, she's a daughter of Darren, who won the Arrowfield Sprint here some 8 years ago. Like a Lucy, right on the tails there of the short price favourite. Back third last in the race, Dubai Gold Rush from Verona Rose. And Matrimonial is the last one. 1,200 to go. Sun and Sand in front for Lucia Collett by a length and a half. To the big roughie of the field, Ella Hazel, followed by Yu Wang in third. A length from the back, Treasure the Moment, looking to capture the Oaks double. Then Bell to Tell has been a punch keen on the run, and she's midfield on the fence. 3/4 the outside Like a Lucy. Then Verona Road by Gold Rush and the Ruffy Matrimonial last of all. So Sun and Sand at the 800 metres, no change to the order. Down by a length and a half to Ella Hazel, then Yu Wang. Treasure the Moment, brilliantly positioned, followed by Bell to Tell. And Like a Lucy, now McDonald starts to rev her up a little bit, and she's peeling wider coming to the turn. Sun and Sand shows the way by a length and a half to Ella Hazel, Yu Wang. Now Treasure the Moment in the white cap.
Right, come on, let's move it, guys. Come on, move it.
Straight now. Sun and Sand shows the way by a length also on Yu Wang. Treasure the Moment, Like a Lucy. Ella Hazel is still there. 250 to go. Sun and Sand and Yu Wang. Treasure the Moment and Like a Lucy. They're both starting to knuckle down now. In the centre, Treasure the Moment. She's like lifting. Sun and Sand in front. Treasure the Moment.
267. Baby.
Sun and Sand, Yu Wang and Like a Lucy.
267. 4 did not deliver.
Well, she
Still good.
defeated the victory because that was a very hard watch. Matt Laurie's harder watching him here now. His heart's beating at 100 miles an hour. You breathe a sigh of relief, but that wasn't easy. Ronnie, they've never gone slower.
Boom.
They were flat out breaking 14s there for every 200 metres. They walked. It was a sprint home, and 2 roughies have given the top filly in the land a real fright. Lucia Collett would have thought all the Christmas had come at once there when left alone for so long. And she really pinched it. Wang got up on the inside. I thought they were...
That's a classy horse. Of course, that's a classy horse.
The last little bit, and no such thing as a 2-horse race or a 1-horse race when you're worried about each other, forgetting about the horses up front. When it's a sprint home like that, you can get some funny results, but it come through at the finish. She just showed that touch quality that she's got. Yeah, I think the class really kicked in, Ronnie, that last 100 to 50 metres. I'm not going to say he knew that he had him on toast with the Lucia Collett. I couldn't agree more. She did that horse out in front.
267 and 1.
She looked at when getting to about the furlong, but like I said, the class kicked in at about the 50 metre line. Yeah, 2:33.27 the race time, 33.93 the last 600, a long neck by a long neck, a long neck by a long neck.
Araman, 7.
Never mentioned in this Oaks here today. Sun and Sand.
So what happened is this, that 2, so 1 and 5, the 4 could have delivered, but the 4 was getting tailed. That was the problem that happened. 5 and 1 was in good hand, but that's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of pressure. Even with the jockey, it's a lot of pressure. We spoke about 9. 10, 6. The 9 did not deliver, but the 6 did. And then the 7 definitely got in. The 7 definitely got in. The 6 was the largest inner drift. So the 10 and 9 didn't. And the 6 did. Because the 6 was in a good hand. We go to the next 7. $16, $22, $23. But this is a menace of a race. Eight, 1, 6, 15.
First, I think they started to pick it up just after the 800 coin, so the first mile.
PC, that was a 2400 meter. Ideally, those horses are all legs up in the air. The kind of 3-year-old fillies over a 2400 meter is not a good thing.
2:30, 33, 93, the last 600 metres. Have we got time there, guys? There. Well, congratulations. I saw you tapping your heart there a couple of times when they hit the line. That was hard to watch.
It was, and I was pretty nervous about today. I'm a small field, and often they can be a bit kind of messy. It was sort of slow to watch. It was had a great deal of cover at times. It was on the wrong lead, and then they all came, off the turn, and she was under siege, and we haven't seen that for a while, and to see her dig deep from the stage, it's just incredible effort, and I'm pretty proud of the horse and the team that have helped me get her to this point.
The adrenaline must have really kicked in then for you when she surged, when she really found that. It must have been deep down inside her.
Well, we have seen it before, not for a while. Early on in her career, she had to really fight back on the inside down at Sandown one day. So I knew she'd kept coming, and the work's just been incredible. The last month has been unbelievable. I'm not sure whether we'll be going into this sort of distance range, anytime soon, but Damien will give us a good guide on that for the following preparation. But I'm obviously just a bit emotional about really the last few months.
You don't have to worry about the next prep. You can have soak it all in and then worry about it later. But maybe she is a miler, maybe 2,000 metres might soon.
Well, I think certainly a race with a bit more pace on. That's when you have small fields, there's a likelihood that you're going to get that lesser sort of pace. But, she's got an incredible heart, so it's a great story. I don't know how the rest of it going right through from winning the way she through to winning today as a pass, but I guess there wouldn't be too many of them.
You're on a big streak now, that's 8, and everybody's counting.
Yeah, well, you've got full faith in the horse, and like I said, we'll enjoy this preparation and what she's achieved, and I'm sure she'll come back with a bang next time too.
Can you put this fortnight into perspective in your career? You come up here with 2 horses and what you've done.
Yes, so we have a plan, and you expect things to not quite go the way you dream. So, to have it work out the way it has for us is unbelievable. Not only the treasure, 4 races out for amazing, and
bring up in the rocks, thinking we had a very high class bolt, but yeah, to land all greatness. What do you say? Yeah, thanks, mate. Cheers. Good. Well done, Foster. Yeah, she's a beauty. She's taking her on. She got me on a bit of a sticky spot there. It's like a spot there, really spin around. I didn't give it a bit too much leeway and had it hit the ground on my back, so yeah, she knocked her down and get down and then just those little bit special ones, just like looked like they had her on toast there at about the 200 metre mark, but that's when the class kicked in, right? Yeah, I was just hoping more than anything that was the case, and as you go, she knocked her down, and when those were getting tired, she just sent alone.
Hey, we'll be back. The Quaddie starts next, and it is the 2 mile Swap Sydney Cup.
Here in Newcastle, the 5th event this afternoon kicks off the first leg of the Quad Provincial Class 1 at the 1,500 metres. There's Scratchings field of 11, and 2 of them locked in battle for favouritism. The first is Eclair Encore. Second up, number 1, the Chris Lees and Ben Osmond.
Yeah, what she was good here first up. She chased strongly into third position. I think the extra 100 metres is more to her liking. She drops in weight with the claim for Ben Osmond. And I think she's the big improver in the race. She's been placed second up in the past, and she's come on nicely since I saw her first up. She's really improved the race.
Number 2 is Keeper. The Nathan 11 Will Stanley.
He's had one run back. I thought it was a pass mark here first up. He got the run of the race. He's been half a four lengths, I should say. He's on 3 weeks between the runs with a tick over trial in between where he was beaten half a length. I actually quite liked his trial going into his debut run and also his latest try. I can put him in, but it really surprised me to see him run well, stepping up the 1,500 metres today.
Number 3 is then is Cosmina, who is a $21 chance for Michael Bella.
She battled on okay first up at Kembla. She needs a lot of luck from the draw. Although she's beaten with 4.5 lengths, the winner in Maiden Crank alone dictated and won by a margin. She's a winner here in the past. She looks equally as good as when I've seen her in previous preparations. So in an open range, there's no reason why she can't run well.
Best back has been this filly Oakfield set for Damien Lane and Aaron Bullock.
Yeah, like her. I think she's progressive. She was good to win a maiden on debut at Gosford. I think there's a lot of merit in that win. She was hemmed up back well, stepping up to 1,500 metres, no hurdle whatsoever. She's a real sensible filly, and she can only run well.
Number 5 is Search Warrant for Mark Cross and Olivia Chambers.
He's been placed his last 2. He was the last start winner at Wyong at big odds. He's a horse that can mix his form. He's drawn nicely here today. He just needs to take the next step. He's always a relaxed character in the mountain.
On Oakfield second with Aaron not here today. Number 6 then, we've got in Tracy Barley Church listening.
She put the hit for the Royal Street Automated Company last start at Tamworth. So he's a length and a half behind Fingers Hunter. It's gone on to win against since 5 weeks between runs. Early on in this preparation, he hadn't shown a lot, but perhaps he's just taken a few runs to come ahead. Beautiful horse physically, and off his last start effort, you could definitely put him in the mix here.
Number 7 is a stablemate of Eclair Encore, Trajectory, Chris Leeds, Keegan Langford.
She's first up of 2 trials. She's been placed in both of those. She's finished third in the latest at Musselburgh where she got back. She was given a sweep, but she responded quite nicely. And although she's placed first up, she's only had a couple of preparations, and it wouldn't surprise me to see her run well.
Number 8 is Cashburn, Mitchell Beer, Grant Buckley.
He's had 2 runs for the new stable. I thought she was brilliant in second position at Kembla last start. The winner led and dictated, but she was taking ground off the eventual winner. She's drawn awkwardly, so she probably has to go back from the barrier, but she was strong late.
9 is Bella Kathleen, Market of any Luke Rolls.
From the South Australian there, she hasn't won a race in some time. She's probably better suited when she can get on wet ground. She's had a 6-week impression since transferring to the new stable. She's nice and fresh. She's up and about in the yard. We'll know a little bit more after she goes around today.
Caution number 10, Gary Fraser, Mitchell Bell.
He was playing first up here at Newcastle. He showed some improvement last start at Kembla. Beaten 5 grand to need to improve again, though, to be a winning chance. His winning strike rate's not encouraging.
And in ISO, the last of them was that body from board for Wayne Sheeran.
And his winning strike rate's not much better. He's won 1 from 27. He's only 400 metres too sharp here first up. The step up in trip suits, but I'm happy to watch.
Now in favourite in Clare Encore now, just shading Oakfield Saturn. They are locked in battle. Late mail, Mel.
4, 1, 8 and 7 with the 4 here, Oakfield Saturn. I think she looks progressive. The 1 Eclair Encore has taken nice improvement from the first up run. Cash Burn is going the right way about things, and Trajectile can run well fresh. 4, 1, 8, 7.
Good luck first look at the Quaddie. Here's Phil.
And starter has them. Red light, 1,500 metres, race 5. Away. And Cash Burn out the back early. Trajectile not all that well served. Declare Encore began nicely. Bella Kathleen was going to head it though. And when they settled down after 100 metres, Bella Kathleen led Declare Encore. Oakfield Saturn in the 3rd spot. It's on the outside of Gore Shin, who's 4th back on the inner Cosmina, a little bit wide at that point. Followed by Search Warrant and Trajectile in ISO, Banyan Tree. Well back is Keep Adam and Cash Burn back to the tail. Down to lead the back straight, so into the 1,000 metres, and it is Bella Kathleen on top, in control, led by a length. Second is Eclair Encore, and third, a little bit wide, Cosmina, Oakfield Saturn and Gaussian next. Keep Adam is a little bit wide around that 900 metre bend as well, as is in ISO, the Trajectile and Search Warrant in the centre of that group, and Banyan Tree now back at the tail. Coming up to the home bend. 600 metres out, Bella Kathleen the leader. Claire Encore's had a lovely run, as has Gaussian the inside. Cosmina's been wide. Oakfield Saturn is tracking up in the centre, then Keep At It. In ISO, Cash Burn wider on the track. Further back, Trajectile, Search Warrant and Banyan Tree around the bend. And going to the centre of the track, it is Bella Kathleen leading over Claire Encore. There's room for Oakfield Saturn to come through near the inner. Cosmina and Keep Adam are still coming down the outside. But Bella Kathleen has a kick as they hit the 200 metres. Bella Kathleen's a length in front of Claire Encore. Oakfield Saturn, Cosmina and Keep Adam. But it's still Bella Kathleen in front, close to the line. Double to connections. Bella Kathleen over Claire Encore, Oakfield Saturn, Cosmina, Keep Up. Banyan Tree was next, followed by In ISO, Cash Burn, further back Trajectile, Gaussian and Search Warrant at the tail.
Former South Aussie trained mare first up at the new yard. The former South Aussie Martin Minavini and Bella Kathleen just would not lie down. At $21 and $4, had stayed off to Claire Encore. They were 1-2 in the run. I thought the latter was going to get to her, but as I say, the South Aussie mare, or the former South Aussie trained mare, just would not surrender. Oakfield and Saturn will wind up in 3rd spot. 4th will go the way of Cosmina. There's one at a price.
Yeah, it's been a long time since she's been in the winner's circle, and she's yet to perform on firm ground prior to today. So I had her penciled as a wet tracker, but off a 6-week freshen, new stable, change of environment, and she leads the whole way to win. I thought second Aussie Claire Encore had a chance. Likewise, Oakfield Saturn, who had a beautiful trail just in behind the speed, but all honours with the winner. She did all the work up in front, and she gets another win on the board.
Not just some of the honours, but all of them. Race number 5, done and dusted. A break back to Randwick right after this.
Right, this is the 7th one at Randwick. It's a 3,200 meter group 1. 8, 1, 6 and 15 are the numbers, so that 8 is the favorite. Now if we look through the rails, 8 is the linear, but here is the thing, this one is a tremendous distance. It's a 3,200 meter. The nearest race that is comparable with this one is probably the Melbourne Cup, which is 3,500 meter. And in this case, things can go horribly wrong. This one, the 8 is a 5-year-old mare. Is it a good horse? It is a good horse. Up till 2,000 meter, no problem. But here, if we look at the translation of the pressure, this has got the highest pressure, 109, which translates to 71 for a 5-year-old mare coming from gate number 15. It's the linear. The next one, which is way relaxed, two horses, are these two horses. 15 and 6, which is a 4-year-old mare, out of which that's the kind of a thing that we've got. Now the 8 is the favorite. The pressure is huge. The pressure is huge on this horse. For a 3200 meter, I am not sure whether that will happen, wherein and they have never been to that distance. They have never been to that distance. That's the problem. The only one horse which has, I mean, if we look at the majority of distances, then these are the horses, wherein 13 has been to that distance, and 13 has done most of the distance. It's got 32 races, and most of the distances that it has covered is on 3200 meter. So that's that, and it's a neutral. So it's a 6-year-old gelding, and that 13 is a check. I don't know whether it will deliver or not. It doesn't. I mean, so here the problem is, if we actually look through the pressure line and the rails, though the rails will probably not matter at a 3500 meter or a 3200 meter, the rails will not matter. They'll get plenty of chances to do a lot of stuff. Now we get these two horses, the 15 and the 6, both are 4-year-old mares. They're the youngest ones, the 15 and the 16, 15 and the 6, out of which 15 has less pressure, is a much heavier horse, and also with a good jockey. 15 is like that. Then the outer drift is definitely 7. That's the outer drift, but that whether that will work here is a difficult question. Whether that will work here is a difficult question. That's the largest outer drift, and 1 is the largest inner drift. And honestly, the inner drift is better, I think. 1 is better. This is within the rails, but this is better. So but the pressure is much less. Here we don't know what the pressure is. This is like 19. This is like 19 out of all these horses with the strength and the physics. This is like 19. 1 we don't know. That's clueless. 8 is the favorite. It's the linear up till 2000 meters, 2400 meters, 2500 meters. It's not a problem. But this one is a 3200 meter. 15 is a very strong one, because the pressure is much lesser, and this is a 4-year-old gelding. It's a 4-year-old gelding versus a 5-year-old mare over a 3200 meter. So this thing can play horribly wrong. God knows. I mean, look at the number of horses. There are probably 20 horses in here. We'll take a look at 15 and see how that is looking like.
She's one of the better ones in here. She looks really fit and healthy, and another one walks out very freely.
Mostly cloudy. Brace Knock, who's first riding the Group 1 for Busselton here. And isn't he riding well, I must say. He's flying race and strong stayer, very well paced. Wants a real staying test to come into it late.
Yeah, real athletic top horse too, first time I've seen him. Yeah, B plus for me.
To Janus, number 14, Election Comet, and Chris Waller. That's interest, back from New Zealand with an unlucky second in the Auckland Cup. He was just kept improving his horse.
Deep into the prep, still holds really good condition.
We're on to Birdman, number 15, Zach Lloyd, Chris Waller. He got a few breaks getting through the field in the Champions, but he lost the race was he got behind a couple of slow ones when he was in the box seat, and he got shuffled back and lost his position terribly. So I thought he was great considering that. So now 50 kilos, inside draw, riding closer. I think he's right in the mix.
Yeah, he stood well on him.
Garrett Shinko, Robbie Dolan, and Dom Shuck. Yep, arrives with different form. Behind an exciting start, I must say, Deacon would have had an interest in this field. Not sure where it fits in here.
He's a nice type, Ronnie. He's another one here who's walking out very freely and looked really, really well, but then snacking up here now in the club.
Yeah, there's the jockey's mounted up. It's come to a complete standstill. We need a few traffic cops on duty. Now, here's another one of the Waller Brigade, strap page 8 forward. He's going as well as he can go. He has to be respected along with a few of his stablemates here, and he's got one of the knockout chances.
Really love the way that this horse attacked the line last time too. He took the shortcut back on the inside. Probably wasn't the place to be, but he made good ground. So, yeah.
PC is on fire.
Champions, but has a few legs to make up still.
I couldn't find a negative on him.
I've got Walton, number 20, Reece Jones, Matthew Smith. He should back up well from last week. I think if there's an absolute blowout in the race, it's him for sure for me.
Yeah, I haven't got him on him, I'm sorry.
That's all right. He's just coming around now, Corey.
Super relaxed.
He's the great.
Yeah, he looks well. He's obviously not carrying the extra condition. I just support that sort of wintry look about him, but no, not.
Now, where's Hopeful? Have you already got out?
I'll be out. I don't know this.
In those bright yellow colours for Newfoundland and Triple. Yeah, he's got the history of play up there. Last week, he would have been. Sorry, guys. Okay, but one we didn't get to was Zaria, number 3, and there is Zaria just emerging out through the tunnel now with Damien Lane on board for Chris Waller. Yeah, well, I would have liked to see a touch more from him in the Tankwood last start, but the runner doing the world of good. He's just not enough evidence known about him yet. Okay, Corey, 20 runners, the Sydney Cup. You won one of these ones twice.
Yeah, I actually won 3 of them, but two of them tonight. I really like Athlete Basket. I've always had a lot of time for this horse. I think he should be reaching peak condition here. Didn't mind his run last time out. Obviously, he had to go back into a spot where he didn't really want to be, Tommy, but I just love the way that he worked to the line. Sets up better here today. He's doing softer, should settle closer, and yeah, I think he's a great chance.
I am 1, 6, 4, and 8. I'm going with different form, the Tankwood form here with Duke Princessa. I think he's very solid in the market, which is a good sign. I think he's time 4th up now. He's a Caulfield Cup winner, and I don't think he's really passed the
I don't know, PC. It looks like 8 is it's carrying a lot of pressure. I'm out. It's carrying a lot of pressure, PC. It's a great, looks fabulous.
She should have been to start with, but impossible to knock the dominance of her performances. 1, 6, 4, and 8.
Yeah, we've been covering our cats just a little bit during the week. She's the horse we like in the race, but she's just starting to get a little bit soft. 280 was taken on Tuesday. She was 260 this morning, but now out to her highest price so far as a $3.20 chance. She's not super easy to lay. She's a small winner in our book, but that is mainly due to the great support we've seen for Zardozi, who's been really popular all week. $8 Tuesday, $7 taken this morning, and now a $6.50 chance. She's our only loser in our book, and she's a pretty big number at that. She's short on the Whirlpool, $5.80, really easy to lay. Best move today has been Duke DeCessa, $8.50 into 7, as much as $11 bet on Tuesday down in 2. Birdman, a good firm early in the week, 15 into 8.50. He's just back to 9. A couple that they've spec at longer odds today, circle of
Frankie, big bet, 8 rand.
Support for Basket, 26 into 16. Structane, 23 into 17. They're the 3 best moves at longer odds. But best backed in the Sydney Cup is Dozy, a $6.50 chance with tab.com.au. The fave just gets out one more roll now, a $3.30 chance.
Okay, 2 miles the journey. They start just adjacent to the 1,000-metre mark. In fact, a little bit inside the 1,000. Michael, where is it exactly? Is it the 900? I think it's about the 900-metre mark, isn't it, on the course proper? Yeah. There it is at the 900-metre mark. So just down from that 1,000-metre shoot start. And Shani's been galloping around with these gallopers. They should all look hard fit, Shani.
Indeed they do. I'm just trying to go along.
Oh,
10 seconds.
don't tell me Max is bolted.
No, he hasn't, but I've got a little bit keen. He's actually been quite keen today, a little bit fresh, but I'm just arriving now. You're right, they are absolutely excited.
You've trained him in a minute.
I have trained
You've got him ready to peak on Sydney Cup.
I reckon we could nearly run it the way we just come around there then.
Okay.
LL Cancer, she was starting to get more
Okay, let's go. 8.
when I went down and did a piece with her just last week. She whereas today she was
Oh, what the hell? It's a good horse. It's a linear.
I'm not too worried because previously she had been getting herself hot bothered. She probably doesn't parade the best, but for some reason she links up
8. Let's
in the
go.
yard and she's fine once she's mid-race. So they're all looking absolutely fantastic. Birdman's great. He's just so switched on. The blinkers obviously were the key to him last week. They trained on beautifully. Structay's another one that was absolutely fantastic. At the basket, he's prime.
And I can't even look at these numbers in one screen. There are like 20 horses in here.
She's looking at track. Sometimes she's one of those ones that doesn't look that great, but today she had a
This is a menace of a race.
So, yeah, all of these horses, fantastic. I'm out of breath.
I know you are. How long can you keep going? Oh, good on you, Shane.
I would have been out, but it is PC's conviction. So, in 8. It's within the rails, got the physics, everything is there. The only drawback is the pressure that it is carrying.
Up down the neck and under the belly. Well, she's won doing that before. I wouldn't let it concern you too much, that's for sure. So, from what we've seen so far today, I know this is a 2-mile race, but are we going to see more speed generated in these races for what's happened earlier today with a couple of these no contests? So, yeah, that's an interesting thing going forward in these last 4 races. Well, the Oaks, they couldn't have gone slower. In Rich's race, when he won the Arrowfield, they couldn't have gone any slower.
6-2-8.
About to move these horses in. Now the basket about to come up. Back to Tim Ryan for another market update.
LL Cancer, she's found her price at $3.40. You won't see any better than that. We're seeing good support now. She's $3.05 on the world for so Paddock's keen to take that $3.40 fixed odds. But I'll repeat, Dozy has been the best back since Tuesday. She's our big loser. She's a $6
You're right.
chance.
You're right. PC. You're right.
Okay, here is Hopeful coming up.
I'm freaking. I know you're shaking. I know you're shaking, brother.
40 minutes ago. We're 2 miles ahead of them here for the Swep Sydney Cup. First leg of the Quaddie with jackpot today. Kostochka goes in. Capacity filled at 20 and the gates are back now. They're off and racing. In the gold jacket, Hopeful jump well. A Rapper Hose right there. Warmunga going forward and allow chance as well.
Circle of Fire's in the action out wide, and Duke Duchess is going right up the inside.
Man.
Early stages, Duke's going to hold a lot of them out. From Arapaho and Alcance goes to third, 3 up. Warmonger 4 up.
Look at the speed of this race. What are they trying to do? It's a 3200 meter.
Middle of the pack there with the white cat, mostly cloud at the outside. Valiant King's down on the fence, then followed further back by Garrett Chico.
That's 8.
Janice is outside. Then Zardozi down on the rails. Right behind her is a rear from Age of Sail. Then Cleveland's up ahead of Tijanis in the run. Further back to Strathclyde, Francesco Quaddie, Rostocka. And Bolton, last of all, down to the post, and Clark taking control of the race down on Alcance. This allows River of Stars to stride up on the outside. It's Alcance about a half in front to River of Stars. So she did a bit of work early there, Alcance. Clark wants to give her a bit of a rest, and he'll put the Do Not Disturb sign on. River of Stars in second now. Circle of Fire hasn't got the spot yet. It's caught wide. Duke de Sessa gets the prime position with the tail trail behind the favourite. Then Hopeful 3 back the fence, further back to Arapaho. About 2 after Valiant King. Racing out there on Birdman, I should say, on the inside of Athabaskan. 2 further back to Zardozi is tugging along at the fence. But mostly cloudy the outside. They're followed further back by Zarir on the inside of Garrett Chico. A gap of about 2 lengths into Francesco Quaddie as they head to the back. Further back then to Cleveland, to Janis, inching a little bit closer from the Stodka Age of Sail. Waltham and Strathclyde are the last 2, so they're really strung out down the back. And the Alcance in control by a length on River of Stars. Duke de Sessa in a very handy third right behind the favourite. Circle of Fire, last year's winner, gets the 1 out 1 back trail now. Followed by Hopeful, then came Warmonger, further back to Burpin on the inside of Arapaho. 2 after Zardozi on the inside of Athabaskan.
All the horses are in this race. Warmonger, Zardozi.
Francesco Quaddie, Grand Chico to shut us under the pump out wide.
Man, what a run. That horse is a beast. That is a beast, that horse is. 8 is like... Come on, baby. Just another 400 meters. Come on, baby. Do it. Run, baby, run.
She might be gone, yes. River of Stars and Arapaho have moved down. Athabaskan chimes in. Right down the outside is Cleveland with a good run, mostly cloudy. But Arapaho dashes clear. It's Arapaho 2, 3 lengths in front.
2.
Arapaho. Second club with the Sydney Cup, and today's the day. Arapaho.
2:20.
Got up to run second. River of Stars third. The mostly cloudy Athabaskan. Further back to Garrett Chico. Burpin, Circle of Fires, Dozies, the rear, Cleveland, Strathclyde running up with some headway for Warmonger. Duke de Sessa dropped down. Second to last.
Arman, boom. Pushed it too hard. Too hard. Arman. That is an 8-year-old. But a dedicated jockey. This is exactly what I was about to talk about. So this is exactly the replica of the Melbourne Cup. This is exactly what happened at Melbourne Cup. This is exactly what happened at Melbourne Cup this year. It's a dedicated jockey. It's a dedicated jockey who knows what he's doing. This distance is about dedicated jockeys. This is not about anything else.
Got a beautiful ride. He looked the winner before the turn, and he seemed to be the only horse travelling there. So he just puts a gap in him.
Congratulations, Arman Dow's.
Charges to the line in the second spot. And River of Stars was great, riding that speed and sticking on so well. So I'll have to have a few more looks at that, but all I know is we've got a dominant winner, and stand by, Bjorn.
Yeah, it was a terrific ride there, Ronnie. Obviously, she drew a little bit
This
stiff. She got
game.
up horse and race right up onto and caught off in lead, but she's happy with this Monroe business once she got
Two.
the fence and just let this horse go through its gears. And once she puts the
Any idea about the numbers, Araman? What are the numbers?
two, it's the Sydney Cup to go alongside a Tancred.
This is just the replica of the Melbourne Cup. It exactly played like that.
One. Rachel King in the saddle. Number 20, Walsall. Great trainer.
Granny's Day Out. Yep. As an 8-year-old. Tough job, but it delivered. 229 Dows, 229.
So I'm behind with my honour in that Tancred, and they've gone on a stretch of the 2 mile a day. I really like the Tancred form this year. I just identified the wrong horses. Out of the Duke de Seta had
Brilliant.
a chance there, stayed, and along with a few others. But Arapaho, he's been here before.
Yeah, I mean,
He was just. I'll have to go back.
this is something, PC, we need to, this is something that, this is back to back, all right? This is the Sydney Cup and that's the Melbourne Cup. So both the cases, it is the dedicated jockey. Both the cases. I have gone through the Sydney Cup, I mean, the Melbourne Cup, like for more than 72 hours, and I couldn't find anything else apart from the fact that that horse had a dedicated jockey. That's all that it had. 3,500 meters, and this is 3,200 meters. It is the same thing that happened.
I've never been a horse so honest. He just tries.
600 metres from home, he looked the winner already.
I was bolting it. I had to sort of count to 10 and just wait till I got to the top of the rise. He's got an awesome turn of foot.
He's got 17 races with that horse. 17.
Because he jumped super today and put himself in a beautiful spot. He went to sleep, and look, credit to everyone in his team. They had him perfect cherry ripe today. Couldn't have been any fitter and feeling any better. Thank you.
Bjorn Baker. Here we
Adam
are,
Fell.
7 days later, and it's the Sydney Cup to go with the Doncart. Yeah, very, very special.
Brilliant. That was good. No.
I asked Luke this, my assistant.
8. Now this is the Elizabeth Cup.
Winner the Murray in 92, and he said, I can't remember. He finally got it after I said, my Eagle.
13 and 15.
And then his brother texted me this morning, that was the poster on our wall for 8 years growing up.
12, 1, 2, and 4.
It's amazing. I haven't got my good friends at the source. I've got my family. So very special. We lost one of the part owners last year, Grippo. He's a legend, and what he did for Western Sydney and what he did for charities and what he did for rugby league, I'm never going to be able to replace that at all. He's an absolute champ, and just so much love to the family. We miss them. This is a very special horse, a Arapaho. He's a Tancred winner, and now you've stretched him out to 2 mile, which maybe you thought he wouldn't be able to jump that far. We get a bit emotional about this stables. We love him. And we gave him a bit of Murray Baker treatment on Thursday, and he relaxed beautifully. What does that entail? That tail's just doing a solid piece of groundwork, and he's a sound horse. We know he's got acceleration, and that's where having a father that won everything but the Melbourne Cup comes into it. So so impressive, but great ride today. Rachel King just held him up, and he exploded, which he can do. Well, it's going to be hard to top this week in racing for Bjorn Baker, the newly minted Australian. I'm not the Japanese, they generate some pretty good money, so I love it. I'm lucky, I'm the luckiest man in the world, and I'm just lucky to train good horses that are fit, healthy and well. All right, how will Steffi run later today? It's hard. 2 champion mares there. She's got a great gait though. She'll be able to put herself there. She's come through the race in a remarkable order. So it's been a magic day already. Well done. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to a quick break.
Eight win Bendigo.
Dal is controversial figure in the I wouldn't call it different style. It and it's just like it's so fun for every type of policy. Very much really valuable and the woman. Yeah, so I got that. Then and I think like it would not be like a children's segment of anything. Then I got another polyphenol, which is called polyphenol. You don't know of that? Oh, that's stupid. Why did I get two copies with the same picture? In my like four things. Then I got like
Right, so the 60 for Newcastle today, second leg of the Quaddie benchmark 64. That's over the 1850 metres well, and we start with Gardenzio, TAB number 1. Brett Buckley riding for Kristen Buchanan.
He showed nice improvement last start at Tamworth when he come back to country grade. His runs prior were only fair at the provincials. He's drawn awkwardly here today. I know he's a horse that's got the ability if he puts his best foot forward. He'd need to improve a few lengths off his last start effort, but it's not to say he's not capable.
Number 2 is Magic On. Mitchell Bell on board for Tracy Bartley.
It's taken a few months to come to hand, this preparation. He showed plenty early on in his career. I thought he was playing his first few this preparation, but his last start effort was encouraging where he was picking around 2 lengths. He finds a race that looks no harder. He needs a touch of luck from the barrier, but he's always a beautiful horse in the mounting yard, and today he's no different. He's at the peak of his condition with 3 solid runs under his belt, and he's definitely in with a chance here if he reproduces last start.
Favourite is 3. This is Alphaville for Gay Waterhouse, Adrian Bott, Louis Bosola.
Yeah, he's been placed in both runs this preparation. He probably gets conditions to suit now, stepping up to the 1850. I really liked him here last start, and I think he was just a fraction 1 pace remaining at 1,500 metres. He'll make it a real staying test. He's a lightly framed galloper. He doesn't hold a lot of excess, but he is maintaining his condition beautifully. He'll be in it for a long way up on speed.
Ancient Egypt is the 4th, Wayne Brown and Will Stanley.
He ran on nicely first up at Canamble. 2 of his 4 wins have been second up in the past. He'll appreciate the 6.5 kilo weight drop here today, albeit he finds a stronger race. He does look well placed with the claim today.
Number 5 as we move on to Full Metal Jack and a $6 chance for Gary Portelli and Sean Geimer.
I like him today. He's been in place 2 from his last 5. He's been contesting stronger races his past 2. He went to a Canberra Guineas 2 runs ago, and then he went to a midway last start at Rose Hill, and although he only beat a few home, he was back at 4 lengths without any luck whatsoever. He was back, held up in traffic in a race that was dominated by the on-speed runners. He's drawn well. I'd love to see him hold a ball from the position from the barrier. I thought he could run well at $6.
Number 6 was second up Wagga Wagga with Kira Mara, JBO.
He just found that 1,500 metres far too sharp first up. Up to 1850 would definitely help. However, he's yet to do like anything under 2,400 metres, so I suggest he'll need further than this.
Longstand is number 7, Wade Wilkes and Shea Wilkes combined.
He was tough to win 2 runs ago at Taree. He got back, he had to make a long sustained run. I thought that was plenty in that win. He just raced at one pace at the mile last start. Yeah, was out 3 metres there at Taree on a day where it was difficult to beat ground. He's pretty keen to get on with things here today. He steps up to the 1850 for the first time. He just needs to get the first part of the race right.
We mentioned that Tia bit of a break last time winner was Steve O'Halloran and Keegan Latham.
She'd deserved that. She'd been promising to win a race for a long time. She'd been a model of consistency. She had the right run when winning here last start. Hopefully Max to get a similar run in transit where she can just blend into the race when she wants to. She's had stack of racing, but she's maintaining her condition beautifully.
Number 11, Ross Rock, Paul Perry, Anna Roper.
5 weeks when she thought she had a chance here last start where she led. She just got tired late. She'll put herself in the first field with the claim for Anna Roper. Back up to the 1850, I think suits as well.
Stay tuned, this is the last of them. Just gets to an $11 quote for Stay Tuned for Paula, Martha Cape and Andrew Corder.
He's won 2 from 16. I thought he worked fairly in a slightly long race here last start, whereas being around 5 lengths. Just really need to improve to be aware of this.
Bunkerville 350 in favourite. Second elect's equally on track. A full metal jacket is in a half a point along with Wanstad, and they're at $5.50 apiece. Magic on is $6, and then further out to an $8.50 chance of Weeping Jam. He got him to weight now, back out the weight 3.5 minutes out. Melba off to the gates, Rock Rock. That's him specking. Magic on solid. And Stay Tuned just out a couple of points. Home mail time ahead of the 1850.
5, 3, 2 and 7. I'm with the 5 here, full metal jacket. He's been contesting strong races. His last 2 draws to get Mac favourites here today. He had the best of luck at Rosehill last start in Midway Company where he was beaten around 4 lengths. 3 Alphaville wouldn't surprise me to see him win. I think he's going to appreciate the step up to the 1850. He's been placed in both runs this campaign. Magicon looked equally as good as when I've seen all preparation. I just think he's taken a few runs to come to hand this campaign. And the 7 on one jack, he was very good from back in the field at Curry last start. He'll appreciate the step up in trip. 5, 3, 2 and 7, and we can see Louis Bozeman just keeping the Alphaville warm behind the barriers there. It's giving a good shot around. I think they'll be positive.
They will let the other day, that was over the 1,500 metres, but you would certainly expect him to go forward.
Yeah, I agree. I think they'll make it a real standing test. And he was able to lead here last start, but I think he just hit a bit of a flat spot when they sprinted at the top of the 3 lengths over their 1880. So I think stepping back up and trip with a plane, they'll well forward with her.
All right, let's go to Tim Ryan from TAB to find out what's happening here. It looks like Alphaville has been solid enough. Tim, will come here. What's happening ahead of race 6?
Pretty quiet, race 6. Here comes Alphaville. Just a touch soft with that, a little bit hungry late. 10, full metal jacket, small firm 7 6 today. Wanstad, a little bit bigger firm, 7 to 6. So both the second or both people's second picks have seen a bit of support today. Magic on, had been well back early in the week, 11 to 5.50. It's a bit soft today, 5.50, 8 to 6.50. We spotted Ross Rock. There, Gavin, 12 into 9 today. Barrier 1, perhaps to get a pretty good run up on his speed, so I'm not surprised to see some money for it. We be jamming a little bit soft. It's been $8.80, $9.50, and Stay Tuned. Just holding its price around the $10 mark after $15 was bet that earlier in the week. The favourite just firms back in a touch. Now a $3.20 chance after touching a high of $3.30. But betting a little bit quiet here, the best pushes I can give you a full metal jacket who firms again now into $5.50 and Wanstad, the third pick, who's at firm today, $7.50 to $6.50.
Okay, Tim, thank you. So there's Wagga Wagga and the Australian Bloodstock colours about to come up. Ahead of the second leg of the quaddie. The first leg taken out by the former South Aussie and Bella Cat lead at a big price. Upwards of $21 on the New South Wales. So he's race 6 though. The last one looks like it'll be Magic on. Still to load. He's race 6 with Phil.
Come up. Starters out front. Magicon goes in. Red light, we're set to go race 6, 1850 metres. All ancient Egypt. A bit restless in the gates. Settles again. the way. And Rothrock inside, clearly the best again over Ancient Egypt and Weaving Jam and going up. Densio and Alcabil not that far away early. And next then came Full Metal Jacket, followed by Magicon on a forward move after being wide in the early part. Stay tuned is with it. So yeah, Wonjat now getting back and going back to the tail is Wagga Wagga. Keenly contested lead down the back, into the 1400 metres. Densio going on with it. Runs to the lead over Magicon and slides up into second. Alcabil slots in third. Rothrock fourth the inside. Then Weaving Jam and stay tuned 3 deep at that point. A length and a half Ancient Egypt. Followed by Full Metal Jacket, a couple away Wonjad, and back with it is Wagga Wagga. As they head off the back, head off the back straight to inside the 1100 metres now, Gardenzio. And what has been a fairly solid clip in the early part. Then by length over Magicon, Alcabil run up the race third inside, then Weaving Jam. Followed by Rock, stay tuned, Ancient Egypt, Full Metal Jacket, Wagga Wagga. And Wonjat on its outside back at the tail, about 10, 11 lengths off the leader. They've got NPO, looks to get a breather. As they run down the side, towards the 600 metres, NPO a half length over Magicon, Alcabil still third the inside, around underneath Weaving Jam. Then stay tuned and Rock together, Full Metal Jacket about to work to the outside, Ancient Egypt, Wagga Wagga, and Wonjat back at the tail. Now Denzio leads up to the home bend. In second spot is Magicon. Alcabil is under immense pressure back on the inside. Weaving Jam starting to work home and stay tuned likewise, and Rothrock taking inside runs. Magicon ran to Gardenzio as they head towards the 200 metres. Stay tuned and Weaving Jam are going to go. Magicon though, and Rothrock continues to make ground the inside. Stay tuned, Weaving Jam and Rothrock getting up on the inside. Stay tuned, grabbed by Rothrock. Rothrock did not go around the hooks and defeated. Stay tuned, Weaving Jam and Wagga Wagga, I think, next ahead of Magicon and Wonjad. Further back then came, as they crossed the line, Full Metal Jacket, Alcabil to nudge well back Ancient Egypt, and Denzio after lead finished last.
Well, there was good sweeping there. They were bang on. Hard up against the inside Rock. Too good, Paul Perry and Anna Roper. We saw a double on the day over Stay Tuned. Who looked the winner with his big white nose roll. Weaving Jam will wind up in third spot. Wagga Wagga has made up a furlong. He's looking for further. He'll be winning one shortly.
Yeah, a few disappointing runs there. Alcabil seemed to find a nice finish off the speed. Was very plain in the run home. She's a tough mare, Rothrock, win number 7 at start number 46. Back up to the 1880 with the claim today. And that is a first win here at Newcastle. The second and the third one for William. Wagga Wagga's going to be better when he gets out of over further again.
Numbers here, 11, 12, 8 and 6 on race 6 halfway point of the Quaddie. The big one is up next at Randwick.
Here we're Tom Marquin, Dubai Honour.
Okay, this is
He would have had a chance.
the 8th one at Randwick. This is the race today, the Queen Elizabeth Stakes. 12 is the favorite. It's a 7-year-old mare. It's the linear. Everything is looking good, and that's the only straight line that we have. It's after a long time I've seen such a straight line. None of the races that have that kind of a line. It's absolutely straight. It's the linear. That's what the linear is capable of doing. Now, a club is either 14, that's the largest outer drift, or 8. 8 has the second best jockey. 14 is 14 could be tricky. 14 could be tricky. It's got 40 races, and this one has got 27 races. This is a green line. This is an absolute green line. So it's either 12 and 8 or 12 and 14, something on those lines. Rest everything is a gamble. I mean, this is also a gamble, but that's what I get here. Generally, let's not talk about this one. This one is weird. Generally, the drifts they get in. All right, here the 6 got in. That was the largest inner drift, and here it is the largest. It is bigger than this one. This is 4,700. That is 3,400. 8, 12, and 8 is a possibility. 12 doesn't look like it is beatable, and 12 and 14 is also a possibility. The 14 has a relaxation, more relaxation. It's a much heavier horse. This one is probably not so relaxed, but it's a 2,000 meter. It's between 12, 14 or 12, 8, 14, 8.
During the week, there's support for him. There was $21 everywhere, pretty well everywhere on Tuesday, and he's single figures now. That speaks highly of him. So I think he's worth just with that different form.
He's an absolute monster when you look at him in the enclosure. Ronnie didn't look that big a track the other morning, but it's a massive big leg in time. He's got a massive big stride on him as he parades here. His attitude's been great. He's got something kicking out over there, kicking the fence. But yeah, he's a really nice horse.
Light infantry man, Ethan Brown and Kieran Marr.
Well, he's a dominant Australian Cup winner.
There is this Dubai horse. Which one is that? Dubai.
He's won 2 of his past 4.
Dubai King or Dubai something.
Pretty well at Group 1 weight for age level, so that speaks enough of him.
Yeah, he's a really neat type of horse as well. He's well put together. He's a beautiful muscle structure all over him. Another one, he's obviously feeling very, very well. He's been slightly up in the bridle since entering the yard, but it looks good.
Wolf number 4, Chad Schofield and Joe Pride.
Those big odds here. It may have looked a bit plain to the eye winning last start, but I'm not
Dubai
so
Honor.
sure.
That's
that was on
number 1.
Race at 2,000 metre run under his belt now. He's primed, and I just can't really go up his odds.
A little bit of the old Wolf in him today. He's pretty wound up in the yard here. All those little antics with him before, he's quite relaxed, but he's very, very revved up here in the afternoon.
Rock 200 odds.
James Cummings, got Tom Kitten on the back up here from the Doncaster, and Ben Millen renews and continues his association.
Well, he should back up well, considering he didn't have a tough run last week. So I think he's ready for he's still got a big peak performance left in him, 2,000 metres now. Yeah, the more I look at it, the better chance he's got.
Yeah, looks absolutely outstanding in the yard here today. Not that he didn't last time out in the Doncaster, but he's just got a real glow about him here today, Ronnie. He looks terrific.
Now Vauban, number 6, Tim Clark riding for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bond.
The stable seem to have him where they want him at the moment. It was a much better parade second up from him. He didn't shirk his task. Not everything went right there, so no, I'm not going to say no to him.
Oh, you couldn't say no to him, Ronnie. He looks absolutely outstanding. He's getting quite warm, though. He's getting quite revved up. I don't know if that's because of the crowd or he's obviously just feeling very, very well, but there's no knock for him. But, he's definitely feeling good.
Now we go to Buckaroo number 7, Tommy Berry and Chris Waller.
I thought he was great first up in a race not run to suit. He's had a trial since. He's got great second up form, where 3 of his 5 wins have been second up. He's further forward today and goes in every trifecta you have.
He's very, very sedate and relaxed when he first walked in the yard, but he's starting to get a little bit round up as he parades. Looks well.
Lindemann, number 8, Nash Ruler and Chris Waller.
Well, he's yet to miss a place in 4 runs this prep at the top level, behind Via Sistina twice, Fangirl and Ballbin. So to think he's the price he is just tells you the depth of this field.
He's always super relaxed and casual, parading exactly the same. Again here today, his coat's blowing, walking out very freely. Yeah, another one with a big tick.
Centre Park, number 9, Tyler Schiller from Neesham and Archibald.
Convinced he's going better than ever if he's good enough. Place chance for sure.
Hasn't turned a hair since being in the yard. He looks great.
Middle Earth, Jamie Miller on for Kieran Marr.
Well credentialed import. Just looking at his last run, he just might want to touch further now.
very, very hot. He's been wound up since he's walked into the yard. He hasn't dropped a bridle at all, so yeah, he's getting quite warm.
Here's another one backing up from the Doncaster. It's the other Japanese horse. Lane to ride, Kimura trains. It's Geoglyph. Yeah, would have liked to see more in the Doncaster last week. He has to turn that form around quickly here.
Couldn't fault his appearance. He looks really, really well in his appearance. Yeah, no knock.
Okay, I think Boban's about to go straight out here. The jockey jumped up on board Tim Clark and, yep, straight down the tunnel. Here is the favourite, number 12, Via Sistina, James McDonald and Chris Waller. James about to mount up. Here she comes.
Yeah, she's obviously the talk of the town, and so she should be with her record. Lovely, laid back big mare. Look, her reputation has a pretty short, and understandably so, in a high quality race, stacked full of depth, but she's the go-to horse, and I've got no argument with that.
Obviously, super consistent this time round, but it's definitely the best that she's looked this preparation. She's lost that sort of whispery hair look, and yeah, she looks outstanding.
Right, same colour, same connection, but with a black cap. It's number 14, Deny Knowledge. Mark Zara for Anthony and Sam Freeman.
She's a 2,000 metre specialist who loves to roll along. She's been incredible in the past two preparations, and she won't be an easy beat to get past in the straight here.
She was parading really, really well. As soon as Mark got up on board, she really come to life. So yeah, big tip for mine.
They're heading to the gates, to the 2,000 metres for the Queen Elizabeth Stakes. Corey Brown, who have you settled on?
I'm settling with number 2, Rorschach Park. I know Ronnie's been a big rap for this horse all through the week. I went out and watched the horse gallop there on Thursday morning. God, he didn't look that big out on the track, but when I seen him in the enclosure, he's a man mountain. He looked terrific in the yard. So yeah, I'm with number 2, Rorschach Park.
I am 212, 4 and 1. I hope you're right. Just like I say, just got a little X factor here. You know, these Japanese horses at the top level, you know, they say he's a really good two horse, and he's with the right run. He's a proper Group 1 horse, so I'll cop that. Needs a good ride, but he's got one of the world's best to produce that ride. Hopefully gets enough speed here. We've lost one of our leaders, which hurt. In full count, Felicia, who was going to go forward with Deny Knowledge, but I'll take the risk. You can't knock Via Sistina, only that she's found one of the hottest races I've seen, you know, depth-wise, and she's $2.10. But look, she's a very popular mare. I can understand that, and if she does pull out that rating from the Cox Plate, there's no betting. Wolf, the forgotten horse of the field, I'd say, and Dubai Honour, just too good to leave out. Or I'd love a spot for Tom Kitten and Buckaroo there, but 212, 4 and 1.
Favourite Via Sistina, the tableau of the day today, 195 out to 210, albeit we're starting to weaken a little bit. We're only equal top price. We're the same price as the NOP. She's $1.55 on the Whirlpool, and she's just too easy to lay to push her out any further than that. But she's over 60% of the total hold. And just as I say that, the 210 going now into evens. We're seeing a wave of support for us. A big bet to the 210. She's into even money. Dubai Honour, the second pick. He's hard to lay today. He's almost our best way at tab.com.au. 6 out to 750. The Japanese galloper's been well backed all week. 15 Tuesday, 11 this morning. Now a $9 chance. KO Wolf solid as a $14 chance today, as is Buckaroo. He's actually just in a roll today, 15 into 14. Tom Kitten in a bit today, 17 into 16. That is how it sits. The last 60 seconds of betting will be all important with the international gallopers. That'll give us a really good lead. Just as they're going into the gates, we'll know a little bit more, and they'll have an impact on the favourite's price. But she's now into evens, and so easy to lay.
Okay, they've arrived at the start, or most of them have. Let's go behind the gates to Chantel Buckley.
Well, I can tell you that Boban has completed the obligatory toilet stop. It's just something that he has done every single time I've seen him. He is hot, but we've learned that.
12.
That's him, and he's always going to be. He's not above himself. He's standing here. Tim's just giving him a rub down the neck. So that's just the way Boban is going to parade every time we see him now. Chael was up on the toe in the yard, and he hasn't been like that lately. So he might be on song. It might be a real positive thing for him. He's walking around with his ears pricked, just keeping him out of the way. And he's arrived in absolute tip-top order. I know why Corey put Russian Park on top, because he's a beautiful individual. He came up near me as I was canning him around, and he's a massive big
I can certainly see why he was taken by him. Deny Knowledge was full of himself in the yard, and he is quite hot as he's arrived around. Tyler gave Faulkner Park a really nice win.
Yeah, there's no money on that horse. There's no money. It's 1.7 here.
She was quite keen cantering around to the gates, and she's absolutely in pristine order. She normally is. There's nothing that ever seems to faze her. Lindemann, fantastic once again. Dubai Honour, who's right in front of me now. He's looking fantastic. So all of these horses have been really well. Middle Earth is probably very well. I don't know a lot about that horse, but probably not a great parade from him. Like Infantryman is much the same. Very, very hot.
Thank you, Shani. 3:56 local time here in Sydney, Australia. 6:56 a.m. in London. Good morning, William Haggis. And 2:56 p.m. in Tokyo, where they'll be watching it as well to see this horse, Geoglyph, in the more fancied Russian Park run. Back to Tim Ryan. Thea Sistina, what price is she now?
Yeah, she stays evens, but I'm not sure how long she'll stay evens. The anticipated real late money for Dubai Honour and Russian Park hasn't come. They're solid, $7.50 and $9, but I was expecting a late firm. It hasn't come. I don't think the evens will last long. I think she might just jump odds on.
Every year, there's so much anticipation for this race, which is built up into something special. And we never know what we're going to get, whether it be a Pride of Jenny or a Nash to the outside fence, or one of these.
Adamant plays. I've gone plays with 8.
Let's find out.
I actually clubbed it 12 and 8.
Moves up to the outside draw in the hands of regular rider Chad Schofield. So they're locked and loaded. The favourite from Barrier 1, Via Sistina. Stand by. Off here in the Queen Elizabeth Stakes. The Park Jumper with Tom Kidd and Lindemann and Geoglyph pretty handy. Now, Deny Knowledge is a few lengths off the lead. One Rapid Infantryman and Via Sistina about midfield. You buy on it bursting through the pack, improving together with Bourbon. Roshan Park's back but in a wide position. From Middle Earth and Chael Moss been snagged back to last. Lindemann got to the front and is going to hand up now. Deny Knowledge. It's her duty to lead them up the year-long mare. And Deny Knowledge strives to the front by 2 lengths on Light Infantryman. Lindemann was happy to take the sit in third. 2 lengths away to Geoglyph, a lot handier in the run. On the inside of Tom Kidden, 2 lengths further back to Debayana, who's just showed him Buckaroo and Via Sistina, almost in the second half of the field there in the white cap. The Japanese stood in Russian Park, the outside and the red.
But the 14 is doing that thing. Man. The 14 and 8. 8 is better. 14 is the largest outer drift. If it does that,
From Dubai on the cap right behind them. Further back to Buckaroo. Via Sistina on the fence. Russian Park on the 3 wide path.
8 needs to work now.
The front runner, but Lindemann comes off the fence. And Nash is going to challenge a long way out. It's Deny Knowledge being joined by Lindemann coming around the turn. Who takes the lead. Then Tom Kidden. Dubai winding up on the outside from Light Infantryman. And now Via Sistina. She's looking for the runs behind them. She'll have to go back to the inside. Lindemann takes the lead of the 200, but here comes Via Sistina. She's slicing through the pack.
Come on, baby. Get the 12 and get the 8. Come on. No, 12-1. 12-1. 1 was too good. 12, baby. Boom.
Dropping out, and Geoglyph was last in. This incredible mare has done it again, Via Sistina, after what was heartbreak last year when they all missed the boat behind Pride of
12-1, 5, I think, then 8.
13 wins on the board from 24 starts in a career now. The 7-year-old mare by Fast Net Rock. She came here, immediately won in the Randwick.
Lewis, best horse in Australia, hands down. 12-1, 5 and 8.
1, 5 and 8. Number 1, Dubai Honour, has run second. So a win and a second for Dubai Honour in this race. Number 5, Tom Kitten has run third. Number 8 has run fourth, and that is Lindemann. Shah Wolf, and then Rusham Park.
Yeah, it was looking a bit hairy for a long way there, but class prevails, and I think that's another track record.
5.
I think, and so just outside, was it? Okay, just outside the track record, but track record style performance. He was gallant in defeat, Dubai Honour. Tom's run really well, Tom Kitten, and what can you say? What a champion mare she is. To do what she's done in this short time in Australia is amazing.
Absolute superstar win there, Ronnie. Like you said, it looked like James was in a bit of a tricky situation there at the top of the straight, but he just bided his time. Once he got the runs and he pushed the button, she was electric. She was an absolute superstar there today.
Yeah, she was just outside the track record held by Hampton Court at 2 minutes point 3.
Beautiful. That is beautiful.
It's easily the fastest.
What happened is here. So 12 was a straight line. That was a straight line. You cannot beat that. On the contrary, the 1 was actually very good. The 1 was actually very good. I thought the one also had a dedicated jockey. That's a different thing, but that's very good. The 14 got burnt out. The jockey on the 14 was a moron. I don't think he knew that he was riding a 7-year-old mare, and he burnt it out. 8 tried, 8 got 4th. But if we look at the pressure line, then this is lesser, the 5. I did not consider this because it was a neutral, but they do not win. They get into places, especially when the pressure line is okay. So this got 4th. 1 was good. 5 and 8. Man. We'll go to the next, see what's going on with race number 9. 8 has been scratched. 1, 2, 3, 12. She already extends like wings. I think so. I mean, did you see how she got out of that traffic? It is like sheer power. It was like sheer power. The moment it was, at the 300 meters, I think, at the last 300 meters or 350 meters, when it got that button pressed, it just a blast. It looked like a nuclear bomb that exploded there, and everybody else was helter-skelter.
Sprinted, it was acceleration was it. She's uncomparable to any other horse you've had because she got her during her career. You got her from overseas, but it feels like she's gone to another level. Yeah, we're still getting to know her. It's as simple as that, and she's well into her twilight years. But yeah, it's scary, really, how good she is. Fascinating 12 months, really. That's all it's been, 12 months. Yeah, it has. Yeah, and she missed the race last year with we just miscalculated, and full credit to Quaddie, Jenny and Declan Bates, and Kieran, they won the race. They pulled our pants down. Does that make up for it? It does. You've been waiting 12 months for that. Yeah, exactly. No, it was a tough day that day, but hey, I shouldn't be crying. And you along, Mr. Zhang, he's had a big day, he's had a big hour, really, so you took him a moment, and now you're good. Yeah, great supporter of racing. He's brought a lot of money to Australia, which is great for the bloodstock economy. He's pushed the values right up, and he's not afraid to have a go and race these horses. So, yeah, it's an honour to be training for him. Congratulations. Thank you. Here's James.
Well done, Jane, mate. We say that every time she goes around, but how good is she?
Yeah, she's very good. And the trainer that trains her, he just picks her up beautifully every time. You know, he did it for a Cox Plate, and he's done it for a Queen Elizabeth. And look, you could poke holes in her performances coming into today because she hasn't been winning by big margins. But that's the type of horse she is now. She does what she has to. She felt like she was going to rip away, and then at the furlong, and she's just doing enough. You know, so very good horse. There was one little more worrying moment, but it's. I thought the one I was following was going to kick for a gap, and he just didn't go for it, and I ended up back off him. But she was superior in the end. Once I got those gaps, sliced through. Bang. Thanks.
Okay, we've got more action still to come. Queen Elizabeth going to Via Sistina, beating Dubai Honour. Coming up next, the Queen of the Turf Stakes. Can Waller do it again? He's got Fangirl and a Tissue. We've got 2 to go on day 2 of the championships.
Melbourne Cup is like is in December, I think. It's either in November or December. That's let's see, but that's a brilliant horse. This one. Melbourne Cup is a whole different scenario, PC. That's 3,500 meters. And those dynamics are very different. A Melbourne Cup, you have all the what do you mean by stare, Araman? Okay. true, but the fact is, it is also a 7-year-old. The fact is, it's also a 7-year-old. It's also a 7-year-old mare. With these horses, small mistakes will cost big. If the jockey doesn't do the right judgment on the horses, it'll cost big. It's not easy. Especially at Melbourne Cup and all that. It's not easy.
Newcastle race number 7.
Wings could have done it. Yeah, Wings defied physics, PC. Someday I'll show you. I have got a few races of just Wings. What she did, she defied physics. This one had physics with her. Wings defied physics, which is very rare. Then you're talking about, I mean, those are, then you're talking about Secretariat. Then you're talking about Wings. Those are different level.
Contesting the Provincial Championship qualifiers, his past 3, where he's been a touch out class.
Then it's a different ball game altogether. Not every horse can defy physics. The physics is laid on the horses because that's the test. If you can defy the physics, that's a different ball game altogether. Wings did that.
That was 3 runs ago, defeating
YouTube.
He's been a little clean his last few, but I will say he's drawn wide barriers, so he's a much fighter
What is that?
here today, and I could certainly see him improving off last start.
We must watch it, yes.
He's had 1 run back. He just showed no early speed at Muswellbrook first up over the 1,000 metres, but I love the way he got to the line, beating a touch over the length. I think the step up in trip with a soft barrier is more to his liking. He had no luck in Tab Highway's last preparation. He wasn't beaten far, so it wouldn't surprise me to see him win here. It's been a long time since he's been out of the winner's circle.
Number 6 is skiing for Robert Quinn and JBO.
He's had 1 run for the new stable. He just found the 900 metres a fraction sharp here first up, but he worked to the line well enough, beaten 2 lengths. The extra distance is more to his liking. He just needs luck from the barrier today.
Now, this next one, Wingardium, to be ridden further forward from a soft gate. Will Stanley on board for Nathan Doyle.
Yeah, she got back from the wide gate first up at Gosford. I thought she was okay in the run home, beating 2 lengths. The step up to 1,200 metres on the big track will certainly suit her. They can utilise that soft barrier and put her in the race. She's another one that hasn't won a race in a long time, and she's slightly better when she can get a toe in the ground.
Number 8 is Corrupted for Anthony and Sam Friedman and Sean Geimer.
She was narrowly beaten at Bendigo 2 runs ago, where she settled just off the speed. I thought she had excuses last start on the Kensington track, where she was beaten around 5.5 lengths. She's another one that needs luck from the barrier, but it wouldn't surprise me to see her run well. I thought she was over the odds this morning.
The nurse is number 10, trained on the track here by David Atkins. The rider, Ben Osman.
She's a horse that can mix a form. She had a chance here last start where she was able to find the front. Perhaps she's a better horse when she takes the sit. She did that 2 runs ago when she was able to win a benchmark 66. She's off at Freshen with the claim. She's a place chance.
Powerbow is number 11 for Wayne Brown and Luke Rolls.
He looked comfortable on the heavy track last start at Sky, and that was in the championship wild card. His prior runs were creditable, so he'd be a place chance also with the claim.
12 is out, so he moved to 13, Ramones for Simon Casey and Jet Benza.
I think he's just a better horse when he can get on the tighter tracks, where he's able to lead and dictate and kick off the bend. He's a genuine on-speed galloper. He's had a 4-week freshen. I feel he's had his chance his last few.
Favourite, 280 into 260 is just
Melbourne Cup.
For Michael Friedman and Keegan Layford.
He's first up off 1 trial.
Wait.
She showed up nicely at Rose Hill, where she finished second, beaten a length. She travelled nice and strong up outside the leader. I thought she worked the line nicely under her own steam. She broke the maiden in impressive fashion at the end of last preparation, defeating Squeeze Box by 4 lengths. We've had 3 winners come out of the race. She's ready to go here off 1 trial. She's a horse that does not have a lot of excess, but she needs luck from the barrier.
And Sonic Tycoon, the last of them, been looking riding for Lyle Chandler.
Yeah, he's first up without a trial. He's better suited when he can get out over further. He's able to put 2 wins together up over the mile in the middle of last preparation. This looks like a starting point today.
So favourite here, 280 into 230 is Just Feeling Lucky. First up from a spell and has been clearly best backed. And a bit of a jump out in the second line of betting, occupied by Iconic Treasure. Apache Breeze has a bit of a drop back in grade today. Here, and it's off to the gates, lining up at start number 11 for the Warrant Trainer. Wayne Sealer, who's now with Mel.
Wayne is building up a nice little record, and he's coming back in grade today after contesting the Provincial Championships his past few.
Yeah, he's going good. He didn't have a lot of luck in those races. They're a little bit unsuitable tracks probably for him. He likes it here, so coming back in grade and back to the track here, he'll probably suit him.
Beautiful barrier. Where would you like to see him settle in running today?
Yeah, perfect well with midfield one off the fence. With him though, you sort of give him a squeeze. He wants to go too hard. If you come out neutral, he's 2 lengths last, so it's a little bit tricky for Zach. But from a good gate, hopefully he'll just get a flow and run midfields.
Just chatting off air, he's been in work a long time, but you're able to trade him out of a paddock a little bit, and it probably gets a little bit longer out of it.
Yeah, that's right. They're spelling 23 hours a day. The rest of the time they go to a track and have a bit of a jog, you know. So I work harder than they do.
What a life. Good luck to you.
Thanks a lot.
There he is, Wayne Sealer. Yeah, he's got the key to their longevity and keeping them going for lengthy periods of time. We're going to have to look at ISO Rich as the case in point there. Anyway, off to the gates, Mel, late mail time. Favourite best back, 280 into 210 now, Just Feeling Lucky.
Yeah, I actually asked Wayne if this horse, if he'd actually have to spell at all, and he said no, he's just carried on. So this will be his 11th run, all in his first racing preparation. Apache Breeze, and he's showing no signs of training off in the yard. I am 14-8, 1 and 3. Happy to be with the 14 here, Just Feeling Lucky. I think she's the horse with the upside. The barrier's a worry. I'm surprised she's that short in the market, but perhaps they can just roll forward from there. She does have good enough tactical speed, but there is a little bit of speed drawn inside her. The 8, which is Corrupted, I thought was going around over the odds. I wanted in the market at $17. She was narrowly beaten 2 runs ago, had no luck on the Kensington track last start.
And not do anything else. So that is there.
You need to
Is it a good horse? It's a fabulous horse. Is it a good horse? It's a fabulous. It's we go from there. It's on the 5th morning. Today is 9th of April, you know, on the higher end. 14 comes in with advantage. This 14 is a killer one. 14 so far on the lead. And this number 1 is a pole. This check what the odds are. Papa with the pap. Fabulous Santosh. Welcome, Randwick. 30. Okay. Let me see, what was your luck? Wings 8. Look. Huh? Eagle.
This is the Melbourne Cup. Probably. Maybe not. No, this is Eagle Farm they're showing.
Presentation. Is auto it's been as they're not. It's got about 9 races.
Man, I don't want to play another video, but I'll find it. I'll play it. I'll play it. 2021 Melbourne Cup. Okay. 2020 or 2021?
On the inside, remember Jack, who's going to hold that inside position at the moment. When Guardian is up running second, and Just Feeling Lucky working around the field. It's going to be 3 wide into that first bend. Followed next by Ramones and Apache Breeze the inside. And then came Iconic Treasure 2 lengths away. It's racing in clear air. A couple to Lunas, Powerbro on its outside. They're about 4 lengths in front of Getting Delight. So make that out to the bend. Skiing has got back to fourth last.
2021. Okay.
Back in the tail as they come up to the bend is Sonic Tycoon. So it's Remember Jack on.
That's a horse. That's a horse, baby.
You need in furniture betting, electrical and technology.
That is a horse. What a horse.
Off the back of Bigger Sistina, he is a much-loved racehorse. No wonder she's popular. Fangirl.
Yeah, well, what a mare she is. 9.3 million.
Legend.
She was.
All right, let's talk about this one. What's going on with race number 9? So 1, 2, 3, and 12. 1 is the favorite. And 1 is the favorite. It is well within the rails. All the physics is there. It's one of the best hands, probably Chris Waller. But the linear is 4. That is the 4. So 4 is a check. 4 will get in some way or the other in one of the places. So that's 4. It is not in a position to win. It lacks this side of the rails. Plus it has management problem. Now that's the thing. 1 has a good jockey. There is no worry about the jockey. They always have the best jockeys, this team. But here, the problem is severe. The problem is this one is carrying a lot of pressure over 1600 meter, and it has a dedicated jockey. That's also true, but that's a lot of pressure. On the contrary, the 2 is probably in a better position. I'm not going to get into this one. This probably is not something that I want to get into. This thing is that's the largest outer that's not the largest outer drift. This one, the 9, is the largest outer drift. That's gate number 10. That is 9. That is 10. That's the largest inner drift. 9, 10. So and this one we have no clue what this horse is. Well within the rails, I don't know. I'm not going to get into this. The 1 is the favorite. I don't know what will happen. This is a tricky one. There's a lot of pressure on that horse.
The pattern at Mooney Valley last time, but she's in good hands and she's capable of an upset. Yeah, big strong man. First time I've seen her, but she's.
I'm going to be back in a jiffy.
Well, I think the car walks out well. Got a nice action.
Curve Lodge, number 7, Blake Shin on for Glen Thompson.
Well, she should have got closer in the Emancipation up there, held up, but she's yet to prove herself at this distance, if anything. Only a light thing, but looks really well as far as coat-wise goes. But she's a lightly framed type of horse, doesn't carry any extra condition.
On to our goal Pope, number 9, Tyler Schiller for Robert and Luke Price.
She loved stepping up in distance last start, didn't she? Producing a fantastic run. She should run well again, but I just wish it was 2,000 metres again. She looks really, really well today in the yard. So I thought her run was terrific there when she ran third last time out. She looks like she's taking a bit of improvement on that run too.
Another runner for Joe Pride. It sounds of Heaven And Jamie Mellon rides.
Yep, she stuck on placing last start. Much harder race now, but the map looks okay if she's good enough. Yeah, I couldn't knock her in the yard. She's getting slightly wound up. She's been up on the toes since walking in the yard as Jamie Mellon's about to get on. Appearance-wise, yeah, she's nice enough.
Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman settle up 100-1 shot here. Quick start, Craig Williams.
Nose rolls off and the blinkers are on. You respect the stable. It did run second at this track at distance, second up in the spring, but on paper this race may have come up a bit too soon for her. Yeah, I couldn't knock her appearance. She looks well enough.
Zurat, number 12. Tommy Berry, Chris Waller. Well, she was great winning the far lap, being Wonder Boy, who's just won the Bendigo Guineas, and then was unlucky in the Emancipation. So she's going well. Got gate speed to come across and find an on-speed position, and if she can run the mile right out, she's there.
It looks like she's lightened off for mine since that last run. I know she's, this is fifth up. She's a horse that doesn't carry any extra condition, but she looks like she's lightened off again.
And another profit, Ethan Brown, riding for Kirinma.
Yeah, no excuses last start, and probably a win at this level would surprise.
It looks nice enough in the yard. I couldn't knock.
Okay, Corey, for the Queen of the Turf, who do you like?
I'm going to jump on the bandwagon, Steffi Magnetica. We've been sort of half giving her a bit of a bag, and the first couple of runs, she's a bit of an ugly duckling, and she never really looks that great in the coat, but she's definitely tied it up, and on the quick backup, I was expecting her to be a little bit sort of lighter, but she paraded really, really well. She looked nice and lively. Yes, a big tip of mine, Steffi Magnetica.
I am 1, 3, 2 and 12. I'm with the favourite here without wanting to charge into odds on here. I just think she's a terrific mare whose last run was probably her best. Bit of a gutbuster, but Chris, crosses every T and dots every I. She's here to run up to her best and hard to beat. I think her tissues are main danger. $10 is appealing, I must say. She's run well in this race a few times, and back from 2000, I think is okay for her here today. Steffi Magnetica is a Doncaster winner 7 days ago, so she might be able to push over as well, and she probably maps better than the other two, and will given every opportunity by Collar. And Lazura strikes forward, makes her own luck, and has a little chance. But the 1, 3, 2 and 12, Tim.
They're in a world of pain here with Fangirl. We keep shortening her up. She's into 160. That's in from 195 this morning. She was the best back runner this morning when we did the preview, and she's the last leg of a whole lot of multis, especially through Treasure at the moment and via Sistina. She's definitely the biggest liability I can remember in recent history. I think we're probably going back to 2015 Epsom Day, where we had a big run of favourites for a liability we've had in Sydney, like what we have with Fangirl. So we've shut up shop into 160. We can't get any more out of her, so you will not see a better price than 160. If you want to back something else, you're getting some big prices about plenty of runners here. Steffi Magnetica adrift 5 out to 650. A tissue, no money for her, 750 out to 10. Missouri's held her place in the market, so good signs there. She's a $10 chance unchanged today. Amelia's Jewel 13 out to 15. I thought there might be some money for the likely leader, Grinzinger Bell. She's been soft though, 15 out to 18. I wonder if she might be the horse that could bring Fangirl apart, because we've seen that she's struggled a little bit, Fangirl, against Pride of Jenny. Grinzinger Bell, she doesn't go as hard as Pride of Jenny, but she'll run them along out in front. Maybe she could be the kryptonite to Fangirl, at least that's what I'm hoping, but I'm probably more praying rather than anything else. I think Fangirl would have to regress on her big last run in the George Rider to not be winning this. So $1.60, she seems very short, but as I said, a bigger liability I cannot remember in Sydney in recent history.
Let's go behind the gates to Chantel Buckley.
Steffi Magnetic's just having a subtle readjustment, so Jason's just jumped off and to jump back aboard. Look, she doesn't look any better. She doesn't look any worse than she did 7 days ago, so that's quite a positive sign. She's just a small little neat horse that just has got such a big heart. So Jason just trotting her up now, and she's okay to go. Fangirl was one of the first to arrive, and she's just this cool, calm demeanour about her. She's glowing. She's got the dapples upon dapples. She's always one of those horses that just has the best coats the whole way through. She's always got one of the best skins that you'll see. Lazura herself made fantastic again. She still looks really bright now that she's had a few runs. Even Amelia's Jewel is looking well. She might be ready to peak today. Sounds of Heaven.
B2?
she's great.
PC, what's B2? Barrier 2?
And she actually walked past me in the yard, and I thought, wow, you look incredibly well. So this might be the last time we see her, Tishu, but she's certainly looking well. If that is the case.
1, 2, 12.
Still turning up in the same condition there, so nothing wrong with her at all. So about to move in, the loading process to begin, and we should be underway.
Okay, well, going to be Waller again here.
2.
He's got Fangirl, he's got a Tissue.
2 is in a much better position than the 1.
Big guns to produce late in the afternoon. Be very confident about his chances. He's got one little hurdle. It might be Steffi.
But
So,
there's a lot of problem in this race. I don't know. Best of luck, PC.
which doesn't often happen. Let's go to Darren Flindell. Just before we do that, Jim, final check on the eat market.
Yeah, no change, Fangirl. 160, you won't see better than that. It's actually 145 on the Whirlpool. A late little trim up for Lazura, $10 into 950, but not big money. They don't want anything but Fangirl.
Letitia ran second in this race last year, and the year before that she won it. In goes Lazura. Let's go to Darren.
And the Queen Elizabeth. Here we go for the last Group 1, the Queen of the Turf. Racing now and jumping quite well with Steffi Magnetica. Sounds of Heaven there. Curvalont is pushing forward. Now Lazura's being sent forward out wide. Curvalont takes hold. Steffi parks behind them. Steffi Magnetica. Then came Amelia's Jewel. They're followed then by a Tissue down at the rails from another Prophet who's caught a little bit deep. They're followed by Our Gold Hope. Now Fangirl settles second last and the 2 lengths away to Leckvard at the rear of the field. Rinsinger Bell speeds across, takes the lead down the hands of Declan Bates. And Lazura, there'll be no hard luck stories today. Lazura's up running a clear second. Trickster gets up the fence. Third, Sounds of Heaven Park, one out, one back. Then Steffi Magnetica, a touch keen on the inside of Cool of a Lot. They're followed by another Prophet in the middle. Amelia's Jewel and Tissue down on the rails. From Our Gold Hope, the hot favourite Fangirl second last. Leckvard about 9 off the lead last of all. Grimsinger Bell in front by a length and a half. 2 Lazura, then Quick Star from Sounds of Heaven. Steffi Magnetica railing into 5th from Curvalon. Another Prophet's out wide. A gap of 2 further back to Amelia's Jewel. Our Gold Hope and Tissue. Fangirl is back second last and Muck will have to pull off a pearl of a ride again. Into the straight, Grimsinger Bell shows the way by a length on Lazura. Quick Star. Fangirl and a Tissue going right up the inside. It's Lazura in front, 200 metres to go. Fangirl is roping her in. A Tissue as well and Steffi Magnetica. It's late on the seat on the outside, but Fangirl takes the lead. Fangirl from the Tissue, Steffi Magnetica. Fangirl takes out the Queen of the Turf. Tissue and Steffi Magnetica. They get the rest of Lazura for. Followed then by Amelia's Jewel, Grimsinger Bell, Curvalont, Our Gold Hope, Leckvard, Paddock, Sounds of Heaven, another Prophet, Trickster. Doesn't James McDonald make it look so easy?
Well, he's done it again, McDonald, and he's done it for Waller. Fangirl is now a $10 million earner, isn't she? If she's not, she's gone awfully close. With the prize money here today, McDonald, he had just a hairy moment on the point of the turn, and they came together, the stablemates, Fangirl and a Tissue, when they turned for home. Then Steffi came out of the pack to run home, but she has got back into the winners list. She won the Apollo first up, then she had to settle for second in the Very Elegant and a brave second in the George Ryder. She wins the Queen of the Turf and another Group 1 for Fangirl here at Randwick.
Yeah, cool, calm and collected. Steffi's put a nose down for a second there. So, look, he was just so cool, wasn't he, McDonald again. You thought he was in a hairy spot, but he just kept his nous about him. And inside they come. What's wrong with the fence? Nothing. Nothing's wrong with the fence. They thought they were here last week, but the rails come out 3 metres. Some of them forgot about that, but not James and not Nash, and it burst through there. Steffi was so gallant again, but nearly 10 million in the bank, and what a mare she is.
She's a gem, and Matt, what a freak. He's very back away. Yes, he gets the best rides most of the time, but the way that he rides and just the patience of him sometimes, he can ride any position. He could be up front, he could be midfield, he could be back, but he just seems to get all the luck and deserve it. Great ride.
Don't worry about the stock market this week, Ronnie. What about the bookmakers? They've been wiped off the map.
Yeah, they right, and he defines the market, James McDonald. She was a legitimate evens chance, and they're still rallying to take $1.60, so, and they get paid. They just get paid. That's the thing. So we've learned to live with it, and the punters that stick to it are getting chilly by just backing him.
So that's a tariff you're happy to pay, Ronnie.
Well, yeah, sometimes I'm hesitant, and it costs you money, but he just keeps defying that.
134.58, 34.36. Fangirl, Steffi, a tissue, 1, 2, 3. Ronnie, what price is Commemorative going to come up in the last?
Unders, but he'll probably win on it. He'll probably go back to the fence. I don't know.
Is Tim Ryan still conscious?
Barely. Barely. The worst thing is it's not over yet. As you mentioned, Commemorative to go in the last. You just trimmed her up to $2.40. I hate to see what she'll come up on the Whirlpool, but there's another 7 figures worth of multis heading back to Commemorative. So
I'll come back to you. Here's James McDonald with Corey.
Mac, we've always said she ran into anime that many times, but now she's the queen.
That's Tim Ryan.
Yeah. He's not, but Jack might be.
Yeah, exactly. He still gets his pay too. She's a great mare. She's loving a bit. Just a bit quieter today than what we did last time. Tried to win last time, and she ran well, but to me it's great. It was looking pretty good, wasn't it?
When it's run to suit, she's got an explosive turn of foot.
She's quick. She's got a lethal 400, but not 405.
What was your thoughts when you were buried away there?
No, well, I thought I'd be there because last time we drove her up, and today I wasn't going to do that. And so I was always going to be curled up somewhere, and I was just going to have to pray that it opened up. But sometimes when you just let it happen, or before trying to make it happen, it can be in your favour. But I actually went out there with the mindset she was a 10 to 1 chance, and quite a like that.
Okay. He's like your Lex Luthor, Tim Ryan. Chris Waller, how proud of you are you of her?
Very proud.
Yeah, an amazing team of owners. Yeah, that's a huge thing in itself. There's so many great stories. With any winner on a racetrack, the Group 1s on big days like today are really special. So,
You as call it must be in James.
because she's been with you from the word go, this girl. Yeah, she has. Yeah, right from the start. She won her first race in Goulburn during COVID, if I remember. Yeah, she's come a long way in each preparation. She just stands up when she's counted. And yeah, we took a step back today from the Queen Elizabeth, but she'll get her time in another 2,000 metre race. Honestly, okay, you reckon that will come? Yeah, it will. Yeah, is that one of the things that you really want to achieve with it? Yeah, it is. Obviously, today means so much. You've got to have horses winning, but and the big races. But yeah, we would have liked to have a crack at Queen Elizabeth, but their 16 was flying, and she was so tough last year. How did she get out of that? Yeah, it was a good run, George Ryder. We went home with our tails between our legs, thinking we'd won the race, and probably won it got away. It was no one's fault, just barrier draws and luck in running. But she was brave, and credit to the horses that beat us. But yeah, it's icing on the cake when you know they can bounce off the canvas and come back. There was no Loveless up on the turn there because there was a bumping duel with the other stablemate of Tissue. Yeah, she was brave too last run today, Tissue, and she's been an amazing horse. Last 3 years she's won this race, got leader nose last year, and she's been past the winner this year. Caps off another great championship for you. Yeah, fantastic. I'm proud to be in Sydney. It's racing's going so well. It's well run, good administrators, and yeah, there's a lot to look forward to the next 200 years if we keep our racetracks. Thanks, Chris. Thanks. Well done. There's Chris Waller, winning the Queen of the Turf with Fangirl off the back of a win with Versestina and the Queen Elizabeth. Still to come, he has Alencia going around in the Chincotta Kemmer Sapphire Stakes over 1,200 metres, and maybe Waller can help the bookmakers out there as she tries to topple the favourite Commemorative. Okay, bit of a story to wrap up in the last as the punters stay well on top and the bookies get a standing 8 count.
Still hanging on.
So I'm getting a warning. We have detected your video in the stream belongs to someone else. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. That happens when we play someone else's YouTube video. Next time we're going to be careful. That's all that we're going to do. That's why I was looking for a video of my own channel, but that was not there. But now they're giving me a warning, so if this thing shuts down abruptly, then we know the reason. I mean, I'm going to make the video private after the stream and then edit that part and then make it go live again. But that's the warning that I'm getting. So
You wanna stay up and night. Realize that your body language seems like you could use it. Company for me.
Find the bet this afternoon here from Newcastle to wrap us up inch mark 68 over the mile. Let's have a look at them. 1 length scratching. Transport did get his Dr. Eagle. We start the Dream Deal third up. Number 2 for Alan Keogh and Olivia Chambers.
He's a genuine on-speed galloper. I thought he was brave in defeat first up at Kembla, and then he had his chance at Hawkesbury last start where he was beaten around a length behind Alabama Fox. The step up to the mile probably suits him a little better. He'll lead and dictate, and if he can get his rivals off the bit a long way from home, that's his best winning chance. Still in the 7-day backup, but I've seen him run well in the backup in the past.
Bengal Boys, number 3 resuming for Chris Lees and Ben Osmond.
He's first up off one trial at Scone where he was beaten 9 lengths. He said at last, he looked one pace late for mine. He did perform well first up last preparation, but it was out over 1,800 metres. So I think a mile would be a nice starting point for him here today. I'm happy to watch him.
Best back to this point at 5 into 350 is Under Siege for John O'Shea, Tom Charlton and Keegan Later.
Resumes a gelding today. He's an imported galloper. He's first up off 2 trials. He was beaten 12 legs in his first trial. He was only out to stretch his legs and have a look around. They meant business in his latest at Randwick, which he won. He was given a squeeze from back in the field. He responded well. That was over 1,200 metres. He kicks the campaign off here at a mile in a race where it was difficult to single one run around on top. I thought he might just have the outside of the field today.
Starring Pack to be ridden further forward. Will Stanley riding for Mark Minavini.
Well, she just found the 1,350 metres too sharp first up. She got back. She never got into the race. She is a horse that does race well here. and she won second up last preparation, stepping to the mile here at Newcastle. So she gets very similar circumstances, and the claim's only a bonus.
Number 7 then is Hinge Jive, who loves this track for Ron Quinton and Louise Day.
Yeah, she's been placed 2 from the last 4. She got back in an on-speed dominated race at Rose Hill last start behind Inferencia, where she was beaten with 3 lengths. We haven't seen that form stand up today, but she does race particularly well here. Like you said, 2 of the 4 wins have been here, and she's unbeaten at the mile.
Number 9 is Majestic Style for Paul Perry and Sean Geimer.
She's first up off, she's had 1 run back over an unsuitable 13.50. She'll appreciate stepping up to the mile. Just thought she might need 1 more run before she hits her peak fitness. She's another one that runs well here, though. 2 of the 4 wins have been here, and she presents nicely in the mounting yard today.
Criteria is first up from a break. Number 10 for Gay Waterhouse, Adrian Bond and Anna Roper.
He's a New Zealand galloper. He resumes at gelding today. They've played around with the gear, put the blinkers on, and taken the tongue tie and the winkers off today. He's had 2 trials. I'm happy to watch him on his recent trials, but he is well placed with the claim today.
Kate Byron is number 11 for Mark Connors and the Armpania.
Blinkers are coming off with the visors going on. He lacks no fitness. I thought he battled on well last start at Orange. That was in the Orange Cup prelude in the 2nd position. He's nice and fit. He'll roll forward from the barrier, and he'll be in it for a long way.
Now we go to 55 Chevy, $5 chance earlier. Just gets out to 7 for Annabelle Neesham, Rob Archibald and Jeff Penza.
He's lightly raced. He's won the 2 from 6. He bolted in to win at Canberra last start, defeating the Predictor. He does step up in grade here today, but he draws to get all the favours, he drops in weight, and he's always a relaxed customer in the mounting yard. He's actually furnished a little since I saw him last preparation when he broke his maiden at Musselburgh.
On to Helsitch we go. Here's number 13 for John Thompson and Mitchell Bell.
He's been racing in Midway Company. He's passed 3. He had excuses last start where he was caught off the track. I just think he's a better horse on rain-affected ground. He's yet to do anything on top of the ground in 4 attempts, but he looks the part in the yard.
On to number 14, and that is Lensman for Wayne and Shay Wilkes.
He worked home nicely here 2 runs ago, and he was just outclassed in the Championship's wild card at Stone last start. He's better suited getting onto the firm track and stepping up in trip. But he did win a Tab Highway last preparation up over 1,500 metres.
Jess and I, number 15, with Jason Deemer combining with Ben Looker.
She's an interesting runner. Jason obviously thought enough of her to throw in the deep end. Her past 2 at Group 3 level. She was actually okay 2 runs ago in the Aspiration, where she was beaten 2.5 lengths. Disappointing last start, albeit she was beaten a long way. She was right up in grade. So back in grade here today. She's nice and alert in the mounting yard. Wouldn't surprise me to see her on a cheeky race.
Shoal Deep, number 16, David Atkins and JBO.
She didn't get a lot of galloping room here last start, but she was still well beaten. She was beaten around 4 lengths. The step up to the mile looks to her advantage, and she's drawn to get the favours.
On to number 17. This is Yorakiri, Paul Perry and Luke Rolls.
He's been consistent. He's been placed his last 3, and 2 of those have been wins. He was the runner-up last start at Taree. He's rock hard fit. He's got the residual fitness on his side. Don't know what they do with him from the barrier, though.
And finally, Dark Vader, the last number, Matt Smith and Grant Buckley.
Yeah, he's as honest as the day is long. He's been placed his last 4 from his last 5, I should say. He ventured to Queensland last start, where I thought he had his chance, beaten a touch over 2 lengths. He'll appreciate the weight drop. He's not an overly big horse height-wise, and he'll try his best.
Tim Ryan will tell us more. This is a go indeed. I'm sure this went up $8 under siege with very limited deductions. Now under $3 on track and with fixed odds under siege. They've cut 4 here in the last.
Yeah, I thought he was an each-way chance when the markets first opened, but gee, he's short in the market now.
PC boom!
2. He just brings a completely different form line here, being an import. He resumes a gelding. His latest trial was encouraging. I will say he was ridden along, love the ground he made up over the final stages. Put him on top of the 12.55 Chevy. He's such an honest galloper. He draws to get map favours here. Hinch and Jar saves the best for here at Newcastle. And Dream Deal will be doing this thing out in front and could take running down with the claim 4, 12, 7 and 2.
The market all important here, Tim Ryan, as we come to you for the last, I'm sure, with Tab. Correct me if I'm wrong, under siege went up $8 when markets open.
Yeah, $8 Thursday afternoon. That was quickly taken, but still $5.50 this morning after scratching. $3 a moment ago, now into $2.80. It keeps firming this horse, having its first run in Australia. A huge go Punters looking to impart further pain to us, and tap.com.au, it is a bad result. 55 Chevy, quite soft. 5 out to 7. Dream Deal holding his price, he's pretty solid there. Has an $8.50 chance. I can't give you much of a push from much else. A big go in the last and friends again. Gavin, now a $2.60 chance under siege. Big go. Punters are cashed up, ready to impart more pain.
I think you might sleep well tonight, or you mightn't sleep at all, but you deserve a drink, my friend, after this day at the office, with punters well and truly on top, not only here, but also at Randwick.
Yeah, it's been a big day, particularly in Sydney.
Indeed. Upstairs we go. Here's the last. This is off the map, under siege. Here's Phil.
Now, led forward. Here's Dream Deal as well. Dream Deal yet to move up. It's on a quick back up from Hawkesbury last Saturday. Dream Deal. And the red light's turned on. They're away. And Yorakiri out wide was away nicely. Kate Byron, Dream Deal going forward. Criteria pressing through the centre. And then Shoal Deep, Lensman. Yorakiri now being allowed to drift back on the inside. 55 Chevy was next. Then Dark Vader. The favourite under siege is midfield, maybe a fraction worse around Jess and I. Majestic Style on the inside. Yorakiri now gets back with Hinch and Jive, Bengal Boy. And the last one is Hell's Itch. So they run towards the 1100 metres. Criteria took the lead. Dream Deal sits second on its outside. Kate Byron third, the inner. Fourth one out is Star Impact, followed by Shoal Deep. And then sixth on the inside is the grey 55 Chevy. A couple of lengths to Dark Vader. Its outside next was Lensman. They were followed by Jess and I, the favourite under siege, still back in the second half of the field from Majestic Style. Gorakiri, Bengal Boy is well back, as is Hinch and Jive, and a couple of ways still back at the tail is Hell's Itch. Field is really well strung out here, probably 18 lengths first to last, coming to the bend. 500 out, Criteria the leader, narrowly over Dream Deal. Kate Byron is working off their heels. Star Impact was next. Dark Vader gets an inside run, wider as Shoal Deep. And Lensman come to the outside. And Under Siege is about to work to the centre of the track, around the bend. Out in the centre, Shoal Deep went for the lead. Lensman is tackling it on the outer though. Lensman goes to Shoal Deep. Under Siege is now coming at the hill, wanted to run about there. Lensman, Shoal Deep, the grey on the inside. 55 Chevy gets a run through. Running about the track is Under Siege. 55 Chevy right up the inside. 55 Chevy. 55 Chevy is defeated Under Siege. You absolutely threw it away. Third, Don't Know, Dark Vader the inside. Shoal Deep not that far away. Neither was Star Impact.
You're entitled to be utterly speechless. 55 Chevy on the inside, and well, he copped a little bit of a bump Under Siege, and then he overreacted badly. Then he overreacted again. He has thrown it away. Australia, 55 Chevy, the other grade. Oh goodness me. 8's into $2.60. I do not want to see another replay of that.
No, you don't. He was good, 55 Chevy. He just settled, does his own thing, saves himself for the last crack. He's been able to get another win on the board. Win number 3 at start number 7. Oh, Under Siege. He cost himself. I thought he was still going to...
Okay, so this is the last race here today at Randwick, 1200 meters, Group 2. 5, 3, 1 and 9. We'll check that once again. 5, 3, 1 and 9 is it was 6, but later on it became 9. 5, 3, 1 and 9. So that's the odds. Now if we look through the rails, 3 is up with a lot of relaxation. 3 is up with a straight line. That's that. That's a lot of, that's a green line. 3 is up. 5 is gate number 13. 9 is the linear, which is well within the rails. These 3 horses are well within the rails. Now, out of this, if we look what's going on, then 5 definitely has a fabulous jockey, which is there. The jockey on 9 is kind of mulish, but it's the linear. But here the 3 is with that number, which is for the league races. This thing has been into the league races and all that. We'll take a look at all the horses, but 9 not getting a place is weird, especially when it is within the rails. It's the linear. Not that it's a very strong linear, but it is still a linear. So 5 is the favorite. 5 is the largest outer drift. That's ideally a second horse pool, but we'll see how it works.
By next month, next championships.
Yeah, maybe next championships. 225 to fave. We've had to turn her right off. She got to 270. But the multi roll-ups, they're not as bad as Fangirl, but they're 60, 70% as bad as Fangirl. So another multi-million dollar payout we're facing here in the last. She's 190 on the World Tour. I will say Alentia's keeping pretty firm as a 422nd pick. She might be our best hope.
Right, just a heads up. There was a public announcement in my area that there's going to be a power outage tomorrow. We generally race 5 days a week, and Sundays we do race, but tomorrow there's a power outage in my area. So if that happens, we will have to reschedule our thing, and probably we'll race back on Tuesday. But I'm going to put a confirmation on under the community tab later today if we get a confirmation on that.
Got this terrific attitude. She looks very, very healthy. Always walks out really well. Yeah, attitude's good. Love her.
Okay, here's Tis Invincible. We get to number 2, and Mark Zara will be riding for Kieran Marr.
Yep, blinkers off first up after 140 days. She's only had one trial, which was solid. She hasn't won in a while, and talented if right, so a bit of a yard market watch.
Yeah, she's paraded well so far. Her appearance is good. She's always got that sort of short little action when she walks, but no real knock.
Valencia, number 3. Tommy Berry on for Chris Waller.
A month and a nice trial to freshen back to 1200 for this. That's the key. A 1200 metre record is quite strong, and I probably, if anything, would have liked a little bit more jar out of the track for her. Just coming back in distance, but look, she has form around the right horses. There's no doubt about that, and she's highly fancied today.
And she looks bright enough too in the yard as well, Ronnie. I was expecting that. Obviously stepping up to the that trip, the 1500 metres, coming back in trip, I thought she might be a little bit lacklustre, but she's paraded well and she seems to be nice and bright, which is good.
All right, here's James Ride on commemorative McDonald. He rides for another James Cummings, and by the way, James McDonald has wrapped up yet another Nathan Berry medal. It was run over 12 races from last week to this week. He gave them a week's start. Began today on 0 points and still beat them. And here he is on the last fight.
Yeah, look, she's a lovely big mare, isn't she? She's had excuses along the way with her pattern and style. So I think we all agree we don't mind her drawn wide today. Horror watching the Galaxy with a plenty to offer. Short enough, but she blends into the race, gets the chance to rev up here, and that's what she likes to do. I see she got a bit of hoop filler on today. That's just cosmetic stuff, I think.
Cosmetic, nails painted. She looks terrific again in the yard today. She's one of those horses. She's always quite nice and bright. Same again today. She looks terrific.
Here is Coco Jambu, number 6, Zach Lloyd, Peter Snowden.
I'll tell you, she did produce her usual very good first up performance. It's just a case of if she might want to touch further now.
Couldn't knock her as far as appearance-wise goes. She's not the biggest of types, but she looks well.
Okay, Q's likely, number 7, Rachel King on for Bjorn Baker in the Arapaho colours.
I wonder what Bjorn's got up the sleeve here. Last race, Bjorn, second prep in Australia. The 2 trials are solid, and I could easily throw her in somewhere if there was a push for her.
She's getting quite warm, Ronnie, where none of the others have sort of got a bit of sweat on her, but she's noticeably slightly wound up. probably a little bit of nervous energy running through her. But yeah, I couldn't have her just with the way that she's sweating.
Tashi, number 9, Tom Sherry on for Peter Snow.
Yeah, serious now. Blinkers back on, 42 days in the trial since last start. Place chance.
Absolutely glowing here in the yard today. She's been quite casual and relaxed, but yeah, looks a picture of health.
Infancy number 10, Jason Collett, Chris Lees.
Yeah, frustrating there. She's running some good races in the past, and she's run well in a few. So she's got a big finish on her day, but just she probably needs another win for her confidence.
She looks nice enough. Obviously, first up, she's not carrying any extra condition. There's not a lot of her, so it wouldn't take her long to come to hand. I know she's won first up before, but yeah, maybe not today for me.
Zazu, number 11, Craig Williams and Philip Stokes.
Yeah, look, in good hands and nice depth for some of her wins last preparation. A little wary of it because he's really in fantastic form, Philip. His horses are really flying at the moment, so yeah, just got that question mark there.
They've turned this one out in terrific order. Looks really, really well. Nice attitude. Another one walks out very smoothly.
He is the Queenslander Skirt the Law, Jamie Mellerman for Tony Gollan.
Now, I had 4 question marks next to her. She looked a star 2-year-old who lost her way. For some reason, she's here in a race like this with a big Newcastle trial win. It's not Tony Gollan's style to bring him down unless he thinks he's going to run bold. The market says no. She's a 25-1 chance. But I just don't know. She can take up a soft lead here if she wants it.
She's a neat horse. We've seen her obviously before, but she didn't jump out at me today. She's obviously going to improve on whatever she does, but yeah, she's not.
Okay. BC.
50-1. Unique ambition. Dylan Gibbons, John Sargent.
Yeah, first up, unsuitable distance, so start off race for her.
Good start.
It's definitely in one of the best hands. There is no doubt about that.
Okay, Con, the last. What are you doing?
I don't think I'll tip him on top all day, J-Mac, but I'm going to jump on the J-Mac bandwagon and put Commemorative on top, so here's hoping.
Yeah, 1, 5, 3 and 12. I'm with Lady Laguna here. I think she's here in a very, very suitable race if she's going any good at all. I thought she did enough. She was 30-1 in the Galaxy. I thought she did enough just behind Commemorative there. She's 3 kilos better off. Great second up form. I like the map for her now, and yep, I have to bet. I think obvious danger is Commemorative. Alentia looks well fancied, and I'll still throw in Skirt the Law, although unfancied. 1, 5, 3 and 12.
Yeah, Commemorative, another favourite we've had to shut up shop with late here in the day. She's a massive, massive liability. Not quite as big as Fangirl, but she's almost there. She was 240 this morning. She got to a high of 270 throughout the day, but after the run of favourites, she's just trickled in after each one's won, and we made her a $2.30 chance after Fangirl won, and she remains that quote. 225 on the Whirlpool. She's around about half the investment with us at tab.com.au. She's not a huge loser in our straight out book, but just throwing in those multis, she's a disastrous result. Lentia, your second pick, rock solid at second pick, 420, unchanged today. She's back to 1200 metres. I think that'll suit her. Fresh Lady Laguna, I'm with you, Ron. I want to give her a good hope here. She's a little bit easy, out to $6.50. I'm hoping for a positive ride there from Tyler Schiller. She can take up a position, but she was in the wrong lane against Commemorative last time out, and I thought her run was better than it looked. So she's the horse we like. Coco Jambu on the next line of betting, soft 10 out to 14 today. Tashi has seen a bit of a trim up, 16 into 15. Tis Invincible first up from a spell. The market says not today. 14 out to 17 suggests she might need a run. Zazu is a little bit of a trim up from Melbourne, 21 into 19. Infancy had been a good go earlier in the week, $51 in, and she's remained a solid $21 chance today. And then Skirt the Law, who I thought we might see some money for, with the fact that she looks to get an easy lead. She had been 26 into 16 throughout the week, but she's back to
right. Let's go BC5.
I guess a lot of these have to get out with the favourite firming so much, but other than Alentia staying solid, there's no real push to beat Commemorative, which is really concerning on my part. So she stays there at 230 Commemorative.
Arman 3 has a lot of advantage.
If anything, she may even
3 has a lot of advantage.
It's the start time here for the last there. They are behind the gates, and with them is Chantel.
Commemorative, you wouldn't want to get into were argy-bargy up the straight with her because she'd knock you straight out of the way. She's just such a big, strong, powerful individual. She's massive. She towers over all of the ladies around at the gates, but she's arrived here fantastic. In fact, they all have the temperatures cooled down, so a lot of them are in really good order. And then she's looking really, really good. This is her 4th run for the campaign now, but this is probably the best I've seen her in a very long time. She gets the blinkers on for the first time. She looks nice and sharp arriving at the gates. Then we've got Rach here on Q's Likely, who's probably the only one that's hit the touch warm. Everyone's being somewhat negative. The rest of them are really good. So she's invincible. She's resuming here. And she's looking okay, actually, given the fact that we haven't seen her a while. Blinkers are coming off. And then Lady Laguna, Ducks on top selection. She really gets the pass mark the way she's presented here behind the barriers.
All right, you can hang up the saddle now, Shani, for another 6 months.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done. In they come. So Zoo comes in. And is McDonald's runner going to be the last one to move in? I think it is. Commemorative. Skirt the Law just backs out of the first and
Should be.
Commemorative will do another loop. Final check of the prices. Tim Ryan, are you with us?
Yeah, still 230. A little late trim up for Tashi, 16 back in 13. That's the only real late trim up. It's all about favour the last we need to be.
And there she is, the big girl, to the outside gate. Here's Darren.
Day 2 of the championships. Next week, the all-age stakes. Racing now on the last, and Q's Likely jump well together with Skirt the Law on the outside. Lady Laguna is going to settle pretty handy on the inside, going to 3rd from Tashi, then Tis Invincible. Now, Commemorative has been taken back from the wide draw. Lyncher improves. Unique Ambition back now from Infancy. Coco Jambu and Zasu's last of all. So Commemorative, the favourite, is in about a 3-wide position. 5th last in the early stages. Q's Likely takes the front. Out by a length and a half, Skirt the Law. Lady Laguna well positioned. Then Tis Invincible, Tashi and Commemorative creeping closer right off the track. A Lyncher with an economical run on the fence. 2 lengths to Coco Jambu, Unique Ambition, Infancy and Zasu's last of all. Q's Likely turns the corner of the last from Skirt the Law. Lady Laguna takes the inside run. Then Tashi and now Commemorative. She's starting to head top gear. She's been wide, but James McDonald said, come on, girl. She moved up to join Lady Laguna. Tashi between them. Infancy on the outside. It's Commemorative. Lady Laguna. Infancy closing in. It's Commemorative tackled by Infancy.
Shoot. 10.
Then Tashi, Coco Jambu rattling home. Zasu not too far away from
10 or 13.
It is Invincible. Further back to Q's Likely, the last 2, Unique Ambition and Skirt the Law.
It'll be Infancy getting up here for Jason Collett and Chris Lee's 26.10 and 6.20 on the World Pool. And well, let's pay around $19. Infancy wins first up today. Last win just over a year ago when Infancy won the Fireball. So a couple of black type winners for this girl.
5.
Sapphire Stakes a Group 2 to go with the listed Fireball. It upsets the McDonald followers on Commemorative, who had to
10, 5.
do a 4 and 5 deep run in transit.
Yeah, he is human. So look, she's always had something. This filly, and she's found it hard with her racing style, but she just chimed in fresh today, and that's what she can do on a day. So I think some people may have had a bit of a result with her because she was specced at long odds earlier in the week. Commemorative was gallant again here. Blood Laguna had her chance, battled on okay, but good effort first up, and from a mare that's always promised to
No
do
cover.
Yeah, that's a typical 10 out of 10. Jason Collett behind actually did very well. He just sits back, picks the off.
This is what happened. So the 10 was one of the heaviest and one of the lowest pressure. This is what has happened. 3 had advantage, but this one just nailed it. Today was its day. Huge advantage. Out adrift. All right, that is it. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 10 races today here at Randwick. That was the last one. I am not sure if I'll be able to race tomorrow. There is going to be a power outage here in my area. It's a scheduled one, so if that happens, I won't be able to race. But if that doesn't happen, then I'll be racing in one of the tracks. And thank you so much for being there, PC. Thank you so much, my friend. Can't thank you enough, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lewis, thank you so much, bro, for being there. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Araman, thank you so much for being there. Dow's, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Frankie, thank you so much for being there, my friend. I think that is it. Dow's, thank you so much. Thank you so much.